All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 44, as per the Duolingo tradition, keeping the streak alive. Once again, MAKU desu, konnichiwa, yokoso. So, yesterday, I had an interesting discussion yesterday. Basic summary was more just talking about, I suppose we were talking about the nuances of the English language per se, and the projection of cultural values through the use of language, or maybe perhaps learning a second language. Otherwise, we were quite focused yesterday, exploring the new kanji prompts. So, didn't get a chance to complete all of the kanji prompts. We'll continue that today, almost immediately after our review. So for now, let's do our normal routine and try to recall most of the vocabulary. It seems to me that the average vocabulary section now, we actually managed to do the practice and then the practice of the new vocab. So it's about approximately 20 elements, right? 20 elements. Oftentimes they cut the 20 separate elements into by half. So they cut it by half. It feels more like 10 elements due to association. So that's kind of how I'm feeling right now about section 2. And then we're going into the second half, and I'm expecting another 20-ish with the same structure. So this one right here, probably 20 new elements, cut in half due to association, and then this will be the practice. So yesterday we managed to practice, and let's see how salient our memory is. Actually, let's try to write some kana. Okay. Go from the most recent. Well, not really. Let's do the organizing things, right? Seasons. We have seasons. Keisetsu. Right, seasons. So, start off with haru. Natsu. Aki. Fuyu. So, haru, natsu, aki, fuyu, right? Fuyu. And the word tenki, right? For weather, as opposed to season, keisetsu. Yeah, keisetsu. Which is not in Duo. This is not in Duo. So I wrote it in English. Okay. And then we have a bunch of words kind of associate with some of these things. So we take the root seasons, and then they provided a bunch of words that may be associated with these things. Oh, I like this set of 20 largely, in this case, it's an anomaly for the time being, as this one is almost 90% hirakana, as opposed to katakana, where we often see like 50-50, maybe even a little skewed to katakana sometimes. So in that regards, the reason why I'm saying that is puru. Puru is the katakana from yesterday's section. Let's try that. Right, puru. Puru. What else can we think about the summer slash spring, right? Haru and natsu. Umi, right? Hanabi, hanabi. Oops, that was out of order. It's fine. Oops, that's not that's not the condom I'm looking for there. Whoops. Atatakai, right? Atatakai. Are. That might not be right, but we'll go with it. Yasumi. Yasumi. Yeah, Yasumi. Alright, now let's think about fall and winter that they associate with. Some words that came in the same bundle. We had whoops. Oh my goodness. Did you really? Well, I guess we'll try again. Hey, Hugh. Endo, ne, do. Ga, dake nihongo o nihongo hana deo hanashiteo hanashiteko suke yo. Oh, yeah. What is the first one? Energy. No. E, do, ne, ento, ne, do. Entoneto. Oh, internet. Alright, I'm guessing that's internet. Entoneto. Okay. Dake. I don't know what dake means either. And then Nihongo o anasuke yo. Ski. Ske? Ge. Internet, yes. Oh, that's internet. How does ske yo work? What kind of... You like it? You really like it? With the... Dake is only... Oh. Internet only Japanese. Learning limited to. Oh. Limited to internet only Japanese? Limited time internet Japanese? I don't know. Help me out here. Okay, I need to rewrite all this because this plugin erases things and that's kind of annoying. Let's quickly write the stuff back. So we have Tenki, right? We talk about the weather. I guess this is good practice. We have Haru. Natsu. Aki. Fuyu. Let's go here instead, since I'm afraid sometimes this plugin like borks out because of the pen. So let's work on... So what we're doing, we did Mori. That's not E. Just kidding. Mori. I only speak Japanese on the internet? Oh, so Hana, yeah, so that is Hana. Which part means limited to? Is it the suke yo? So Hana is the speak. Yeah, so Hanasu. Okay, so yo is the limited to? Only speak Japanese on the internet. Interesting. You don't have other opportunities to use Japanese? Kumori. We had also Samui. Yuki. Oh, I was wrong. We had 2 katakana words, actually. Cocoa. Cocoa. For the cocoa. And I missed one over here. Whoops. That is not where I'm going with that. Ame. For rainy. And let's write the other ones back down. It's good practice, right? Hare. Whoops. Dang it. Atatakai. And then we did the... Oh my gosh, it's bugging out. Uru. Uru. Umi. Umi. Umi, whoops. Hanabi. I had a more organized thought before I erased everything. Alright, Yuki. Yuki. Samui. Samui. Kumori. Kokoa also had, ooh, that latency really did that one in. That's fine. And then we hadn't learned this kanji, but it's more or less predictable. Oh, it's a little bit to the right. That's okay. Kukatsu. Kukatsu. Yeah, there was a latency on that. That's fine. I'm doing it at an angle too. And then Shichikatsu. Shichikatsu. The reason why I write at an angle here is just to explain, I suppose, explain some peeps. My hand motion is still the same, but my hand motion is stationary here. So I'm actually swiveling. I'm swiveling my hand, pivoting around this point, which is the center of the screen for me at the moment. And then, so it's kind of going at an arc here. That's the reason is I'm keeping my fingers in the same position. So whenever I write something, it's aligned to a plane that's towards the pivot. That's why a lot of times when I'm writing, it looks like it's always angling on the left and angling on the right. And then in the center is when it's flat. It's the way I can transfer my writing skills onto paper from my pen tablet. Okay, how many? We were supposed to get 20 elements. Let's see, that's 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, 17. So I feel like there are 3 or 4 more things that I am missing. Oh, I've got to add the thing that I already have. Earlier, before this was erased. This is a question mark, but we'll go with this. Yasumi. 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 Oh, I have one. Honban. Honban. Which, to my dismay, the only Konban. Yesterday I was making like the slight joke about what if it's Kon Asa or every morning or every like early morning or doing it in the evening, but it's not. It's off Ohio instead. Ohio. It's a variant of Ohio. Let's see. Konban. So we're at 18. I feel like there are 3 more things. At least 3 more things. Huh. Yeah, warm, sunny. Oh, wait. Oh. Right. The other use introduced as he for day. Okay. I know one that I am missing. It will be evident when I see it again. I'm pretty sure there's a word for hot. I can't imagine. It's an E. I can't imagine the first kana at the moment, so we'll think about that later. I think that's good enough. I'm guessing there's +1. There's at least +1. It's between +1 and +2 for total recall. That's pretty good. I haven't wrote kana for a while. Generally speaking, I rely on my speech and then I write the kana. Not the other way around at the moment. Sometimes when I forget something, I try to imagine the kana and then speak the kana. But most of the time, I speak it. I speak it, then I write the kana. because I'm better at that than the other way around. So instead of reading the kana, I write the kana. So whenever I try to speak a sentence, I write it in kana, as opposed to writing it in English, right? Because you can't really write these things in English. So the moment I say haru, I write it in haru, in hirakana. Since something worth mentioning now that I have a new experience alert, is the feeling that I can write any word when I hear it is pretty fantastic. I don't think that's true for English. So not English. Although I haven't ever learned how to do it anyways, like the English phonetics. This is a different feeling. It kind of feels the same way when I was okay, it's new in quotations. The last time I felt this way was when I was learning Spanish. Oftentimes I'm like, I have no idea what you said, but I can at least write it down on paper. That's kind of the feeling, and it's been so long. It's been greater than 10 years since this feeling, and I feel the same way with Japanese. So oftentimes I'm not too concerned about writing the kana, and I spend a lot of time writing, and if I can make it look like it's the right word using this pep of a plugin, generally when we get to the review, which I have officially decided it's going to be day 51 is the review. So at the end of day 50, much like the end of day 25, I'm going to do a video on this and using a program that can actually have enough resolution. But these are pretty close enough. And the idea is, what I'm relying on right now is I say the word, I write the word, and I look at it. Does it look correct? And that's how I'm doing it right now. One day we're going to try the other way around mentally. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it mentally the other way around, where I try to rely primarily on imagining the kana before speaking the kana. That's kind of a hard ask for me. I'm a very speech dominant person. So oftentimes I speak the thing before I actually write it. Nowadays, oftentimes I think it's the other way around for most people. For most people, they prefer to read and sound it out after reading it. I typically rely on sound. Most of my life now is predominantly done with the emphasis on speech. So, yeah. It's not whether I see the word in English or in Japanese anymore. There are Japanese words and there are English words. That's all that is. Like haru, I'll just say haru. I don't think of spring until I have to. So oftentimes I need to take a little bit of moment to separate the two. Yeah, writing kana is pretty comfortable now. The downside about this program is if you're trying to make really small words, that's not going to help. There's not enough resolution. But pretty good. Pretty good. We're going to hop in the lesson. Yesterday I was pretty focused. Wasn't distracted too much. I guess the discussion we had yesterday largely predicated on logical systems. Sometimes I feel if I had to talk about the general concern I had yesterday was the idea that individuals approach things illogically and pass them off as advice. And oftentimes I'm pretty if someone is going to give me enough attention and their time, then I press pretty hard when someone's making logical fallacies regarding affecting other people's livelihoods. Personally, I'm pretty refractory to leaps of logic. I also had a fun conclusion to a comment string as well, which was nice. It had a really, really respectful and mutual conclusion, the comment string on a video, which happens to be my review video for section 1. Oftentimes it's individuals throw around words like efficacy and efficiency quite significantly without actually talking about what it's actually measuring, right? Oftentimes when I think of scientific experiments or science experiments in general, and what I mean by what's the difference between a scientific experiment and a science experiment? Well, oftentimes I use scientific experiments as being that stereotypical thing where you controls, variables, methodology, and then science experiments could be it's broader. It could be anything from finding out if you're improving in language learning or whatnot. And oftentimes there is incredible human condition to look at things with bias or presumptions quite a lot, borderline assumptions. And yesterday we had a discussion about that. Quite a bit of discussion about it. I don't particularly think that anyone really take any of that to heart. However, I will most likely throw in my 2 cents when someone is trying to push off their opinions as facts without understanding the situation. That's usually someone who relies on ad hominem arguments and leaps of logic about the motivation of the person they're speaking to, as opposed to removing all doubt by asking direct questions before providing unsolicited advice. All right, so pretty good. Don't want to go off the rails today. All right. Okay, so we're going to complete this, and then we're going to finish the kanji, the new kanji prompts. I don't know how often we're going to get to write kanji anymore. It could be something that I move to personal use. So I personally write kana every 3 to 4 days, 2 reps of the full kana chart to reinforce the association between the sound and the appearance of the kana. Katakana is still a little bit of a rough patch, and there are certain combinations of katakana that I see and people use that aren't reinforced in the way I write kana at the moment. I take a guess at it. So things like a lower E, a lower E, like a lower vowel combo, it's fine. You kind of infer it pretty well. And kanji used to be exclusively using Duolingo. We'll see how much I have to do on my spare time when it comes to writing. Writing has kind of taken somewhat of a backseat now. So let's find out how much of a backseat. Okay, and where our pace is really fast. It's going pretty fast. I think we've increased our pace. So the next review is going to be at least 30% larger for the duo stuff. And it will be even larger for all my commentary and thoughts about how I'm adjusting the whole learning side of things. Okay. Time to review. Let's go.
今日京都も雪ですか?
The kyo. I suppose kyo could be in this unit. I mean, we can use raishu, and kyo. The new grammar points, right? We haven't talked about the grammar points, actually. So, the grammar points that are implicit in this section is using the day, specific days or time frames in the topic position. Topic / object more of the topic position. But object position, I guess. We'll say object position. So how it's translated is the object position, right? So
今日、京都、京都も雪ですか？
this is not an example of that. However, it's one of the ones that is introduced in this one. Not too many implicit grammar patterns. Oh, and yesterday Lotus was being a little cheeky and pointed out, like, I kind of observed how you can not nounize, I don't know what the phrase is, but nounify something, perhaps.
京都も雪ですか？
Kyoto も
京都も雪ですか？
雪
雪ですか？
京都も雪ですか？
土曜日も晴れです。
土曜日、is there anything new here? No. 土曜日も晴れです。Yeah. 晴れ。土曜日も晴れです。晴れです。Saturday will be sunny. Will also be sunny. Saturday. I was thinking of something in terms of the days of the week. Why not? It's kind of funny. It's in reverse. Why not? Or Saturday, it's the reverse. So it's day 6. And then for Sunday, it is just different. So weird. And then we were slightly having a discussion about Japanese has a closer association, or someone shared allegedly that Japanese days of the week share a closer association with the English days of the week. Meanwhile, in terms of Fujianese, it's still in numerical order. By 8, by nay, by san, by say, by no, by night. So day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6. And then Sunday is special. Newai. I don't know the direct meaning of newai. Maybe the beginning. So instead of going with, I don't know how it's going to be represented in the weeks, but I imagine in Mandarin it still stays with the same system, where it's day 1 through 6, or however they number, because the calendar is actually slightly different. But it was interesting thought. I only have Saturday and Sunday right now, so I wouldn't know. It's spoilers, I suppose. So 土曜日も晴れです。And I actually don't know how to say the months. Oh. It's still counting. So like Japanese, since we have the months now, right? And we've been teased on September and July. Shichigatsu and Kugatsu. Still the numbering system. I imagine then the Japanese and Mandarin, Japanese and Chinese share that association. And it's still the same in Fujianese. I don't think they deviate that much when it comes to like these types of associations. Yeah. Sango, Singo, Mungo, Noingo, Chingo. Yeah. Just months with the number. However, it's the reverse order then, interestingly enough, at least for Fujianese. So you say month 1, or you say first month, second month, third month, fourth month, instead of day 1, day 2, day 3. At least that's how I say it. It's kind of weird. So how Japanese is structured in a way that, at least for now, the number comes before all the counters, unless suddenly they decided to swap the order all of a sudden, where like the number is modifying the counter, not the other way around. For whatever reason, I started thinking about for whatever reason they swapped the order, at least how I speak in Fujianese. Numbers come before counters. Yeah. So obviously I haven't gotten the days, but for whatever reason the days of the week in Fujianese comes before. So boy, 8. Right? Boy, nay, which is like ni. Right? And then the months are in reverse. There's some weirdish counters, like chapters of a book is the second chapter, and you need both parts. Oh, interesting. Oh, which by the way, Lotus, I totally looked at some level 0 books, and I totally couldn't read that. The like chapter thing. I'm like, why is there a number in between these things? I don't recognize either of those things. So, sorry, what you said about the weirdish counter, it's in front of like the first 2 pages of some of the books. I'm like, what the? Can't. That's what it is, yeah. Which, by the way, Lotus, I'm gonna be real that the grade readers, right? There are clearly phrases that were skipped over in Duo because they're like non-traditional phrases, but there are books where if you don't know that one word occurs in every single page of the level 0 books. So you sit there saying the same phrase, you sit there reading the same phrase or hearing the same phrase, and like, I don't know what that phrase is. I don't know what that phrase is. And like, all right, well, I know the rest, but I don't know what that phrase is. So it's got to be something like common, like frog or something. And I just don't know what frog is. So I keep reading the kana, and over again. It's like, frog does this. Frog does that. Frog likes this. Like, oh boy, they really am reminding me of a word. And the first rule of I was following the rules, right? The first rule of those books is not to use a dictionary. I mean, I haven't actually ever used a dictionary so far up to this point. However, that's so hilarious. It just pounds it into the ground. I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna have to accept that I do not know what this word is, and it occurs on every single page. So my presumption is it's referring to the subject. Like the thing. That's why the ones with picture work better sometimes. Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay, so it's referring to that, and it's like, that's fine. So the 2 or 3 books that were like, even though I didn't know the word, the pictorial things help, right? It's when like, oh, okay, well, at least I have that go to. And it reminds me of all the gaps, right? All the gaps in Duo, because Duo prioritized conversationalism first. All the conversational vocabulary that can be associated to a specific topic first. Meanwhile, you pull up a grade 0 book and you don't know what the word for frog is, and frog is written all over, or toad is written all over the book. Like every page there's a sentence with frog. I'm like, well, I know that's the subject. I know that's the topic here, so it's got to be the topic. You know, you find the particle, and I'm like, okay, well, that's the topic. I'm gonna accept that I haven't learned this. I don't know when if ever Duo is gonna be like, hey, here are frogs, maybe there's a chapter on animals or something. Granted, it was pretty funny. I think it's very humbling. I honestly found the level 1s and level 2s a little bit more approachable because there are more texts. You know, it's one of those things like, well, do I understand the essence of this sentence? Well, if I don't know 2 of the 4 words that are in the sentence, that's going to make it very tough. However, if the sentence was longer and there are more things I can latch onto, then you can kind of get the essence. Yeah, totally. You can pass N1 without ever learning salamander, for instance. Yeah, there's always going to be those. And the word I would use is, it's quite humbling. It's humbling in the sense that it makes me feel the same about English, if you know what I mean. At least those are easily, yes. So like very specialized and use case things, and that's what English does for me quite a lot. You know, even at this juncture with over 30 years of experience with English, you still get those words. Like, what is this thing I'm trying to think about? And then you're like, oh yeah, well, at least I can find a way to look it up, right? I thought it was a very humbling experience. Clearly, there are gaps. Not too bad though. Not too bad. I like it. This is a nitpick, and I totally have the same opinion when I'm approaching Duolingo. The recording quality is something else. It's interesting. It's difficult. So and this applies to the way Duolingo approaches too. So there are pros and cons about recording, right? Nevertheless, for me, it's beautiful what they're trying to do. It's really wonderful what they're trying to do. So for me, deep cut Lotus, I did take a gander at the reviews, and there are still people like the Duolingo critics people in the reviews. Oh, that's too bad. I didn't use, but I'm glad they'll be interesting at least. Wait, you didn't use those specific grade readers? What else did you... Are there more? Are there other things? The quality is okay. It's okay. There's a lot of distortion. There's quite a bit of distortion. So it feels like the person is... There's a lot of bouncing. So some things can be a little tough to resolve. It's still free, right? So grain of salt. However, it doesn't stop people from writing unnecessary critiques, right? Ad hominem critiques, or even projecting their anger. Like one book, someone gave the book a 3-star because when they read it, they had to look up a word in the dictionary. I think the ones I used at your level were from a random Google Drive link on Reddit. Oh, okay. There's a bunch out there if you want to find others in different style. I see. Cool. I'll have to consider that. I'll actually probably do it on stream in the future. I really enjoy grade reading, the grade readers, or the concept of grade readers. That's pretty excellent. It's something I can see myself doing. Provided, I dig in to see what licensing and permissions that are implicit. Oftentimes when you're doing something that is free and downloadable and you're doing it for an educational purpose as opposed to selling it, right, for commercial purpose, often you get the green light. And obviously I'm no stranger to blatantly advertising the thing I'm using, right? Like right here. No, right here. So free resources are free resources. It was quite nice. I was very tired as well, but it was a nice way to go to bed with Japanese. yesterday I went to bed with the Tatoku books instead of the Tofuku death spiral of grammar random pages. Random grammar exploration. All right. Thanks for that. It was a very pleasant experience. Kyo wa totemo samui desu. Samui. Yeah, samui. I have a habit of wanting to say samui. Samui. So kyo wa totemo samui desu. Blank mo samui desu. Something is also cold. Ashita? Yeah, contrast with kyo. Ashita. Udon and Nikai. Oh, Nikai is the +1. Nikai is the other term. I missed 1 or 2 terms from yesterday, which isn't too bad. Nikai is the hot, I think. Nikai.
来週も雨ですか？
来週も雨ですか? Oh, and I looked up the other stuff. Yeah, you think it would be ban asa, but it's not. I mean kon asa, sorry. Yeah, not so. You think it would make sense, but it doesn't. So I get it. Fair enough. And then the other thing checked out. Thanks for the Yasumi point out, right? Okay, 来週も雨ですか? Will next week be rainy? Also be rainy.
京都はとても寒いです。京都は
寒い です。I'm missing something. Maybe とても。
京都はとても寒いです。とても
Okay.
とても
Stop!
寒い
Let me slide it
です
into place. Okay. 京都とても寒いです。If I read books in Japanese, I will probably read something in Japanese. Probably books. There will probably be books and news articles. So right now I'm leaning on, after 3 or 4 months, I will probably read easy NHK news articles, so I can have something to talk about. And then I will read books, but I'm going to read it to practice voice acting or imparting emotions into my Japanese. I'm not trying to be, just to give you a clarification, I'm not trying to be Japanese per se. I just like the idea of imparting emotions to the things I say. So if I'm able to maintain the pitch accent so that it's not like really crazy, that's fine. Yeah, Lotus, when I'm playing video games, I play a lot of RPG games. And half of the time, you know, you don't have the luxury of voice lines for like everything, unless you're playing like a AAA title that I can't afford on launch day and have a PlayStation or something like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or something where it's all voice acted. But generally speaking, when I'm reading stuff out loud, I typically read them out loud to practice speech a lot of times. So recently I've been making an attempt consciously to mess around with reading. So oftentimes back in the day, I've always enjoyed narrating out loud. However, recently I've been really messing around with how I can pitch up and pitch down, elongate, make my speech rapid and slow down, nervous, calm, ecstatic, that type of thing. So less so about voice acting as impressionists, but more so in terms of mannerisms and behaviorism. And that translated and added to why I want to learn a different language. Learning a different language allows you to use your voice differently. I'm not a singer. It would be cool to be a singer, but usually my biggest practice is reading lines. I read a lot of lines. So if you're ever curious what that is, I do play a lot of story narrative driven games with lots of text. So instead of reading it like a robot, I'll use the E word. I make more efficiency out of my time by doing more than just reading it in my own passive voice. So yeah, I could say that I'm practicing voice acting most of the time. Not in a professional manner, obviously. I don't really actually do anything to be a professional in. Otherwise, I would probably have some things to say to the other people who keep telling me what's the most efficient way to learn Japanese. Like I said yesterday, I wholeheartedly back this statement again, that when you come to a streamer and you tell them that their goal is to learn Japanese the most efficient way, the first question you ask is, why are you streaming learning Japanese? Because the first thing you need to do, in my opinion, is to not stream learning Japanese if you want to be efficient. That's literally inviting distraction. So I don't think, oftentimes I meet very observant people, but boy, does tunnel vision happen quite a lot. Step back, take some perspective. You have a lot of information in front of you to ascertain how relevant your advice is. So that it occurs a lot. No really like hard feelings or anything. It's one of those things. Sometimes you have far more information than you might expect. However, becoming hyper-focused can really turn on the blinders, right? The blinders can be pretty big. And I'm no stranger to blinders. It's the human condition. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll read books. We'll read Japanese books like the way I read English books or English texts when I play video games. We'll have more fun with it. Lately, though, I'm usually, my standard default voice is incredibly mellow, right? My cadence is pretty slow. It's slow enough that if you watch any of my old VODs in 1.25 speed, it will sound like most of the speed people talk on YouTube and others. In fact, I think most people talk at least 50% faster than I do. And that is very deliberate. I take my pauses. I try not to accelerate my speech to allow more people to feel if it's too slow, you can speed it up. As opposed to you're going too fast and I can't follow. Sometimes I speed up. But boy, is it a lot of fun. If you get tired of learning Japanese or getting tired of practicing the same phrases, I kind of did it here and there on Duolingo. I'm still not that confident that I would go around and mess around with my pitch or my emotions more until I speak consistently. However, it's a lot of fun. I think it's a lot of fun, and I would encourage other people to do so. It's that kid charm. Like, ask your younger self, if you had to practice something and you're good and you're nice enough now, you can be flexible about it, and you're really educating yourself with memory, you can mess around a little. And it's more of a mood thing than it is a messing around with pitch accent. I'm not saying things like saying kyo instead of saying kyo, you're saying kyo. No, that's not it. Like, it's more like kyo versus kyo. Like, the relative pitch is still the same. Your pitch is going high low, and low high. You're still doing that stuff, but it's one of the things you do very well in your native language. If you use your native language, you can sound very peppy, you can sound very sad, but the relative word stays the same, like the relative execution. And I kind of like that. It makes reading out loud and extra practice a little bit more adventurous. The side effect of that, or the bonus, is if you start practicing or messing around with voice acting, or like manipulating your voice but still focus on the relative execution of the word, it increases the dexterity of your voice. So a lot of these things become more ear trained and speaking. So I paid attention a lot to pitch accent before I learned Japanese, because my interest is I listen to voice actors a lot, and I'm curious what component of that voice actor's performance makes me feel a certain way, or get a certain impression versus another voice actor. When you understand those things and you listen for those things, it's not that big of a leap to go into hearing pitch accents and hearing things that will help very, very much with language learning. I say this because I want people to understand that I don't think a lot of the things I say may be as easy or as hard. So the more I explain about what I do regularly that's relevant to this stuff, can help paint a more clearer picture on how people take impressions of me, I suppose. I mess around with my voice a lot. I am surprised that I don't sound like a 60-year-old person, because sometimes I'm not quite sure if I treat my voice, my vocal cords, very nicely. I do get overzealous from time to time. But yes, I would love to sound like a very, very cliche impressionist of a samurai one day. Perhaps one day. I'll work day and night on a single line. And when a character or in a book features like a ronin, right? A ronin just hanging around, I just want to execute that really cool line just once. Would be pretty cool.
明日はまだ寒いですか?
Just a thought to encourage others to not get too tired of doing the same thing. You can definitely do slightly different things while still practicing the same things that you're working on. One of it is to be a goofball and just commit, right? Ashita, there are other benefits, I would say, like side effects of voice acting and trying to get into a different role. That often helps empathy. It creates compassion, much like reading into other people's culture, right? Or learning a language and learning their culture. If you begin to think about the way they their speech patterns and how they end up being that speech pattern. That's another element of providing more empathetic context. Like appreciating not calling voice actors garbage when it's their first gig as a professional voice actor. Things like that. When you do it, it gives the human condition allows better appreciation. Saying things like Duolingo is useless is a very telling of the level of compassion that person actually has. So, for better or for worse, it tells me that that person is very focused on something that's not Duolingo related, but it also tells me that that person's world is narrower, right? Narrower and focused. You gain focus, you narrow. You narrow down your focus or your target. Your target becomes narrow. That's how you increase focus. 明日はまだ寒いですか? Will tomorrow be, and wait, let me write this down. It's called, I should read konbini convenient store, wait, convenient day, no, convenient people news, no, convenient people convenience store people. I don't know. I know I've seen, oh, convenient, oh wait, I've seen that kanji before, but not used attached to the stripped down. Someone showed me both, showed me the left kanji too. I want to say it's people, but I don't know if it's people. Convenience store clerks, convenience store cashiers, convenience store stories, people stories. I'll keep that in mind. Remind me again when we start reading novels, or when I transition to reading something. You. Will tomorrow be cold? Samui. I have a habit of here's something that's pretty funny about pitch accent that I don't think other English people will have trouble with. Oftentimes, is it atama? Yeah. So a lot of times people talk about nakadaka, right? Nakadaka, as in the most characteristic English friendly pitch pattern. Friendly, right? Now I have the opposite problem actually, because when I think of Japanese, and I have said a lot of, like, for example, Japanese proper nouns, like Akihabara, Tokyo, Kyoto, right? The thing is, because I read a lot of JRPG names all the time, so I would read the English and then the name would come up. What it reinforces me is atamadaka. Atamadaka. So I do this a lot. Unfortunately, that's kind of biting me in the butt right now, because outside of proper names, I use like this. The reason why I use atamadaka a lot is that anything with two to 3 syllables, I tend to use this pattern. And this includes about 90% of proper Japanese nouns, like proper nouns, as in names a lot, like Ida, or Akira, Akuma, right? Ryu, Ken, right? Ken. So all of that had reinforced this whole Japaneseism that I have, where when I get words like samui, I tend to say samui, samui, as opposed to samui, or hayai, hayai, instead of hayai, 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 right? Hayai, 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 right? So I have to get used to using nakadaka. And usually in the English friendly manner, nakadaka pattern with stress. So nakadaka with stress is the common English friendly thing. And it's ironic because I hear it all the time when if a video shows up about pitch accent, I kind of click on it just to see if it's a different approach. And this stereotype, I totally understand. However, because of my very specific case where I am a person who reads out loud when I'm streaming, and especially for the last 5+ years, the only Japanese pronunciation that I do tends to fall here in this place. So now I have to kind of work it out and remind myself specific cases. It's actually more the norm that nakadaka comes up quite often. So like even for example, our newest one, right? I thought of it as yuki, but it could be yuki, right? And when I hear it in their synthetic voice, it's not clear, obviously. I'm not saying these are native speakers and stuff, but what they're selecting for is yuki, instead of yuki. So that's early days. If you look at when I was doing kana, katakana, hiragana, I didn't say why it sounds like I'm not the same as the combinations of things, because I actually have a predilection of using atamataka. So a lot of times things like these things I need to work on, like ashita is fine, right? Ashita is fine. It's closer to using atamataka, but it's not ashita, like, or yeah, it's not going like ashita. It's going ashita, and these are fine. But then you get not samui, and the moment I say it and then I hear the repeat when I click on, like, you know, the exercise where when you click on the button it says something, it's hard in isolation if you know if it's nakadaka or atamadaka, right? And heiban is fine. Heiban is just, it's slightly rising, so it's okay, a-okay. And it's kind of hard for me to distinguish sometimes between nakadaka and heiban, because the ending, the ending is very noticeable. Never mind, the drop is pretty noticeable. It's the ones where, like, am I just rising? And what's a good one? Like, I can't think of these examples right off the bat. I'm not that well versed. But I'm sure it'll come to me whenever we start some more. So yeah, the words like these, whenever we get new words like these, I have to retrain myself. Because I want to say samui, but it's samui, samui, not samui, samui. Just a thought that comes to mind every time I say these words. So imagine if you heard me say something for like the 50th time. Every single time I say it, I'm taking a split second to remind myself mentally that this is probably nakadaka, not atamadaka, right? So ever since day one, just so you know, ever since day one, because I kind of like the way, I enjoy the way Japanese people say their names and their proper names versus the Americanization, the nakadaka-ism of Japanese names. That doesn't mean one is better than the other, one's right and one's wrong, because I can tell you now, if you go around and use proper nouns have different regional flares. Like, for example, Kojima, 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 like Kojima, Kojima, Kojima. So, and then we have Akuma, 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 right? Ryu, 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 Ryu. And I'm using a lot of names that are everywhere in gaming. So, and most, you probably have plenty of those examples. And that's kind of the things that I pay attention to, even though I haven't ever formally learned Japanese. So, hats off to all the people in week 1 of me learning from Duolingo and told me that I should not worry about pitch accents because that's too nuanced and too advanced for someone who doesn't know Japanese. Pitch accent doesn't only exist in Japan, in Japanese. It actually doesn't even have to exist in language. When you're singing, you have pitch. So if you can tell high pitch from low pitch, or you can hear a pitch change, provided you're not tone deaf, there are very rare cases. I think there are far rarer cases, in my opinion, than people they overestimate how tone deafness. I honestly think people have more pitch acuity than they let on. It's more, in my opinion, driven by a lack of ear training and focus for what you're listening to, not the capacity to hear the pitch changes. I think a large majority, barring all the deaf people, I'm sorry, and the limited hearing impaired people, I think a vast majority of people can actually hear these things. The idea is being inclined to listen for the thing you're listening for, right? It's interesting. It's a very interesting thing. I think about this every time a new vocabulary shows up, and if it's a what do you call these things? Diphthongs? Let me see if that's the right word I'm talking about. Yes, every time a diphthong comes up, I'm always hesitant to take a guess if it's nakadaka or atamadaka. Atamadaka. So, like, for example, this is a diphthong, right? Lots of adjectives are diphthongs, as in two vowel sounds next to each other. So in this one, mu, like mu, u, e, ui, ui. So are you sliding up, or are you sliding up or down in it? And then what is the first kana preceding it? So it's kind of That's my English interpretation of it anyways. English diphthongs are whatever. Like oftentimes it's very irrelevant. Like the one that I'm still not quite on right now is this, right? There are two diphthongs in daijoubu, right? Daijoubu. And my guess is more like this, but slightly rising, and then dipping at bu. So daijoubu. Dai, ai, like ai. So I don't know if I'm accidentally going down. Sometimes I have a habit of doing this and then hitting down because I think dai is a separate thing. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I'm not sure. And then I go back up and then I dip back down. So sometimes there's a dip here, if you can hear it. That's kind of like my illustration of how much I think about my pitch when I'm talking. I don't say any of this, or else I'm just never going to finish a lesson if I constantly tell people what I'm thinking in the moment. But I'm making these split-second thoughts all the time. So I could be accidentally doing daijoubu, as opposed to daijoubu. So I'm trying to keep it as flat as possible. Sometimes I have a habit of separating longer words because there are 1, 2, and then 3, right? And then oftentimes I do the going down a lot. So it's the longer the words, the more suspicious I get. So when we get to 4 or 5 syllable phrases, I'm very reliant on imitating someone. But if it's less than 3 syllables, I'm actually paying attention to my habits as opposed to what I'm hearing. So it could sound different from what these guys are saying, the synthetic voices.
明日はまだ寒いですか?
Yeah. 明日はまだ寒いですか? Will tomorrow be cold? Will tomorrow still be cold?
秋はよくコンサートに行きます。秋は
コンサートに行きます。よく
秋はよくコンサートに行きます。
Okay. 秋はよく秋はよくコンサートに行きます。
よくどんなコンサートに行きますか?
よくどんなコンサートに行きますか? What kind of concerts do you often go to? What kind of concerts do you often go to? よくどんなコンサートに行きますか? Yeah, we're good. Osaka. Interesting. Osaka wa ame. No. 今日大阪は雨じゃないです。じゃないです。Yeah. Okay, Yeah, so this is a good
じゃ
example.
ないです。
Janai desu. So it's staying up. Janai desu as opposed to janai desu. So I'm like dipping below, right? Janai. It sounds often the synthetic voices going janai, janai instead of janai, 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 janai. So whenever I say it first, I would say like janai desu. And then they would say
じゃないです。
up. Continue to go up. Like janai desu. Janai desu. As opposed to janai desu. I don't know. I don't know which one it is. It goes back and forth. So
じゃないです。
it's fine.
大阪。
I'm not concerned about having perfect pitch accent, by the way. Just call it the Maku-san's dialect, right? Might as well. Maku-san's accent. Fair enough. Whatever that is. Maku-san no accent. I like to be able to differentiate between them. So as long as you're able, in my opinion, if you can hear the difference and you can do the difference, your company, your environment is going to shape your accent. So yesterday there was someone asked me the way I speak, like my speech patterns, my thinking, my articulation, all of that came from being able to do the thing, but being around people. So my environment shaped how I sound, my cadence, my thoughts, my lack of fillers. Being able to do all the above allows you the flexibility of sounding like something else, much like voice acting. So if you practice using your voice in various different ways, it, at least to me, here's a little bit of a plug. This is bias. Here's a little plug. If you know you're able to do a lot of things because you spend your time messing around, then oftentimes when someone asks you, hey, can you learn to do this? You become less insecure and you adapt faster. That's kind of the plug for being a learner about learning versus a learner versus on a specialized skill. I have no concerns that even if someone sees that I'm developing a bad habit, I know how to reform habits and change habits. The idea is, can I do it in the first place? So when you're busy learning a bunch of stuff, you're less and less concerned with whether you get good at that stuff. You know you have the capacity to. You've been reinforced to feel like you have the capacity to do a lot of things. So for me, if someone say I still sound like my accent is really weird and it sounds like a foreigner, that's fine. If I stick around people who have certain accents, I will adopt their accent. If I hang around boomers, I will probably start to sound like boomers. And I would want to sound like a boomer around boomers. At least that's my personal take. Some people might say that's disingenuous, or how does it feel that you're always keeping parts of yourself from other people or things like that. It's like, well, I like being part. I like the challenge of being part of the group, not to stand out of the group. It's a hot take, I know. I mean, I know when to stand out. I stream. I stand out when I'm streaming because what is the in-group? It's me. So there are appropriate times to be an individual and there are appropriate times to be a collective. In this case, I'm not too concerned. So if I still say Osaka, like Osaka, or how else do you say it? Osaka, like Osaka. Ooh. If you go up to someone and say Osaka, That might be a little weird. That's low, low, high, high. Osaka. But you can do it for fun, right? It's not. I know some people might get offended by playing around with stress. There are time and places to play around in time and places. Can you say Osaka with a pitch increase at different places? Right? If you're saying it flat, Osaka, 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 Osaka. So those are all the 4 positions, right? But I prefer the first position, which is the whole thing that I talked about, being trained myself. When I see a name, I do atamataka, atamataka the entire time. So Osaka, Osaka, it's just high, low, flat, high, low, flat, high, low, flat for all the names. Akihabara, Akihabara. I know it's not probably how people say it, but it's my default pattern until I hear otherwise. So Akihabara, Akihabara, not Akihabara, 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 or weird, but I think English would probably place it in the 3rd syllable. So Akihabara, Akihabara, Akihabara. So they go up in the middle of it. Dear me, if someone puts it on bada, I can't even do it naturally. Akihabara, 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 Akibahara. It's so hard. But I would encourage, in my opinion, I would encourage people, if you're really into learning language, messing around with that creates a lot of flexibility on words you already know, like words and language you already know. It kind of helps with the manipulation of the speech, right? The muscle, it works out your vocal muscles. And then you feel, in my opinion, you feel less insecure. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Right now, my brain is telling me to do this. But don't worry. Don't worry. At least I don't have to put in the hard tears and sweat of forming the thing you can't use your brain to help, which is the mind-body connection of what you're doing. So a lot of times people would say things like, oh, you're pronouncing it wrong, as in you're unable to pronounce it correctly. That's the implicit difference, in my opinion. When someone tells me, oh yeah, you're pronouncing it wrong, it's like, well, I'm pronouncing it with intent. I'm not unintentionally doing it. So I'm thinking about it wrong. So what you can do is, well, now I can go find what people are talking about and I can do it already. So to me, I think it takes more time to train yourself physically to do it versus thinking you can do it. Like, it's one of those things, like, you know, experience versus knowledge, right? If you read a lot about riding a bike, can you ride a bike? Yes and no. There are a lot of things intellectually that will help you learn it quicker. However, you still have to do it. Your body has to form the mind-body connection. And to me, I treat the voice the same way. So I might be saying Osaka, not quite right, but at least I can say, if someone tells me, hey, it's Osaka, Osaka, fine. I'll start saying Osaka if I'm around someone who keeps saying Osaka versus or Osaka. Ooh, Osaka. If I hear that, I say, oh, hey, that's interesting. And then once I hear it, I'm like, if I ask a question, I would use that person's pitch accent. Osaka. And then the weirdos out there, for all you weirdos out there, Osaka. Sure. We'll do Osaka. I don't know if there's a weirdo out there that says Osaka, where I don't know if there's a language that emphasizes the back syllable, like the end syllable. I would love to know from someone who's like a polyglot if there's a language that constantly pitch up at the end of it, so everything sounds like a question, right? Osaka? Nice? Super? Cool? Like, so I don't know if there's a language out there that constantly sound like they're asking a question, where they always pitch up at the end. The uptone with the stress. In English, you stress it out, but that'd be weird. Specifically, the accent of Spanish in Galicia is like that. Also, Galician does it a lot. Not always, though. Oh, I see. See, that's what's cool about it. So, that's what I mean by be flexible. I know, like, people can give you a hard time when you're messing around, but oftentimes you can use your own principal language, your native language, to mess around with how to pitch things up and down all the time. Oh, hey. Yo. It's kind of, sorry. I don't know if you guys have Seven TV, but a person I know has like all these emotes. I let them ascribe this, and yo is like some guy. Looks like, oh, it looks like Breaking Bad. Cranston? Bryan Cranston? Like giving someone like a handshake or something. I'm doing pretty well, Indy. How are you? How are you? How have you been doing recently? I was just talking about pitch accent. How fun it is to mess around, even with languages that you're inappropriately doing it, or being flexible with it. I do it in English all the time for fun. It might be even quite entertaining if you do it suddenly with other people. You know, you've been saying English forever, and then you pull out a cool whip. Cool whip. Like, wait, why are you saying it like that? Cool whip. What's wrong with that? Right? I feel that's what I'm doing with Japanese for the time being. Not that I'm unintentionally doing it. Does Japanese have pitch accent? Yeah, Japanese does have pitch accent. It's actually one that someone told me from the very beginning. You shouldn't worry about that because you wouldn't understand it. In most cases, I would say yes. For the person who doesn't like to learn English, or doesn't listen to music very often, or like doesn't sing very often, or voice act. But for me, it's quite important, and it's very noticeable. I know when I deliberately decide on a pitch accent that it's either off because I intellectually think it's different and not. So for example, I can demonstrate with, I just demonstrate with Osaka. Osaka, 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 Osaka. So you can hit any of them, but the one that sounds most reasonable to probably my ears at least, and to others, is Osaka. Osaka. So it's going, it's high, low, flat. High, low, flat. Osaka. My friend bought you Sashingo. Aww. How is it, Sashingo? So have you, did you already finish it? Is that why you cheated on me? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Indy? So Indy is basically telling me he's cheating on me because he has a better game to practice his Japanese than listening to someone mess around and digress about pitch accents in Japanese. I see how it is. Actually, I have a question for that game. Do they have voice samples for that game? Or is it like Q? They probably have voice samples, right? Japanese have very, very specific pitch accents, Jamie, just to fill you in on that thing. It's actually to the point where it's very noticeable the longer you learn Japanese, it's the more noticeable it becomes, in my opinion. So even to the speaker, it becomes very apparent that you're saying it differently. It's not that it's become unintelligible. So Japanese does have a much more stricter pitch accent that can make certain things unintelligible. English has an incredibly flexible pitch accent. English uses a stress accent instead, which a pitch accent is a third of stress accent. Stress accent in English increases the beat or the mora as well as the volume. So volume, beat, volume, length, and pitch changes with English stress accent. Japanese only changes pitch and not length or volume. They are voiced in robot tongue though. Oh, like really, really robot tongue. We're talking about Konbani. Konbani. How are you? This is an Inu. like Haiban, very, very striated sound. Is that what you're saying? Like, hello, welcome to the automated voice system for Maku-san. or something like that, you know, like the YouTube shorts. Just like Duolingo. Oh, that's not that bad. If it's like Duolingo, it's not that bad, I suppose. So it's AI trained synthetic voices as opposed to the very generic like robocall stuff, right? So they actually ended up using at least a trained voice bank. Or is the pitch accent all gone too? I imagine they have pitch accent. I'm trying to low key. I know we are all Japanese culture people, right? Does it sound like a Vocaloid? Is what I'm saying. Does it sound like a Vocaloid more than Duolingo? Because a Vocaloid still old techie. I had the dev come by my stream and I embarrassed the heck out of myself. Wait, what'd you do? I had the opportunity to meet, to speak briefly with a few indie devs across my time too. And it's one of those things like, oh, is that what you think? Well, I make this game. I'm like, I've got all the words that were new in Shoshingo, like scrub. I'm sure that's exactly what they want to see, you know, someone discovering or being reminded of specialized words here and there, right? Scrub, as in clothing scrub, like a medical scrub. Shrub. Oh, shrub. Oh my gosh. As in shrub, like shrubbery. I put in a C. Don't worry, it's me. That maybe that embarrassing, or like misreading an English word. Shrub. Wait, what's a shrub in Japanese? Well, what I mean is, what does a shrub refer to? Are we talking about like those little bundles outside of a residential home? I don't actually know what a shrub is. Like what qualifies as a shrub. I call them bushes. Is there a Japanese word for bush too? Yeah. Shrubbery. Shrubbery is something like I would ascribe to, apologies, stereotypically ascribe to British English, right? A shrub as opposed to a bush, right? That's pretty funny. What kind of interactions did you have with the dev, Indy? Okay, let's continue with our lesson as well. Osaka wa... I totally forgot. Kyo Osaka wa... Ame じゃないです。Okay. Next week will be sunny every day. 毎日 Wait, 来週毎日は晴れです。
来週毎日
Yes.
は
Whoops.
は
Oh, wait.
毎
Just
日
kidding. 毎日来週
は
は晴れ
晴れです
this. Next week it's the object. Or yeah, I guess you could call it that. Object slash eso. 来週 is the so. No? Oh, I'm confused. Oh no, wait. Did I screw up? No, yeah, I did screw up. Oh no, maybe not. Oh, wait. Oh, I did screw up. Oh, I screwed up bad here. Wait, I really screwed up bad. Raishu is the topic. And then mainichi is the frequency. And then it's technically, it will, oh, wow, I screwed up bad. Well, that's okay. Learning lesson. Yeah. My initial one was correct. Yeah. With the wa particle. Yeah. So, interesting. So, raishu wa mainichi. Yeah. Raishu wa mainichi wa... mainichi... Oh, wait. Hold up. Oh, yeah, it is. Every day is the object. It's the soul. Alright, I'm a pep. Yeah, Raishu is the topic. I mean, technically, I had the right, I had the thought, but I misplaced the order. Feels bad, man. It's okay. Stick to my gut next time. It's next week modifying every day, and every day will be sunny. And then when you translate that, it turns out to be next week will be sunny every day. Yeah. Okay. Lesson learned.
大阪
Osaka
は
wa
まだ
mada. Yes. My confidence has been shook. Or whatever the kids say these days. Okay. Osaka, well, I'm kidding. I'm being dramatic here. Osaka wa mada
今日
yo Osaka wa mada what is the word? Oh, it wasn't hot. No, it's not hot.
暑い
Atsui. Okay, so I totally forgot the word hot. And the other word is not. What was the other word? E something? Ikura? So I still don't know what the Niki. No. I don't know what the other word is either. So there are two words that I'm forgetting. So Atsui, Atsui, or
暑い
no, it's Atsui. Atsui is hot. So I totally forgot that word. We got 19 of the 21. So Atsui and the other word is missing. I don't know what the other word either.
ですね
Okay, let me double check here.
は
So 今日は大阪、今日は
まだ は まだ
I'll stick with this. 今日大阪はまだまだ暑いですね。Okay. Are the fireworks next week? Oh, I this is kind of redemption. 来週は花火ですか？
来週
来週は
花火でか
Huh. Sorry, I'm thinking what happens if how I would translate
花火
花
来週
火花火は来週ですか? If that's even Oh,
来週
what would that be? Is next week fireworks versus
来週花火
are there fireworks next week? Oh, wait, it was the other way. Oh boy. I'm thinking too much about it now. Okay. We get to practice, I suppose.
来週は
来週はあれ
毎日
毎日来週は晴れ
晴れ
です。
です
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely doing something backwards today. I need to stop doing this. Hold up. Yeah. I'm definitely messing up the frequency thing. So, let's try this again. So,
来週は
来週は Oh no.
花火来週花火
花火
来
は
週
来週
でか
How was I thinking about it? Oh, how was I thinking about it that caused me to think about it backwards here? So,
来週は毎日晴れです毎日来週来週毎日
okay. I know what I was doing. Okay. Kanji. Let's do all the new kanji prompts. Okay. Oki. Chisai.
小さい、
Oki.
大きい、
Oki.
大きい、
Chisai.
大きい、
Oki.
小さい、
Chisai. Yomimasu.
読みます。
古い。
新しい、
新しい。
大きい、
大きい。
お、
お。key. Where is key?
き、
小さい。
小さい、大きい、
大きい。
大きい、小
小
さい、
さい。Oh. Interesting. Right. Forgot about this.
大きい、
大きい。
新しい、古い、
古い。
見ます。
見ます。
小さい、ち、し、
Whoops.
し、さい、
大
きい。
Whoops.
大きい、見ま
見
す。
ます。
新しい、
え
小さい、
小さい。
古い、
古い。
お、き、 小さい。読みます。新しい。
Oops.
新しい。古い。大きい。
It's weird not saying anything. By not saying it out loud. Whoops. Okay. Alright. Close that chapter. Let's do this one. We're all in this together? What does that mean? Some kanji, like ji, are almost never found by themselves. Instead, oh, okay. Yep. Another topic. Nice. 話します。
話します。
Okay.
買います。
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 話します。小さい。読みます。
読みます。買います。話します。新しい。買います。います。
I see how they broke it up. That's pretty good.
話します。買います。
For the bigger ones.
買います。買います。話します。見ます。小さい。読みます。話します。話します。話します。大きい。
大きい。
買います。新しい。読みます。います。買います。話します。読みます。見ます。大きい。
Alright. Up and away. 買います。日曜日。
日曜日。買います。
買います。買います again。日曜日。
買います。
大きい。
大きい。
日曜日。
日曜日。
11時。
11時。
で、見ます。
買います。
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 日曜日。
日曜日。買います。買います。日曜日。
小さい。
小さい。
土曜日。
土曜日。買います。見ます。日曜日。
日曜日。
日。
Interesting.
日。
Oh.
曜日。日。
I was curious if they say the same thing or not. 話します。
話します。
読みます。
読みます。
日曜日。
日曜日。
11時。
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 買います。
Okay.
買います。大きい。日曜日。3時半。買います。読みます。
Alright. Oh, more extension, I suppose. Okay. 土曜日。話します。
話します。
土曜日。
土曜日。
土曜日 again.
土曜日。
話します。 2時半 ?2 時半
2時半
土曜日
土曜日
1時半
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 買います話し
ます
土曜日土曜半
Oops
半
話します
話し
え
土曜日土曜日話します
1時半
1時半
土曜日
土曜日買います
12時12時
12時話します話します読みます
読みます土
曜
曜
日
日2時半
2時半
3時半
3時半
話します
話します
土曜日土
曜
曜日
話します12時見ます土曜日11時日曜日
Oh, they
日
added
曜日
they added they added
じ
ooh. Oh, they swapped it up. That's pretty awesome. That didn't happen yesterday yet. Kuji. They swapped it up to have not back-to-back repeats. Interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet.
Yo. Bi.
1時半
Interesting. Interesting. G. That's different too from yesterday. Doyobi. I mean, like, they probably added this. So it's a different experience. Not that it wasn't added yesterday.
Ji.
Shichiji.
日曜日
Nichiyobi.
日曜日
Wait. Nichi? Oh. Chiyobi.
土曜日
Neat. Doyobi.
7時
Shichiji. So G. Oh, that is a lot harder. Only because I haven't been practicing it that way. Largely.
9
Fuji?
時
10時
10時
3時
3時
土曜日
土曜日
I see what they're doing with that too. Phonetics. 土曜日
日曜
Okay. 土曜日 again. 日
日曜
曜
日
日東京
東京
土曜日
土曜日
山口
山口
京
京
都
都
Sunday
日
日曜
曜日
日日曜日
土曜日
土曜日Sorry. I think this is getting really, really nice.
Do.
Wow.
日曜日
This is kind of sussy. And what I mean by sussy, I mean it's getting this is escalation of difficulty. Nakayama.
中山
But let's focus on writing though.
京
Kyoto.
都
Obviously, because we haven't bootstrapped around yet. 日曜日
日曜日
土
土曜
曜
日
日日
日
本
本
Pretty sweet. 土曜日。
土曜日、
日曜日。
日曜、土曜日、
Okay.
日曜日、
Oops.
土曜日、
日曜日。
日曜、
土曜日 again.
土曜、土曜日、
Yeah, so now it's only focusing on the B. So it's going to be 日曜日 and 土曜日。土曜日。
土曜日、土曜日、日曜日、日曜、
11時。
11時、
日本。12時。
12時、
12時。土曜日。
土曜日、
日曜日。
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 日曜日、日曜日、日曜日、7時、土曜日、半、京都、土曜日、土曜日、
Okay. 1時半。
1時半、
1時半。日
日
曜
曜
日
日。
3時半。
3時半、
土曜日。
土曜日、
日本。
日本、日曜日、
日曜日。
曜、日、
Interesting. Do they distinguish if I have it backwards? They still do. Okay. Fair enough. 土曜日. They clearly ascribed one sound to one and one sound to another.
買います。
買います。
日曜日、10時、
Oops.
12、10時、12、土曜日、
曜日. Dude, this is so crazy. And we still haven't completed this, so let's keep going. 日
日本、
土曜日。
土曜、
Nihon? Oh, because it's using the kanji overlap between Nihon and Doyobi. Yep, it's the other set.
京都、
Nice.
本、
Hon. Also put in Hon as well.
日本、
Alright. This is getting really good. I like this.
土曜日、
I'm willing to sacrifice the consistency in writing for having lessons like this.
田中、
That's pretty good. That's excellent.
Do.
Do.
曜日、
Okay.
日本
I'm not sure about those though. The ones that don't do the whole kanji, I'm not sure about those.
今日、
Oh,
今日、に、
Nihon.
本、
土曜日
Yeah. Not sure about that
日本、
yet. It does force you to read the entire stroke or the entire kanji, though. Writing everything mechanically doesn't necessarily tell you how to recognize what is missing. So,
土曜日、 本、
Tokyo,
東京、
Nichiyobi.
日曜、
Oh, that's 15 minutes already? Dang. The new exercises are crazy. I love it. I still miss writing though. I do miss writing. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. So, kinda got my sentence structures backwards today. That's a little bit concerning. I think we've sorted it out. Probably do some keyboard entry to get our hearts back. Because yesterday, we're blitzing through it. I think I got my my topic and object mixed up twice now, or 3 times actually. So let's make sure that's not the case. And we're going to start the new units, or the new half. So more vocabulary after we get our hearts back.
じゃあね。
花です。こんにちは。
Eh.
ケンです。こんにちは。
こんばんは。こんばんは。
You might be thinking, man, konbanwa is not worth typing, but it's actually deceptive
どうぞよろしく。
because of the ha, right? In my opinion, that's something Duolingo doesn't actually tell you anything about. Let's see. Those. Oh, hey. Dozo yoroshiku. I can see some parts of it. Dozo yoroshiku. Anyways.
また明日。
Whoops. I missed the ah.
花です。こんにちは。
Too quick. Gotta take my time.
ナオミです。どうぞよろしく。
What? Oh. Oh. I missed the ro.
ナオミさん、また明日。
こんばんは、花です。
Oh, they wanted to do it reverse. Oh no, I spelled. Oh, I missed it. Whoops. Okay. Gotta slow down. Okay. How did I miss again? Oh, somehow I typed ha instead of na? That's weird.
また明日。ナオミです。どうぞよろしく。
How am I doing this over and over again? What is going on, keyboard? Hello? Keyboard? I'm definitely positive I typed uro. Dang. It's the same phrase over and over again. What the heck is going on? How? Oh.
ナオミです。ど
That's
うぞ
actually
よろしく。
that time it was actually on me. At that time, that was my fault. Okay. Got me too complacent. Let's focus. Focus.
チーズ。
天ぷらは100円ですか？
Okay.
そば。じゃあ水をください。
アイスコーヒーはどうですか？
このそばはとても美味しいです。このピザは大きいですね。
What? Like that? Oh, okay. I haven't typed A key before in a long time. Okay, it's fine.
このおにぎりは小さいですね。
Okay. Oh boy. Maybe. We'll find out. Nice.
じゃあ、アイスクリームを4つください。
Of course you would do that. Okay. Maybe? Maybe? Nope. Ice. Oh, Keriu. Oh. Kerimu. Not Karimu. Fine. 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 I'm not fine. Daijoubu janai desu. What was this? I'm guessing it's maybe that? I guess we'll find out. It is not. Wait, oh, did I spell? Did I typo somewhere? Oh my gosh, I typoed on kudasai.
あ、水をください。
I'm not repeating. I'm trying very, very hard not to ask for a repeat. That's what I'm doing right now. No repeats. Like, once I hear it, I'm gonna try to recall the whole thing. Oh, here we go again. Okay. Are you serious? What did I do this time? It's Kurimu. Oh my gosh, I thought it was Kirimu. Oh my.
じゃあ、アイスクリームを4つください。
I missed both the ice creams. Heckin Kurimu. Heckin katakana, man. I don't remember the prompt. I'm just gonna take a guess. I didn't remember the prompt, so Yotsu. Okay. Yotsu. Okay. How did I screw this up? Oh. I remember. Okay. Okay. Heckin ice cream. Cream. Okay.
「じゃあ、アイスクリームを4つください。」
Holy heck. Yeah, ordering things is very difficult to type out. I've come to realize that now. Instead of just saying it.
カナダ
Okay.
それはイギリスですか？
はい、カナダ人です。日本人です。
Excuse me? I guess I can't do that? That must be... Oh. No, never mind. Oh yeah. I guess I can't do that.
イギリスは大きいですか？
Maybe it's a different kanji? Hmm.
これは日本ですか？
アメリカ人です。
イギリス人です。
いいえ、カナダ人です。
ブラジル人。
Oh my gosh. Oh, not a sentence. Still gets me every time. Okay.
Nihon?
I don't think I can do this one, so let's just do it in Kana. Okay. Oh,
日本人です。
I've got the desk.
ブラジル人。
Okay. Alright. Off to a rough start today. Alright, let's get into our new vocab. Describe your family. Alright. Some more family things. I'm guessing now we get the things like One-san and whatnot.
弟さんは何歳ですか？
Ototo-san. Yeah.
弟さん。
Ototo-san wa... Hey, Cozy. Hello. Ototo-san. Nansai desu ka? Okay. How old is your younger brother? Ototo-san. Ototo-san wa... That looks like an office worker, so I'm looking for a Kaishain.
会社員
Kaishain. Jessica. Ototo. Ototo-san wa kaishain. Jessica. It's going pretty well, Cozy. A little rough start in the beginning today. Got my grammar kind of flipped backwards. Not too bad. What is up at your end? What is it up? What are our other choices? Denshirenji. That's microwave. And Ueno Koen. Ueno Park. And Bareboru. Bareboru.
弟さんもサッカーをしますか？
弟さんもサッカーをします。OK? サッカーをしますか？弟さんもサッカーをしますか？ Does your younger brother also play soccer? Look at that guy, old chap. Ototo-san wa I don't have a brother, unfortunately. Ototo-san wa 2 plus 2 equals 4? Are we gonna say gakusei desu ka? Yes.
学生
What's up with the 2 plus 2 equals 4 thing? Man. What do we have? Yokohama. Self-explanatory. Yokohama. Hondana bookshelf. And 2 plus 2 equals 22. Identity perp. That's a programming joke, you know? That's also a programming joke. You could put the 2 in quotes, right? Quote 2 plus quote 2 definitely equals 22. You know? There's notation for that. Jihanki. Yeah, Jihanki. Vending machine. My younger brother is a vending machine. Just kidding.
弟さんも東京に住んでいますか？
弟さんも東京に住んでいますか？ 22 equals plus equals 2. Does your younger brother also live in Tokyo?
私の兄弟は賑やかです。
Okay, here's something new. 私の兄弟 brother 兄弟 siblings, brother, siblings. More in a sibling capacity, yeah. Siblings, 兄弟. Generally speaking, because of me playing lots of, I guess, organized crime and cop related things, 兄弟 is used as brothers, as in siblings from another mother, kind of usage. 兄弟. 兄弟.
私の兄弟は賑やかです。
私の兄弟は賑やかです。Okay. My siblings are lively.
兄弟はいますか？
兄弟は Imasu ka? Imasu? Huh? Interesting.
はいますか
Why imasu ka? Imasu. Oh, we finally have it. Wow, it's been
Why
so
imasu ka?
long to get imasu in this way. Interesting. Huh. Finally have imasu. The one that I feel is more commonly used to start compared to arimasu. Right. And this is the first time. So this is the aru and iru. This is the first occurrence of iru. So here you go. And it's in the context of kyodai. A person or people. Do you have siblings? Okay.
田中さん、兄弟はいますか？
Okay.
田中さん、
Tanaka-san,
兄弟
kyodai
はいますか？
waimasu. Oh, and then they did the same thing where they clumped aru with the target particle. Just to emphasize, I see why they did it now. Where they had ga arimasu grouped together versus wa imasu ka or wa imasu. Not that I would break it up that way. I would still bump it with the target. So, Tanaka-san, kyodai wa imasu ka? As opposed to Tanaka-san, kyodai wa imasu ka? It does make a difference to me, per se. And I do pause slightly for like half a mora. And I'm probably going to continue to do that. Maybe one day it'll disappear, who knows. But I still like the pitch, prioritizing the whole pitch accent thing. Because the pitch accent for particles are attached to the words before it, not in front of it. So, Tanaka-san, kyodai wa imasu ka? As opposed to Tanaka-san, kyodai wa imasu ka? That can produce a little weird. It feels a little weird. I do understand why they clump these together though. Wa imasu. To contrast with ga arimasu.
花さん、兄弟はいますか？
Hana-san, kyodai wa imasu ka? Right. Hana, do you have... I don't see a mo. Okay, do you have siblings?
弟がいます。
Ototo ga imasu. Okay, so there's the ga now, right? So you can technically modify to make it very specific. In this case though, interesting. So the whole like half kind of sort of falls apart with iru. Sort of. Although oftentimes I still think of half because siblings itself is, and then my younger brother is providing enough context without the ga. And siblings is often like more personal. So maybe not. It's kind of, it's a kind of a gray area for kyodai wa imasu ka? It's a question still, though. It's a question, so I still implying have. I'm thinking back to my video on a comment on aru and iru when translating to have. They're still in the form of a question directed at someone. 弟がいます。弟がいます。My younger brother. I have a younger brother.
有名な弟がいます。
Okay.
有名
na. They threw in a na adjective. 有名な
弟。有名な弟がいます。がいます。
有名な so they threw in na adjectives as well. 有名な弟がいます。有名な弟がいます。
かわいい弟がいます。
かわいい弟がいます。I have a cute younger brother.
エリカさん、兄弟はいますか？
エリカさん、兄弟はいますか？はい、弟がいます。Okay. Yeah, that checks out. The other one is 明日そう。Oh, sorry. 明日掃除機 suck machine 明日掃除機を買います。Okay. I wanna buy a suck machine.
うるさい弟がいます。
うるさい弟がいます。Ooh, okay. I have an annoying younger brother.
ナオミさん、兄弟はいますか？
ナオミさん、兄弟はいますか？はい。弟がいます。Fair enough. And then we have 本番水屋ピッツァ屋 I said 水屋今晩ピッツァ屋に行きます Fair enough. In the evenings you go to a pizza shop? Sure. Okay. Does your younger brother also live in Tokyo? Okay. 弟も東京に住んでいますか？弟さん Sorry. 弟さん I just completely ignored the lesson. 弟さんも東京に
住んでいます。
か Have a nice younger brother. Bringing back the nice, one of the first words you learn. 優しい弟がいます。弟がいます。優しい弟がいます。
優しい弟がいます。
Okay. All right, we're back into the groove. Let's get back into the groove. One of these is Japanese. Nihongo. It's clearly 6. 6 is cool.
日本語
Nihongo.
お姉さんは何歳ですか？
One-san. Right? Oh, one.
お姉さん。
One-san. One-san. Multiple. One-san. One-san. One-san wa nansai desu ka? Oh, so they're doing the same pattern now with another family member. Okay. How old is your older sister? One-san. Let me guess. One-san.
お姉さん、
お姉さんはどこに住んでいますか? What are our other choices? 冷蔵庫? Of course. 冷蔵庫? Ooh, I got that on. I didn't say ku by accident. 冷蔵庫? Fridge. 美容院? Hospital. And Akihabara, which, by the way, I didn't realize that it's the Akihabara, the anime city, anime Toshi, anime no Toshi. Yeah, I forgot that Akihabara. It's a coincidence probably that they included Akihabara, but one of the major motivations probably you probably want to know the city Akihabara, probably. Anyways.
お姉さんは会社員ですか？
お姉さんは会社員。会社員ですか? Is your older sister an office worker? Okay.
お姉さんも東京に住んでいますか？
Is your older sister also from Tokyo or live in Tokyo? Whoops. Does your older sister also live in Tokyo? いいえ、姉は、ooh, I see. Clever. So they're juxtaposing it that one-san is from a different perspective than ane. So ane is first person and one-san is third person. So neat. That's a clever way to do it, I suppose. Sumimasen, what was the other one? Sumimasen, kono ramen wa ikura desu ka? Excuse me, how much is this ramen? Ie, ane wa Osaka ni sundemasu. No, my older sister lives in Osaka.
私も日本語の先生です。
Oh, what's this? 私も日本語のsenseiです。Ah, so
の
for
No.
Okay. So it's characterizing it's kind of functioning similarly to the other no. But in this case now we have Nihongo. And they kind of say of,
No.
but it's kind of implied of, for, or one. So what kind of teacher person is. Or I am, I guess. I'm also a Japanese teacher. And Japanese as in the low, that's a good question. Oh, that's cool. So wait. Hold up. This is actually neat. There's a clarification here that English doesn't have, in my opinion. So I feel like the no, wow. This is different because watashi mo Nihongo no sensei, sensei desu, is saying, I am also a Japanese language teacher, right? However, in this case, they colloquially simplified it into the ambiguous casual form of English. Instead of saying, I'm also a Japanese language teacher. Because if you say, I'm also a Japanese teacher, you can't define if they're saying they're a teacher who happens to be Japanese or a teacher who teaches Japanese language, right? So in this case, though, there's no mistaking it in the Japanese. Although I would say, I personally, if I was being specific in English, I wouldn't say Japanese teacher. I would probably say Japanese language teacher, who happens to also be Japanese. In this case, if the person is Japanese, which also teach Japanese language, I would still say or that person is also a Japanese language teacher who happens to be Japanese as well. But in this case, you can't make that mistake in that Japanese sentence. Interesting. Very interesting. The things you take for granted when you're speaking a native language, right? I don't think you can get away with saying, well, you know, would you? So I don't know the grammar point yet for this. If you can say something like, watashi mo Nihonjin no sensei desu, right? I don't know if you can say that. I'll have to look it up this evening if you can actually say that. Watashi mo, probably not. I don't know. Yeah. In this case, though, it's clearly I'm also a Japanese language teacher. So I would probably more accurately translate this to I'm also a Japanese language teacher. In my opinion.
弟は野球のコーチです。
弟は野球のコーチ。Oh, coach. Coachy. Coachy desu. Okay. All right. And how are they using it? This yaku no. Okay, just the standard no particle. Sure. Coachy. Okay. Okay. So my younger brother, Ototo, my younger brother, first person, is a baseball coach. Okay, cool. Moving right along. Kochi. I can get behind that. Kochi. Unlike what can't I get behind? It Barebolu. No. See, I don't like volleyball. Is it Bareri-bolu? There's Bareri-bolu. No, I feel like I'm missing a kana. It's something like that.
本当ですか?
I'm always
弟
missing
も
a
サッ
kana.
カーのコーチです。
Honto desu ka? Bringing back the honto desu ka? Honto desu ka? Honto desu ka? Ototo mo sakka no kochi desu. What a weird coincidence. Really? My younger brother is also a soccer coach. Cute.
姉はオーストラリアが好きです。
Orchestra? Oh, oh, su, osto. No, that's not it. Ostoraria. It kind of reminds me of orchestra,
オ
though.
ーストラリア。
Oh no, Australia. It's so bad with katakana. Oh my gosh, Australia. Okay. Sorry, Australians. This is gonna be a problem because I would have started with asu, Australia versus Australia. That threw me off like crazy. So Australia, Australia, Australia. Let me hear this again.
オーストラリア。
Yeah. Australia. Okay. All right. Made myself sound like a buffoon, but all right. Ane wa Australia. Ane wa Australia ga suki desu. Australia ga suki desu. Okay. My older sister likes Australia. Great. Australia. 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 Australia ga sukimasu. Australia ga sukimasu. Or ski desu. Whoops. Ski desu. Australia ga suki desu. Ane wa Australia ga suki desu.
はい、姉は日本語の先生です。はい、
はい。
姉
姉は日本語
日本語
Nice. 日本語
の
の
先生です。はい、姉は日本語の先生です。
はい、姉は日本語の先生です。温かい。
温かい。
寒い。寒い。寒い。
寒い。
ポストカード。ポストカード。Yeah, it's going up. ポストカード。
ポストカード
And Q.
Q。
And コーチ。
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 姉の彼氏はオーストラリア出身です。姉
What? 姉
は
は何？
姉の彼氏はオーストラリア出身です。のは
Why am I having such a hard time hearing this?
姉の彼氏はオーストラリア出身です。
Oh,
彼氏はオーストラリア出身です。姉の彼氏はオーストラリア出身です。
I was getting hung up on kareshi. 姉の彼氏、姉の彼氏はオーストラリ、oh my gosh. オーストラリア出身です。姉の彼氏はオーストラリア出身です。
姉の彼氏はオーストラリア出身です。
オーストラリア出身です。Okay. 姉は日本語の I like how they use a speech bubble, the Duolingo speech bubble to never mind.
日本語
の先生です。What else do we have? 電話、phone, ゲーム、self-explanatory, and サラダ、self-explanatory.
弟さんもオーストラリアに住んでいますか？
弟、oh no, same thing. 弟もオーストラリアに住んでいますか？いいえ、弟はカナダに住んでいます。Fair enough. What else we have? 今週も暖かいですか？This week. 今週。I forgot about 今週。Yes, my older sister is a Japanese teacher. Okay. So. はい。姉。Oh, sorry. はい。姉は日本語の先生です。
姉は日本語の先生です。
Oh, I forgot はい。
はい。
My older sister's boyfriend is from Australia. Oh, that's the phrase that was said in the listening exercise. 姉の彼氏はオーストラリアに出身です。Wait. No, just 出身です。Yes. 出身です。So, 姉の彼氏は
オーストラリア出身です。
What unit am I on now? Unit 9. Oh no, Unit 8. I'll know right after this. I think it's Unit 8. I'm on Unit 8. Oh, Section 2. Alpha. Okay, off we go.
妹がいます。
妹がいます。Okay. The only 妹 is not new, but it's using it with respect to がいます or iru, ga iru. So that's the new word. It's the new context. New context. I have a younger sister.
私も日本語ができます。
私も日本語ができます or
ができます。
できます No, can play. Interesting. New word? Actual new word. できます So でくる No, できます How much do I do? Do I do every day? It's not dekiru, but I don't think it's dekiru. Oh, is it dekiru? It's a iru? Oh, it's an iru plane? I see. Interesting. How much do I do every day? I do 12 lessons. 12 lessons every day. 12 lessons plus personalized practice. So sometimes it's between 12 and 15. On Wednesdays I do 6 or plus 3. So plus or minus 3 because of personalized practice. On a full day is 12 lessons. On a half day, which is Wednesday, is 6 lessons plus or minus 3. And as much kanji in between. So this is an ichidan. Interesting. Okay. All right. 私も日本語ができます。Okay. All right. Is there a reason why you're crying? Or what does that even mean? I don't actually know what that emoji is supposed to mean. I also I know I also know Japanese. Fair enough. Japanese language. I also know Japanese language. The Japanese language. Okay. Imoto wa Nihongo ga dekimasu.
日本語
できます。日本語は妹は日本語ができます。日本語ができます。What do we have? Dekuchi. Is it strange how they translate to no? It doesn't feel too literal? No. It actually feels great that they do not take it literally. Translation to me is an interpretation of the core of the meaning of the sentence. Much like iru and aru, I tend to, if it is basic, like exists, then it exists. However, if it's personalized with ga or a directed question or inferring something, in English it would be more natural to say, do you have something? Not that there exists something. However, you have to remember both, in my opinion. So it's actually more natural to say no as opposed to taking the literal translation of dekiru. Even though this is the first time I've seen dekiru in Japanese. Literal makes things feel unnatural to me as an English speaker. You understand, but personally, I love the more literal translation when learning helps separate between the two languages. That's fair. I don't believe those two languages are separated. I actually love that languages are connected. So we have different personalities. It would be like me saying I want to separate my Chinese side from my American side, but I'm multicultural. I like them to be together and within each other's context. So naturally, I work more towards making the connections versus separating them. I'm not a person that likes to take on the purist approach to learning. I remember a lot more things when things are connected as opposed to be separated. But maybe it's because I don't like having to know a language through the eyes of two different languages. Yeah, I know languages through the eyes of 5 languages, and I enjoy that they're all connected. So in order for me to remember and not forget certain things, I associate all of them together. Keeping them separate can work really well if you're a mechanical person, if you don't like interference. It makes sense to compartmentalize. I don't excel at compartmentalizing, so it's not my major technique. Kind of like when I was talking about stuff, maybe being ESL affects this. Are you ESL alpha, or are you like near native in a lot of them, like in English? Oh, okay. I enjoy both. So it's not I guess you asked me if it doesn't feel too literal. The answer is it doesn't feel too literal. I agree. And it also communicates another idea. So for me, being multicultural, it's both, not one or the other. So most of the time, I would generally say, I agree with you. I know how you feel. I also know how other English people feel. So most of the time, I would say both. All of the above. So both you, whatever you say, and including whatever I say. The downside to saying both is that it slows the person down in learning. So like if your goal is to learn Japanese as fast, oftentimes forgetting that you have another language or compartmentalizing that you have another language can speed it up. It doesn't establish a deeper connection for me. I like to slow down and establish a deeper connection between Japanese and English. So most of the time, I spend a lot of time talking about these things. Like, I like translation as an interpretation as opposed to a literal translation. Because when you focus, in my opinion, when you focus on literal translation, things are lost in translation more often than not. So I put in words here and there, and I remember both of them. So I could say things like, when you use, for example, it's gonna come up again soon. Ane-san, or like, let's use a more common question. Kyodai. Kyodai wa ikimasu ka? So you could interpret it literally. Kyodai wa ikimasu ka? What would you think the translation for that is? Oh, thanks. Yeah. So for me, as an English person, I want to believe that in Japanese, I'm asking the person if they have siblings, as opposed to do siblings exist. So they might interpret it differently for sure. Like, my intent is to ask them if they have siblings. And the literal translation would be, do siblings exist? Or are there siblings? That's still a translation, a bit more of a translation or interpretation. So iru and aru is a great place to start about if I'm trying to feel natural. And I talked about this a little bit about aru and iru. And when it came to interviews, like when someone is interviewing a bilingual person in Japanese, when that question is brought up, they're using it in the sense that they have siblings or they have family members here. So ultimately, my interpretation is, yeah, it's not a literal translation of the words. The intent is different though. So it's kind of nice. It's both. It's weird. And you get to choose. I guess you get to choose. Yeah. Good question. Excellent question. I slow down a lot. These tangents are the reasons. I love to make the connection of languages, and it slows me down in learning Japanese. Not that it's a bad, it's not an undesirable thing for me. It's a consequence. I'm willing to trade off the time to explore the connections between two languages, as opposed to focusing on how they're different. The nice thing I would say is most people that I've encountered do that for me. So I don't have to focus on doing that. So instead of me, for example, if you're saying, where do I save the amount of time, right? So I look for the connections between languages. Most of the people that I've encountered when they come and see me learn Japanese are focused on how they are different. So it's fair, right? Because Duo focuses on how they're similar. It's based on a translation model where you relate on translating. So oftentimes what you're focused on is checking the similarities between them. And then the people who don't use Duo to learn things, they're more focused on the differences and compartmentalizing. So they tend to focus and explain how something doesn't exist in English versus something that does exist in Japanese. And I don't have to do that work. Others will continue to tell me what it's different about. And that saves me time. It does save me time while everyone is focused on the differences. So you could say I'm a little bit of a hipster person, only because other people do the work for me. So I don't have to really do that. Hey, Sweat. When I'm looking up words to memorize them, I usually pick the most abstract meaning as less details as possible. I see. Sometimes I take the picture of whatever anime I'm watching and memorize the feelings instead of an English word to memorize. I see. I do think focusing on differences is pretty bad for learning things though. Okay. So I'm going to be a little bit more specific. I kind of agree with you, yes and no. Focusing on differences can help learn something, but focusing on similarities can make memory work better. Your strat is reading books? Nice. I just started reading books, but cool. What kind of books do you read? Lotus introduced me to grade readers, so I explored that last evening, and maybe I'll do grade readers in the future. So learning is a novel concept, right? Learning, what I mean is learning deals with novelty. Memory, the memory component of learning is often stronger based on association. You're currently reading Mushoku Tensei 3. Interesting. I'm not familiar with that, so I hope it's a good read. So, I like to separate the two because oftentimes when people say learning, they're either almost strictly referring to the recall, as in how much you remember, versus conceptual understanding, as in this thing exists and I'm aware there are things I have forgotten and that I should know. That's learning for the first time. And then memory is the other component. And when you focus on differences, it works against you for memory. And usually associations empower memories. It's an untapped resource for memory. However, when it comes to learning, looking at differences may be useful. I usually do both. I look at how they're different and similar when trying to learn something. And oftentimes for memory, I focus on how they're similar because they're associated. So I make associations for the memory aspect of learning. However, I do both differences and similarities for learning. However, since I'm using Duolingo, most people focuses on differences. So I focus less on differences because I know other people will provide those differences for me, if you know what I mean. So I devote a bit less now to finding differences, naturally speaking, because most people will do the work for me. So in that way, I can provide the counterpoint to someone and have a good discussion about it. So we don't talk against each other, but we talk with each other. So if I focus on things that are similar between the languages, and most people learn by focusing on the differences, together, when I say something, it'll be interesting to the person, and what they'll say will be interesting to me. If I am not streaming and I'm learning in like complete absence of things, learning would be both looking at the differences and the similarities. And then when I try to remember the stuff, I would use similarities to associate. So much like what Chad said, I think, about the anime. Yeah, pictures of anime. You're making associations, although you're compartmentalizing the words because you're associating them with interference. So like the English words themselves are creating interference. However, the images of mnemonic devices, or not mnemonic per se, but images are dissociating you from the reliance on the English text. For me, I would do all of the above. For memory techniques, it would be associate with meaning, feeling, touching, writing, and the visuals, both language and stuff. So instead of saying I need to forget what the English word looks like, or the romaji, or the kana, because I'm trying to remember a kanji word, or like a kanji, I would use all of them. I would leverage all of them instead of trying to fight against them. But I have to do them in a very strategic way so that it doesn't mean that I'm solely relying on the English word first, then the romaji. So I'm not going from English to romaji to kana to kanji. I choose a point and I rotate between them. Sometimes I think about the kana, go to romaji, pronounce it, go to English, and then go back to kanji. Or I can use English, go to romaji, pronounce it, then go to the kana, and then go to kanji. You can start the kanji, pronounce it, up to kana, and then go to English and skip romaji. So I just do different different exercises. So for me, yesterday someone said it already. SoCal said the traditional thing about like, oh, Romaji is just a crutch for something. I get that. If that's not necessary for you, right? For me, I like to do what Duo does in a way, is all of the above. If you start at 1, which leads to 2, 3, and 4, then swap it up. Start at 2, go to 1, 3, 4. Start at 3, go to 2, 1, 4. Then start at 4, go to 3, 2, 1. Go to 3, 4, 2, 1. So I basically keep myself on my toes and swap the order in which I'm doing all the tasks. And eventually I get to speed up and practice all those associations. So when I talk, I'm not just talking in Japanese, or I'm not just talking English, but I'm talking in both at the same time. So when I switch over to like something like going Hujiwa, Hujiwa Jirung Gongwa Sai Hujiwa, right? So I can go back and forth, because if I'm trying to say something mid-sentence, like how do I talk about Nippon wa Jirung, just go back, right? Like go back and forth. I basically just said I don't know what else to say in Japanese, or I can't say anything in Japanese, right? Or ingun. Jirung go sai ingun, right? Sai ingun jirung. May I what to say afterwards, right? So the idea is that even though the language systems and the grammatical structure might be different, I want to be able to simultaneously think in all the languages. I'm not trying to switch over like gears. And that's probably something because I grew up like this. I grew up speaking like a combination of Chinese and English. What did I miss? What a chat. I gave up on page 10. Too many words. Interesting. I understand completely, but a lot of words you can't really translate. Yeah. That's why I don't focus on literal translation. So when you just illustrated my point of literal translation, the idea is you're expressing the essence of your intent. So oftentimes gamified things like Duo and learning from textbooks and whatnot does not capture the essence of conversation. So that's why a lot of people often says, oh yeah, if you're book smart, if you do this, it does not circumvent the need for the eccentricity of human communication that aligns with verbal like non-communication and like intent and whatnot. The feelings and stuff are experience based. So a lot of times someone said yesterday, someone made the comment of you can't really necessarily substitute for actual interactions with the people who use the language in their culture. So that was that person's intent. However, they said without being there, like in a country. Well, Fujianese is my parents' source. So since I'm around my parents, I've captured the essence of Fujianese. So even though I might not know all the vocabulary or have literacy, I don't secondhand talk about how I can express and troubleshoot through using Fujianese. Right? I can't explain this. I don't know how to explain this, but at least I can ask Eking bangway gong GJ mai gong. Right? So my essence of understanding translational and appreciation for language tends to be one of, can you use the language to learn something about the essence of the language? So when you communicate with someone, if you can solve a problem using their language, that is the essence of translation to me, not the literal translation stuff. So I tend to, I guess I have a slight bias towards the focus practice of literal translation versus capturing the essence. So when you say you can't translate ski, right? Ski is a noun, but to like is a verb. You can express that in English, not literally. You can express it using English. So ski is a nominative. You can have likes and dislikes, right? So how many likes do you have? That likes can transcend the old usage of the word likes. Likes was synonymous for hobbies. So I would, in this case, to replace ski as a noun, I would say interest. The word I would use to capture the essence of likes in a noun would not be to like, but interest. In the use of the noun interest, as in what are your interests? Perhaps you might even go stronger and use hobbies, but there's a word for hobbies in Japanese, sumi, right? So, essence, which makes it confusing to compare between two languages in the first place. Sure, fair enough. Just read more and it will become second nature. Okay, you're responding to those. Once I am good enough, I will use monolingual dictionary, which will solve this for you. Interesting. Fair enough. Do you think in language though? Isn't language just expressing your thoughts? Do I think in language? You mean think in Japanese? I don't think about it. I use it, I guess. Like, for example, if I start speaking Fujonese, I'm going to use Fujonese. I guess I would think in Fujonese at the time I'm using Fujonese. Yes. However, right now I'm thinking in English because I'm explaining things in English. Oh. He is to like. It's not the literal. It's not the literal translation though. The literal translation would be favorable. True. If you're going deeper, the literal translation is favorable. However, I would go even above that. But 99% of the time when watching, it would translate to, yeah, sure. But I would go above that. There are definitely other ways. Like favored, I would probably use bias or preference. I would use the term preference probably. So there are a lot of other levels of translation. For me, translation is as long as you capture the essence of the thing. I'm not an exacting person because most of the time communication is an art, in my opinion, and less of a science. I know how that sounds to linguists. I probably just hot taked my way into being public enemy number one to a linguist. However, I do use a language, one language for most of my life that dealt with the essence of the thing. So how does this, if I give you an example of translation that I do, I would use the word interpreter. I prefer to say the word interpreter. I'm more of an interpreter than a translator, right? So when someone comes to my house and my mother would be yelling and raising her voice, and this person would not know the language, and they would seem like she's angry, and she would say, I don't know, "Ay, 你樣紅啊，你仲旺啊，你成我對打你 okay?" So, if I would interpret it to that person, I would say, if I were translating, right, like most people would be translating, I would say that my mother just said, you're very stupid, everything is wrong to you. Okay? Something like that. Something like that. Instead, I would interpret it as, my mother's upset that someone did something silly. Because she's not angry. That's one of the things, right? Like, she's not actually angry. But if you change it to a perspective of saying, oh, my mother actually used the word idiot, and that everything that person does is stupid, that is communicating a different feeling or essence. My mother is not calling this person idiot per se and saying that they're the dumbest person in the world. That's not her expression that she's trying to do. But if you translate the word to that, the intent is not what my mother is saying. She is not using it in that capacity. So you would sacrifice a lot of the literal words she's using to communicate the feelings that is in the word she's using. So a lot of times, yeah, I can't understand a lot of people. You think it's more English is the issue? I disagree. Because as Fujianese, it's very hard because I have to teach my mother how English a lot of times. And there are just like, it's the same thing. So my mother would ask, like, how would I explain to her what sprinkles means? Sprinkles, the noun in English. I would use the essence of interpreting what a sprinkle is in order to explain to her what sprinkle is in Fujianese. Not using sprinkles. Try that, I suppose. If you're bilingual and if you're bilingual and there's an ESL person in your life, try to explain to them in their language what sprinkles mean in English. This is a actual example from my life, I suppose. And I talked about rain, and then I talked about how it looks like rain when you're sprinkling sprinkles onto something. And the reason why sprinkles is now a noun as opposed to the verb sprinkles, like sprinkling something, versus sprinkling, like the sprinkles on an ice cream. My mother works at a bakery. That was explained not necessarily when someone says, oh, I want sprinkles. Like, oh, the candy that you sprinkle on. Is that why it is called that? I have no idea. I have no idea. But the idea is I need to make it salient so that my mother sees the connection between the word in English and her language, as opposed to translation is not always possible. No, it isn't. That's why I didn't use the word translation. Terms aren't always one-to-one. That's exactly what I'm saying. And even if they physically mean the same, it doesn't mean the term would evoke the same emotions. Yep, exactly. That is my thank you for being far more concise than myself. Translation is not always possible, so I interpret things. Most of my life I've been using interpretation as opposed to focusing on translation. With that said, I totally love when people are so good at translation though. So what I mean by that is those who find really clever ways to translate things, that's pretty sweet. I can't say I resonate with that passion. It's very difficult. And I hats off to all the linguists in the world that are trying to make everything one-to-one. But I can't do that. I usually don't do that as well, most of the time. I can usually understand the interpretation of something from the literal meaning of it. Yeah, and I kind of skip that a lot of times. So this has been a really interesting journey for me in Japanese, because Japanese is very structured in a sense, and I haven't learned it like this in a while. So what I mean is, I haven't learned language like this in a while, where it's incredibly structured. Someone, I just finished a comments section discussion with exchange with someone on one of my YouTube videos. I told them, they were saying like, oh yeah, immersion is one of the most, total immersion is one of the most efficient ways of quote unquote picking up the speech, the construction phase, and creative construction, interpretive phase of language acquisition. And I totally agree. However, I told them that not that I don't know this method, I genuinely want to use a different method now. So Duolingo has been a challenge for me for some time, because the way Duolingo tries to, I don't know, teach you, there was another person who suggests that Duolingo doesn't teach any language, but teach you is through that mechanical manner in which you learn exactly what Sweat said, where translation is not always possible, terms aren't always one-to-one. There are some limitations to this, and I'm doing this for fun because I actually don't do it this way most of the time to understand things. I'm usually on the interpretive side. So nowadays, most of my discussions deal with people translating things, and oftentimes I just take it in because I don't focus on that, but there are a lot of people who like to do those things, and they are the ones who are spending their time sharing that with me. So then I don't necessarily have to spend that time to do that. I spend more time focusing on my interpretive skills. So most of the time I focus on speaking and explaining things from my perspective, or maybe from other people's perspective. And then other people provide their attempts at being very exact and literal and whatnot. It's pretty cool. I think it's a great harmonious, I feel like largely my experience so far has been pretty compromising. Or what I mean is it's a harmonious relationship, a mutual relationship. I like interpreting things. If that's, it can lead to incorrectness and correctness, but I don't necessarily think it's any more inconsistent than being able to literally translate things. So when I'm talking, right, when you're talking your native speak, I like to believe that one isn't hanging on every single word all the time. Even for someone like myself, take it with a grain of salt, I'm fairly high functioning. I would say I'm a little bit above average when it comes to high functioning. So even for me, I still cut out some of the words when someone is talking to me. When I'm reading things, it's static, so I can scrutinize it to my heart's content, for sure. However, I do not believe that there's a robot human out there that circumvented the human condition of not being completely attentive to every single word. And the more comfortable you become with the language, the more interpreting you do instantaneously versus trying to literally take in each and every word when someone is speaking. What I realize bothers me the most about Japanese courses is the fact that polite Japanese verbs can act as a kiddie pool, while people can functionally communicate but lack the pronunciation guidelines for the full language. Okay. That sounds like a potential perspective. Yeah. A kiddie pool, huh? Well, this kid likes to be young. So, sorry if you might find it almost... You can get so far with imas, fair enough. So have you completed the Duolingo course? Because I can tell you that it doesn't stick with imas, but all right. I think that you're taking a jab at Duolingo again, because it doesn't change until section 3. All kids take time to grow up. And personally, I prefer to think of kids as beacons of potentialness, unlike someone who lacks empathy, in which people actually learn as their kids. So perhaps one day you might be able to appreciate that being young once again and reinvigorate someone to connect with their emotions, as opposed to providing detached, adult-oriented condescension on being young. Main problem is I see that root learning lacks a deeper emotional connection with the words. I suppose. Yes, I suppose. I can't really take that comment. That's a very loaded statement, I suppose. I'm gonna say it's a very loaded statement. And by ROTE, that's an esoteric term for me, but I'm guessing you mean like pattern, bootstrapping pattern things. I'm not into, I'm even gonna have to clarify that. Because I would agree if it deals with like detached abstract association, like things like the number 1 is number 1, number 2 is number 2, number 3 is number 3, without any form of association. I'm not quite familiar with any other language where you can be linguistically covered with first year concepts while avoiding later ones. The way you speak English reminds me of that. So you speak with no form of emotional attachment. It's kind of like a kid who only knows how to say the accurate things, but have no command of its expressiveness. If you're wondering. I mean, you know a lot of details, but the way you use English is very, very dry and not really capturing the essence of mature language, in my opinion, if you want to give an example. It might not be first year concepts though, but perhaps like high school level concepts. And I'm more on the side of sweat when I say one of the biggest connections to a language, in my opinion, is being able to express things to other people using the language. So when Hideyoshi, I feel like we've had this discussion many times already indirectly. Most of your comments do not express things. It simply states things in an indicative form. So this is what it is. This is that. This is that. You are only this. Like, this is the way. This is what's lacking. So if I had to say there's an element of English that few people master or try to master, are not covered in the first couple years of English conception. And so much so that that's why I also feel the same way about the way I know Japanese now. I mean, like filling out missing words over and over or memorizing word yeah. Okay, we're on the same page. When I read a book and see a new word, I remember the emotional state I was in and how I cheered for the main character, and I'm actively engaging. At least for me, I don't get that with textbooks. Absolutely. So that's what I mean. Yes. Sweat. That's basically, you nailed it. So the word ROTE, I haven't used that word before. I'll keep in mind what wrote means. I haven't used the term to describe that. So here's my 2 cents. If you're making a comment on how I'm using Duolingo, what are we doing right now? And that is the focus. So Duo is doing something that I haven't done in a long while, and it has those shortcomings that you are talking about. But I'm not using Duolingo in isolation. I'm doing Duolingo in public with other people. I have an emotional state. I have associations. And also, one last thing that I don't think most people do, which we just talked about with the other 2 comments about compartmentalizing. I am not compartmentalizing. My English is part of my Japanese understanding. It is creating the emotional state and the memories and the sentimentalism that I have towards my English. As I'm using Duolingo to learn Japanese, I have began to explore more and more of my Fujianese and my English. No, you're not attacking me. I'm explaining. But yeah, you did. Well, no. I think that might be an erroneous read. I'm trying to demonstrate that I'm in agreement with you, that it is necessary, in my opinion, to create these links instead of straying away from them to create memories. When you're learning something novel, it can be helpful, in my opinion, can be helpful if your memories are creating interference, as in katakana. Katakana is a great example. I just got Australia, right? And it's Australia, right? But immediately I thought that kind of sounds like orchestra. I made a buffoon of myself like a couple minutes ago. And then I was thinking, oh, okay, that's close. But I would have started with Daria. So if oftentimes one of the strategies for people to learn something, not memorize something, memory is a component of learning too, but the learning, the novel encounter something, the existing knowledge can create interference, and the hyper focus on separating those two leads to that impression that, hey, I need to abstractly remove myself from my prior language in order to remember things. So things like using a flashcard associating with an anime image as opposed to the literal English word, and provide that compartmentalization that removes interference from previous experience. If I myself have interference, I try to shape the interference so that I carry that emotional and sentimentalism and move forward with the association. So, for example, Nihongo is Japanese language, but in Duolingo, they would say something like Nihongo no sensei, and they say Japanese teacher. Well, I remember it as Japanese language teacher, because if I remember it as Japanese teacher, it would create an interference with English. That would insist that the person is either Japanese, who happens to be a teacher, or someone who teaches Japanese. You cannot know the ambiguity of that. And to appreciate it is because I understand English in this context is ambiguous. And it's funny to me. It elicits a fun factor for me to know that when you say Nihongo no sensei, you have no complications versus Japanese teacher, which you will have complications in English. And it happens a lot. And I attach this to the memory of explaining that sometimes English simplifies descriptors in order to speed up the cadence of it. So there's a lot of implicit subtext in English in this very specific case, and that makes it salient. So from now on, I know Nihongo no sensei, right? And I will remember that is a Japanese language teacher, and it makes me easier to remember Nihongo no sensei in that way. So rather than constantly saying, oh yeah, I shouldn't think of it in English, just remember the Japanese. That's how Japanese people say it. That's what I should be doing. I decide to embrace both. So it makes things easier to remember, but maybe not necessarily easier to learn for a lot of people. When they spend more time forgetting, trying to forget or ignore all the things that they learned already, instead of focusing on how you could make it work in your advantage. And that is the sentimentalism that I want to capture from your statement. That even with something presented to you as a tool, like if Duolingo can only do certain things, it does not stop you as a human being who can be very creative to form memories without when it has to be fed to you. So yes, the textbook thing is a great example. How did I get through? By the way, I got through a lot of textbooks. Back in the day when I was a kid, I loved reading textbooks. And it wasn't because they don't tell stories. I brought stories to the textbook. And when I was in college, when we were reading textbooks and rehearsing notes, my friends and I were making memories by studying together. So yeah, textbooks are completely dry. It doesn't necessarily restrict you from bringing your stories into the textbook. Where I am, I never heard someone use nationality next to the word teacher without more terms between. Oh, where you are? Interesting. Without using more terms? That's good. That's excellent. Even though that makes a lot of sense for other things, yeah. So, for example, one of the things, which, by the way, Tofuku interprets things very similarly to me in a way. So I really like that site. If it was to encompass things that I would explain. One of the things really early on, they introduced G, the counter G. And since then we have other counters. And someone said like there's no direct translation for counters in English. And my first thought is, it took me a split second because I've associated something with counters. It's not the literal thing, but someone mentioned like, oh yeah, there's a counter for round things. There's a counter for people, right? For people. And sure enough, when someone tells me there's nothing in English, I start thinking, well, actually the essence of it is still there. However, it sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud. So when you're counting, from my scientific background, most numbers have units, and those units are in essence the counters in English, right? I know there are a lot more counters and arbitrary classifications, but if you go into science, there will be more and more arbitrary classifications. And when someone says one person in Japanese, I didn't get the counter for person yet, by the way, at this point. It's only been 1 week. Like the first 7 days. Someone was explaining, oh, this is the counter for people, right? And I'm like, cool. That's awesome that they require this clarification in their language. In English, it has become simplified. When you're saying one person, you're talking about one unit of a person. As in, no one would say 1.5 persons. However, it's implied it's one whole person, right? So, regardless there are a lot of subtexts that do not have equivalent translations. However, the essence is still there because subtextually you do not count less than a person. So in a way, when you get to like establishing these memories, I remember it all the time. Like, hey, if I'm counting something, I need a counter in Japanese. But it was associated with a memory of how English oftentimes are unitless. They're often unitless in terms of the way they quantify things. So it's pretty funny, in my opinion. And it's really entertaining to talk about. Hey, H1, hello. Hello, H1. So things like, ooh, I had a good one recently. It was long. The word for long. What is it? Nagai? 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 I think it's Nagai. They're using it for length here. And when they were translating it for length, but they were talking about length of time. But then length of time can also be length of distance. In English, the way that they translated it was literal, and it translates to that literal. However, in English, if you said that, it would be interpreted ambiguously, whether it's a length or a length of time. So it's one of those things like, this is how I remember it because it's cool this way. Sometimes, and also I know this sounds like I'm deflating my own thing about associating things. When they're different, it's cool too. You can form associations based on how they're different. So in some sense, if they lack a one-to-one translation, that is all the more motivation to be able to immerse yourself in a Japanese language versus in English. So many times people prefer the cold turkey approach where, oh, since there isn't one-to-one translation, I'd rather immerse in that language and not consider any other context so that you can grab the essence of it, right? And that's admirable as well. For myself, I am an amalgamation of multiple cultures. So telling someone like myself to have a preference, to segregate things based on their origin and etymology and stuff is kind of going to be a tough ask. I cannot speak. I try to sometimes like behave appropriately to some sort of decorum, and language, my approach to language is very similar. So as to offer a contrast, I don't know if you guys like or prefer to do that. You haven't really expressed it. However, it is nice that all of us differ in our approaches. In my opinion, I think it's kind of great. And these are the discussions we have all the time. Actually, after 44 days, right, including today, I still think the vast majority of my time is discussing the feelings and the expressiveness or things that other people do with the language, as opposed to there are one or two people who focus solely on the rawness of linguistics. And so far, I think there might be one person who's a linguistic person who stays around and fills in the details. But for myself, there's no resonance there. It's so difficult to resonate with someone who's concerned or overtly concerned with the mechanics of language. And hence forward, thanks to our discussion here, I prefer to use the word interpretation from now on. I don't ever consider myself as a translator. In fact, it's kind of funny because when I go into a doctor's appointment or something, and I'm always there with my parents because they need an interpreter. Generally speaking, even in the where I am, academic people don't call those people particularly a translator. They tend to be interpreters. So I have been very fond and I have endeared myself to the term interpretation. It's still super entertaining though when someone attempts to possibly translate the untranslatable. It's still fun. It's great fun to try to do that. And I applaud all those people who come up with the funny quirks. I don't know if you guys ever watch a YouTube video, like other influencers who can do this really fast, where they deliberately like speak English in another grammar system, or they speak their foreign language in another grammar system. So they fully decouple the language, as in you can decouple Japanese grammar system from speech and meaning. And what they do is they interchange that. It's incredible to me. I don't know how they do it so quickly. Like you could see this person go on for 10 minutes and they would speak English in the Korean grammar system. And it's crazy. And to me, if you listen to it for like 5 minutes, you still get the essence of all the English. Like what I mean is the person saying, you know, their verbs and their prepositional phrases and their subject and their nouns are all over the place. But after like a couple minutes, you start thinking, oh wait, I do understand all of this. So it's pretty cool. I think that's a great way to illustrate some of the funny feelings that people get when they first learn a language. Like, oh yeah, the predicate is at the end and the subject's here. This is the topic marker. And now occasionally when I'm speaking English, I'm in the Japanese grammar system. So it's a little weird. But for me, it's really fun. I don't think it's a negative detraction. I know a lot of people do. It's great to be right about things, I suppose. It's great to be right about things. I'm not very concerned about being right. If to me, it has been a mental burden to be right when you're in between things. So my parents have often come to understand that. It's kind of like saying like, well, are you Chinese or are you American? I'm like, both? Neither? I am a subset of a group that has very deliberate intrinsic properties, right? So that's kind of the thing, in my opinion. Sorry, that was a long digression, but this is like, I feel this is what makes learning a language awesome. So when you guys start throwing Japanglish at me, I'm all for it. Dude, throw Japanglish at me. You know what happens when you throw Japanglish at me? I will remember that very specific context to inform myself in the future. I know so many people who get so upset when they start thinking all my favorite grammar is giving the image before the action. Fair enough. Fair enough. All the above. That's a great idea. I was gonna give an impression of what my Anki flashcards are. Like Anki is a very common thing that most people use. My Anki, maybe I'll make Anki sets in the future, but generally the Anki set would be something like, it will be me saying the word to myself in at least two or three different ways. Then it would be me recording myself writing the input of maybe the kana or the kanji, and then it would have an English word associated with it with a synonym, and then possibly all the Japanese meanings with their synonyms and antonyms, and then an image, perhaps an image. It wouldn't necessarily have to be the literal image. So for example, I've associated a cat with a dog, but it's not the image of a dog. It's the, I mean, it wouldn't be the image of a cat. It would be the image of a dog. And then I would no longer need the image of a dog because I would think of a cat and a dog at the same time when I see a dog. Kind of like if you go into your fictional house in your head, when you pick up a lamp, I'm not thinking about the literal lamp. I'm thinking about what the lamp represents. So the lamp would represent warmth. It's a brown lamp, or like a brown lit lamp. The base of the lamp is green, which reminds me of grass. Kusa, or kusu. I actually haven't learned the word for grass. Is it kusa? I haven't learned the actual word for light or light bulb yet, so I don't use those ones. Kusa? Yeah, kusa. So what happens is sometimes if you can go even deeper than that, it can be helpful. The reason why I remember tori or bird is because it's related to niwatori, which is a chicken technically, but there's no rhyme or reason why niwatori is going to be any different from tori, since niwa is the modifier, like the thing that's different, right? So if I thought about chicken, it can lead to the bird, and chicken is a bird. So if I think of a bird, I think of a chicken. Then I get both bird and chicken, for example. Then I would not use an image for bird and use it to associate with something else, like a nest. If I use the image of a nest, I would think of a bird. Do you pronounce it as the... What did I say? Oh, wait. I mean the way you were pronouncing niwatori? Tori? Oh. No, I said both. I said kusa and kusu. Oh, if you're talking about grass. I said both because I wasn't sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how far that goes back. I think those are the only words I know. So, perhaps. But neither is right. I guess. I guess neither is right. I mean, how would you pronounce it? Are you talking about pitch accents now? Because I haven't heard I've only seen it on paper. This is where this goes into a different thing, but we won't talk about it. Neither is correct, so you can inform me. All I did, I basically just read the comment. Kusa? 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 Neat. Thanks, I suppose. Imoto san wa nan zai desu ka? Kusa? I'm saying kusu. I'm saying kusa. Kusa? Okay. So, sa. So. You're telling me I'm saying kusa instead of kusa. I've been saying sa for a while, so I guess I pronounce all my sa's sa. I guess all my sa's are incorrect. Sorry to disappoint you, but su, sa, and sa are different things to me. But if you're saying I'm saying kusa instead of, I'm saying kusa instead of kusa, those are two different things. So I don't know. I'll work on it. I'll work on the Imoto san wa nansai desu ka? So, I guess nansai. I'm not saying nansai. There's, nansai. I guess it's not good enough for you. So, that's a good point. It's just weird to hear me hearing it pronounced that way, maybe? I don't know. Sa. I don't really know how to do it differently. So sa is coming up as sa. Like kusa versus kusa. Kusa. Maybe I need to be more open, like kusa. So kusa versus kusu. Versus, I also have another problem too. You probably are gonna get a kick from this too. When I say ku, sometimes it can be like ko, ko. So ko, and ku. Sometimes my ku is between a ku and a ko. Yeah, kusa. Yeah, kusa. Yeah, or kosa. Actually, kosa. The ku could be interesting too, but kusa. Yeah, it's a kusa. Kusa. Yeah, I could open my vowels a little bit more, I suppose. I don't know if I'm doing something dramatically different to allow me to sound good, enough for it. Soy. So if I say sai, am I still sounding like SUH? No, it's the same now that you've explained it? Oh. What does it sound like when I'm saying sai? Maybe I'm actually closing off my A's. I mean, I don't know Japanese like that though. Just from the language I've heard it matters. Yeah. So, does sai, when I say sai, actually, I really want to know, obviously. So, what are other S words, or SA words? Like that, SA. Give me another sa. Give me another sa. Sai sounds like sai correctly. Okay. So it might just be sa, just sa alone. Or maybe before a ku or a u. So what about, I don't think usa is not a word, is it? Usa, isa, osa, so. Is there when it's at the ending of a word, maybe you shorten the ends of the word? Oh, I do shorten the ends of a word. I do. Yes, you are correct. I do shorten. If it's a SU or an SA, maybe. Oh no, but I don't shorten SAs. Huh. Do I shorten SAs? Like atama, atama. Maybe I'm not holding it long enough. Does it sound like atama? So, I'm saying head. Atama. So, atama, or actually, I don't know what the pitch accent thing for atama is. So, is that coming off as MUH? Or what's another one, like nata? It sounded like ma there. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just kusa. Kusa is, oh, I am shortening it. I get it. I get what you mean. So it kusa. I think that's too long for me. Maybe I'm crazy. Kusa is really long. Like there's two mora. There's two beats in kusa versus kusa. That sounded like okay. Yeah, I don't know what I would be able to do with that. However, there is a silver lining. Those syllables do not exist. At least I'm aware, right? Where would you get t? Wait, how do you get t? TU? I mean long. I mean as long as in you pronounce the vowels more closed. Not good at explaining sound. More closed. I'm being more open to get the ah sound that you were asking for. That's interesting. Yeah. Ah and are is closed, more closed than ah. So sa. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, fair enough. But kusa, it's not. I don't know if that'll be interesting. I'll have to ask other people. Can't really tell. Yeah. Because I'm not saying Osaka. It's a very different thing. I'm not saying Osaka. It's Osaka. But at the same time, that's no change from like Asakusa. Right? Asakusa. That's a good one. Asakusa is because A in English makes multiple sounds, like it makes an and an sounds depends on works. True. I agree with that. Fair enough. And maybe I'm Freudian slipping. Maybe these are Freudian slips. That's fair. But my only counterpoint here is I don't think I'm saying something I'm trying to think of a word that creates the sound in things. So you know, when you go like u o, or like u e o, right? U e o. There's no that becomes oo or e or o or e. So I suppose while I work on that, I'm not entirely sure if it will be consequential to me. It's great that you pointed it out, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be able to notice that. I personally do not hear the difference, perhaps, but you can clearly hear the difference between asaksa and asaksa. So, asaksa, my is this. Kusa, kusu, kusa, kusu. So, I'm saying kusa most of the time, not kusu. And then I can't produce the other thing that you're saying. So I can't produce the sound that you normally, which is interesting. So I can't do that at the moment. Huh. I'll spend the evening listening to other people and maybe these to see if it is not in line, right? Right. Pick up all the words that are not in line. From other recordings. These ones are okay. I think Duo is kind of okay. It's actually, it varies between the synthetic voices too. All right. So, how old is your younger sister? How do you say southern? Southern. Are you trying to get me to say the s? Yeah. Not southern. Southern or southern. Southern is the and then you're saying su. That's the sound it sounds like you're making when I say kusa. Southern? I'm saying southern. So the closest is southern. So kusa. 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 Kusa is southern. Kusa. Southern. 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 Southern is what I'm saying. Kusa. Kusa. Southern. Ku southern. Ku southern. Southern. Like and kusa, kusa.
妹さんもスポーツをしますか？
妹
さんもスポーツをしますか？
も
スポーツをしますか？ Yeah, southern. So
So, kusa. Southern, kusa. Yeah, well, it sounds similar to you. Fair enough. I have that happen before. Yeah, I don't think, I'm not sure if I will be able to. We will see. Maybe in another 15 days, possibly. Maybe I just don't reckon. I think it could. I think it's a combination of both of us. So, like, usually I know Occam's razor is a great way to think. I think it's a combination. I don't know if I'll sound different in the future. So maybe in the future it'll be different. I don't think I'm producing the sound. To me, I don't think I'm producing the sound that you're used to hearing. However, I'm also producing, it's both. I'm producing two different sounds, but neither of those sounds are the sound you're used to. So that's a great motivation for me to try to hear if I can make 3 different sounds, right? When you said neither is correct, that means there's a third sound, and I'm not making that sound right now. So it's weird, right? It's my my thought right now. So I'm gonna have to really dig deep and hear a bunch of usa, right? I'm gonna, this evening I'm probably gonna hear a bunch of go to like a voice bank and listen to all the different kusa I can think of and see if I can hear a third way. This is really good, by the way. I absolutely love this. I could spend all day on saying the same word like 15 times. Although that might drive some people insane. So we're not gonna humbly decline saying that. The other, like, I think 4 days ago, for example, I spent 5 minutes straight trying to say Daiga, you would go mad. Daiga, wait, sorry. Guai ga warui. Spent like 5 minutes straight. I'm just like, where is? And the best I got right now for that phrase is guai ga warui. Guai ga warui. Guai ga warui. Which is in Duo is the idea of feeling sick. Am feeling sick. Guai ga warui. Guai ga warui. Or maybe guai ga warui. And maybe it's 2 different phrases. I actually don't know yet. I haven't been able to see the parts yet. It's kind of like they teach full phrases, right? Like onegai shimasu, right? It's onegai, onegai gozaimasu, right? Onegai gozaimasu. Onegai gozaimasu. However, I don't know about this phrase. Guai ga, I'm thinking it's guai ga warui. Guai ga warui. So just sit there and do it. So I know that my vowels close up. For example, I notice this most when it's the family, the word for family. Kazoku. So kazoku. And sometimes I say kazoku, you see, like it's like really close up instead of kazoku. kazuku. Like it's between ko and ku, but sometimes it's more of a k. Is it because they close up in other languages you speak? That's an interesting question. Not in Fujonese, I think. Fujonese is really wide. Like, for example, Gongwa. Gongwa. You can probably say that in Japanese, right? Like Gongwa. Wa is probably something, is the A sound that you're going for, right? Gongwa. Oh, thanks, Lotus. You're a Prime subber? I mean, you're a Prime user? High five. I'm also a Prime user. Gongwa. Is that wa as in wa? Or, yeah, so Gongwa is that a UH to you or an AH? It's to speak. Gongwa. Is that an AH or a UH? And it's to moda as well. The moda is extended. So gong is 1, and then wa is 2, and it's going up. Gongwa. And oh, it's an AH. Yeah, so not the other language that I use very often. Yeah. Gongwa. No, I actually think Fujonese is a little bit more open. Interesting. I'm so fascinated. I think you're the first one that decided to confidently point out a very specific thing that deals with it. Usually I get you're pronouncing it wrong, and then it's more like, I don't know how to describe it, but you're just wrong kind of thing. But this time, what about ashita? So, ashita, is that an AH or a UH? Ashita. I think ashita is a good example. So it might be TUH. I could say it what I think is UH. Ashta. That sounds like, okay. So here's my example of an in English, in my, I guess, whatever accent I have in English. I think it is English. I think I personally agree with you that it's English. So Twitch chat seems like a difficult medium to correct pronunciation. It really is. However, I appreciate when people try. Lotus, are you trying to give a sorry excuse for not trying? So, this is better if I practice these, right? I practice my vowels quite a bit. So ta, ta, ta. Those are my tas and tas, but I can't seem to get ta. Wait. I'm trying to figure out if it's pitch that is creating the ta and ta difference, the pitch. Like, for example, this one. Listen for the ka, right? The ka. Okay, so ka might sound like UH right now. When you say ta next to each other, you actually say them differently. I did. Yeah, I know. That was intentional. I hope you heard two different things. I'm not saying the same thing. Oh, I've been going back and forth the whole time. Ta and ta are two different things. I was deliberately saying, yeah. So if you heard the difference, then those are my two versions. te and ta. Those are my two tes and tas. So I was deliberately going back and forth so that you can compare the two that I'm saying. I didn't know if I hit any of the real ones, like the ones that you're used to. That's what I was doing. So so like for example, maybe it's a pitch up. So like when I say ke and ka, right? Ke and ka, like this. Imoto san mo. What is that? Sportsu? Sportsu. Okay. Imoto san mo sportsu o shimasu ka? Right? Ka instead of ke. And then ta instead of te. Sa instead of se. Kusa, kusu. Kusa, kusu. Ashita, ashita. Oh, interesting. So maybe it's just S. Oh, how about... I'm so fascinated. Like, what about asaksa? I think asaksa. Sa. So there are two S's, right, in this. So sa, ku, sa. So asaksa. I think I'm saying asaksa both the same in the middle of the word and at the end. Not a word, but this is the name of a place. So asaksa instead of asaksa. So asaksa would be two A's, and then asaksa would be two A's. Only the last sound like a sa. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I do that. Because you can see the reason I'm using it is because kusa is in it. Kusa, so asaksa versus asaksu. Or asuksa. Asuksa. Okay, so these both us, asaksa. First one is asuksa. Asuksa. And then we have asuksa. Asuksa, asuksa, asaksa, asaksa. Oh, both SA sounds different when you say that word? Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Asakusa. Asaksa. Asakusa. Asaksa. Asaksa. Or I could say asasa. 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 Or maybe I should cut it off and say asasa. 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 I don't know if both sa's are the same. So I'm trying to say them the same. Asasa. That sounds the same? Asasa? Ooh, maybe it's the ku. Maybe it's the ku. And it could be also the S. I'm trying to think of another S word. Because the only one that comes to mind now I can think of is sakura. But I think da comes off as not da. It's not sakura. It's sakura. Right? And sa and da. Sada, sada. Or, oh, wait. No, sada. Yeah, sada is not a word, is it? Oh, how about sarada? Right? Sarada. So it's not sorada, sarada. Or we can do like, I don't know if these are words, but dadasa, dadasa, dadasa versus sarada, dadasa, sarada. I can kind of hear it. The way I'm saying dadasa versus sarada are a little bit. I maybe I can hear it a little differently. I'm gonna listen back, basically listen back on this VOD, on the all the times I'm saying it. In dadasa, the da sounds like it has the sound a little. Radadas, oh my gosh, dadasa instead of dadasa. I can see that. Have you done these drills? Has anyone done these drills? Someone tell me if they've ever ran down the ahs. Like I don't know, ata, asa, ta, wa, na, ma, I'm missing one. Ta? Sorry. It's ka, sa, ta, na, ya, da, wa. Yeah. For me, the R sound was the hardest, but I guess that all depends on my L1. Oh, my language. The it sounded the hardest, as in it sounded like So da sounds more like duh. My R's are dependent on unfortunately my R's are also affected by my Mandarin. Oh, you're speaking of your language. Oh, or like, oh, the R sound itself. Oh, duh. Okay, yeah. Like my word, my katakana word for most people when it comes to the R word is sarada. Sarada, that's salad, isn't it? Am I being a pep? That's salad, right? Sarada or sarada. I can hear that. Maybe I've done that a couple times. Yeah, sarada was what I was thinking of. Salad. Have you guys learned Mandarin at all? Either of you? I wanted to I think my toughest consonant is the letter G. G sucks. You haven't? Okay. What about Spanish? Any Spanish? Or Romance language? Let's keep moving along here.
妹さんもイギリスに住んでいますか?
Sorry, I thought of this. You know how you're saying what? 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 And my guess right now is that when I say what? These things are too close. Is what I'm saying. What I'm gathering. When I'm saying what? What? They're probably getting too close together. and that's creating the problem. You're learning a little bit of Spanish, I see. Norwegian, German, English, and Japanese. I swear, this is not the first time someone said Norwegian. Oh no, Finnish. Someone is Finnish. What's up with you guys in those? No, those sound distinct? Okay. These are the sounds that these are the two sounds that I'm making. And I don't know if they're good enough for natural sounding, Japanese. I don't think they will be, and I don't want to give you the false impression of something. I'm not gonna aim to sound natural in Japanese, but if I do end up sounding natural, that's perfectly fine. Like, that's a bonus. That's a bonus. But the here, what, what, are and these are the two. And to me, in Japanese, I don't think there's an in anything, or at least to my ears, I don't think they ever use in anything, unless you can give me an example. And maybe I haven't encountered it. Oh, there's no okay. Whew. Duolingo was gonna bite me in the butt if someone tells me like, no, there's a lot of uhs everywhere. I'm like, I don't know if there's an so I think it's okay. I'm gonna sound very American, unfortunately, unless kusa like kusa is another word. Hopefully kusa is not another word, even though the aim is to say kusa instead of kusa. Sorry, I thought about, okay, I know this is going to be a little bit unnecessary, but I was thinking of gaslighting you by, I take this with a grain of salt. I was laughing because I was thinking of gaslighting you by deliberately saying in all my A's, just to tell you like, oh no, really though, I am actually saying and then get like a bunch of people to collaborate with me, and then just no, that's kind of mean. But my first thought was, man, I could be so trolly, and since is not in the Japanese, you could probably switch all the ahs for uhs, and you tell someone like, no, what are you talking about? I'm clearly saying that. And then the person will say, no, you're not. And I'm like, what? Kusa. Obviously. It's grass. Kusa. Can't you hear it? Like, wait, are you sure? Maybe it's you were being very polite. So I like that you mentioned that maybe it could be the combination of stuff. Usually though, when you ask enough and do enough, you start questioning everything. And I my first thought was like, man, it would be pretty funny to just let me see if I can even do that. Hold up. Is there a saw in here? There's no ahs in this whole phrase. Oh, except for the end. So like imoto san mo ikirisu ni sundeimasu. Oh wait, mas mus. Okay. I got this. Imoto san mo ikirisu ni sundeimasu. Sorry, I'm having so much fun now. Are you native? Imuska. Wait. Let's try this one. I love messing around, so I'm sorry, Japanese people. Take no offense. I'm practicing my like Lyran dynamics here. So, imoto no as. Oh wait. There's a wa in here. So, wo. Okay, wo. wo and mu. Mus. Okay. So, here we go. No, ie imoto wo betonamu. Oh, betonamu ni sundemus. This is so good. Sorry. Oh, wait. This one's even better. Ome no hiwa. Ome no hiwa imoto. No. Itsumo. Okay. Itsumo manga. O yomi mus. It sounds like you're speaking. It's far more challenging than I thought. I thought this would have been a lot easier, but it doesn't come as natural because of how long I've been reading these lines. So, ome no. Whoops. Wait. Ome no hi wa itsumo manga o yomi mos. I'm trying to think if there's another thing that I'm saying in a different language that's using that sound. It's English. It's just English for me. I think it's largely like yeah, it's only coming from English. Like sus, sussy, suspicious instead of suspicious, like sass versus sus. So sus, as some people say it, sus. Cute. Sorry, thanks for the entertainment. I won't from now on, no matter what, it's gonna be very hard to forget grass from now on. Also, you're welcome. From now on, when you read a book, when you watch an anime, you're gonna be hyper aware of how other people pronounce the word grass in Japanese. You're welcome. I'm just kidding. You're free to forget. You're free to not hyper focus. Although this evening I am most definitely going to look for how many people say the word grass. Grass. How many Americans do you hear say the word grass instead of grass? Grass. Kind of sounds nice. I feel like it makes me kind of makes me sound very tough. Like I'm gruff, as in gruff, you know, like grass, rust. Sorry. Water, like water, or water instead of water or water. All right, I'm done. That was the last one. It's fine. Let's move along. All right, I still have to do like 10 more lessons. It sounds a bit like the Western Norwegian word for gruss. So if you go gruss, it's close to... Interesting. I'm thinking like grungy, you know, grunge, the grunge. Really get it deep, the gruh. Like, oh, a good one. Growl. right? Growl. Like, oh, you can even substitute O's. So instead of saying growl, right? Growl. Ow. You could say growl. Growl. Oh, I got an example. How do you pronounce owl? Owl is a great example of the owl. Yeah, owl. Or any owls, actually. So like any owl words like AL words or EL words even. That's probably where the English is coming from. Like sandal, right? Sandal. So it's even though sandal is AL, like even though it's AL in English, you know, sandal, I'm saying sandal. So I think I know where it's coming from. So like this. And in my English colloquialism, it comes off like this, right? Sandal, right? Instead of sandal. Yeah. So instead of sandal, like right? Or sandal, yeah, sandal. Instead of saying sandal, right? Instead of sandal, I'm saying sandal. So sandal. That's probably where that's coming from. So anything with like E and even ELs. What's a good EL? Handle. So candle. Oops. Candle. So a candle comes off as a candle instead of candle. Candle instead, actually. Candle. Wait. How do I say Australia? Australia. So Australia. Does that help? Australia. Are all of them the same? Or is the end... That's a good example. Australia. So are all my A's the same? Australia. It could be Australia. I think this one is always an and these are A's. Australia. Oh no, this is an A. This is a short A. All three A's said differently? Australia? Huh. Australia. I don't know. I'm pretty sure these two are the same. Australia. This one is not. This is A. Like Australia. Yeah, Australia. Australia. The first and last do sound the same. This is definitely different. Holy heck. I don't even know how to describe this one. Ale? Yeah, it's like ale. Like ale. Australia. Sometimes I say it as okay, Australia. I see. As I'm saying it over. Okay. I think I got it. I think I understand what you're saying now. Kusa. So, kusa. Australia. USA. The first and last are different. Australia. 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 Yeah, I'm not trying to make them different. It is AA. Yeah, A for Australia. A. Wait. It's Australia and Australia in British. Oh, okay. It is an English thing then. I would say it's an English thing, and it deals with the last syllable. It deals with the last syllable. And you know what? This is a great way to tell if the person is an English speaker, if they're learning Japanese, or even a British speaker in general. That's kind of funny. I love this. This is great. So if you're listening to the ends of the A's, you could get away. You could possibly pick up someone who is a native English speaker. I don't know if this is obvious to everyone, but I didn't think this was too obvious to me. Being a person who don't listen to himself too often. To me, I'm not actually saying them different. Australia is what you're saying Americans say. Australia. I'm saying Australia. So Australia is what I'm saying. But Australia, I don't know if I've heard someone say Australia. And that's interesting that the British people say Australia, but I totally get that too. I totally get that too. I'm not trying to make them sound different. Please, guys, please help me. I'm not trying to make them sound different. So, hopefully that's okay. Hopefully that's okay. However, they're coming out different. Weird. Very weird. Now I kind of want to hear how you guys pronounce things. You guys low-key do voice samples? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Maybe one or two of you teaches something. Now I kind of, it's interesting. That's natural to me. Yeah, I know, right? That's funny. Tell me more about these things in the future. These are things I can't notice myself, right? It can only happen with someone else listening. Yeah, I don't notice it. Australia is not Australia. So Australia, Australia. Huh. Australia. Australia. I'm thinking of another word that starts with an A and ends with an A. America. Instead of America. 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 America is a good one. I don't actually use the phrase America too much. I use United States. However, America. So, yeah, if the first letter and the last letter sounds different, then that means I'm trying not to make them sound different. And I haven't noticed that they were different enough for me to notice that they were both different A's. So that's cool. I haven't ever thought about that. America, right? America. America has the same A in both places in contrast to Australia. I guess that could explain that too. Okay. Then what about another A? Africa. I guess that's ka too. America is different A's, no? I don't know. I don't know anymore. You guys question you guys question all of my things. So now I have to think about it. So Africa, I guess it's a K too, so they might be different. They are both us. America versus America? Oh, that's a good point. It kind of sounds like America. So the first one's an and the last one's an for me. America. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold. You're right. America. America. America versus America. I feel like I'm more inclined to say I'm saying America, not America. And Africa is just different because it's in the front, so not a great example. If I never speak again in English, you know who to blame. Obviously, it's Sweat's fault. Not gonna lie, those both sound very similar when you say America and America. America and America. Yeah, I was saying America, which is in between. That's what I think is what I hear most of the time. America. So I thought you're right. Like they're both us. But I was saying America for a bit to see if it sounds different. But I think it's, yeah, you're right. They're both us. Americas. America instead of America. Kaka. Kaka. Kaka cookie ka. Kaka. The more you know. The more you know. Ne. Sorry. Onemo. Onemo. What the heck is this phrase?
中国語
Oh. Oh, it's just adding go to chugoku. Yeah. Never mind. I've been so out of Japanese. Okay, chugoku go. Chugoku go ga dekimasu. Oops, dekimasu. Chugoku go ga dekimasu. I mean, when you pronounce the A as close versus intentionally pronouncing the sound, they both sound very similar. Different is when you force the sound. I don't think I'm forcing any sound. That's probably the thing that I'm having problems with. It's actually very comfortable for me to say America versus America. There's no forcing. Yeah, so that's the problem I'm having right now. It's understood. It's understood. I'm doing it subconsciously. So America versus America are very close. Really, really close, actually. So I don't blame you, honestly. It actually makes quite a lot of sense. So, ano, that might sound like no. or say ane, right? Ane, or ame, ame. At least in the beginning, I don't use the like in America. At least I don't think. So ane versus ane. That's a good point. Have I said ane before? No, I don't think I said ane before. Ane. Oh, it's kind of close. Wait, but it's kind of close. I can hear it. If you split the difference, right? If you say ane versus ane, like really ane. This is me forcing it now. Ane, and then you say in between, it could be like ane. Yeah, ane, anemo, chugokugo. I'm putting an accent on it. Yeah. Oh, okay. One. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever done that subconsciously though. Like I'm actually now I'm forcing like I'm trying to get in between a and an yeah. So like aki. No, I can't do it intentionally. Like I can't even do it intentionally if I wanted to. So akihabara, right? Akihabara would be a great example. It could be like akihabara. Yeah, no, that's not right. It's not any more difficult to say akihabara, but akihabara. English is really stress centric. It is, but I'm not getting louder in volume. I'm not intentionally getting louder in volume, nor am I holding out the mora for this. Like akihabara versus akihabara. Akihabara, akihabara. My pitches might be changing though. Like akihabara versus akihabara are two pitch changes, but akihabara and akihabara are the same mora, same volume. The pitch might be different. No, I disagree with you now. This I know for certain because I talked about it quite a bit, and I'm hyper attentive to my volume and my mora. Akihabara and akihabara are two different pitches, not volume or mora. The mora is not changing. Or ane and ane. Ane and ane. Still, same mora, same volume. Ane, ane. Ane, ane. I was accenting it. They do. They're supposed to. They're supposed to sound different. I'm deliberately making them sound different without changing the stress. So there's no stress in ane, ane. Ane, ane. No stress centric. It's changing the sound. The sound I'm trying to make. Yeah. So when someone says I was stressing it, I might have been stressing it to pull it out, to pull out the word, to pull out the sound. But I can say it without stress centric. So Sweat was talking about something else. Sweat was talking about the stress centric nature of English versus the pitch accent of Japanese. And I'm aware of that. I do deliberately know when I'm stressing something versus changing the pitch. I understand that. So when I was holding out a vowel, I was trying to ask myself if it actually sounds different. And then when I say them, ane and ane, ane and ane, those are the different pitches. There's no volume or moda changes. There's no length, or at least I don't think. I could be. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah. And English is stress-centric. Stress means... stress, I agree with you. Stress means they sound different, but the first time you did it, I noticed some stress because I was holding it out for the stress. But it might just be a fluke on my... Well, no. The first one, I did put a stress. However, that was not the point. And it had nothing to do with me not knowing what stress English is stress-centric. I'm trying to tell you that I know English is stress-centric. The first one that I held out was to pull out the emphasis on it. And then I followed it up with saying them without the stress. So, no, it wasn't a fluke. It was intentional. I was saying, ne. And then, ane, ne. That's 2 moda. And probably a little bit more volume change. So, it is. And, but that was not the intended purpose of that emphasis. It was trying to emphasize by stress the difference between and ah. And then now, ane and one. So, ane, one, ane, one, onemo, chi, onemo, chu. I can't, no, I can't do it. So it's fine. Anemo, it's so good. Anemo, cho goku go ga. Wait. Chu goku ga. No. Chu goku go. Hold up. Chu goku go ga. Chu goku go ga. I want to hear this.
姉も中国語ができます。
姉も中国語ができます。姉、姉も中国語が姉も中国語ができます。姉も中国語が姉も中国語ができます。できます。Okay. 姉も中国語ができます。I'm pausing after the ga. I guess. I mean, we'll take it. 姉も中国語ができます。Okay. 姉も中国語ができます。It's close enough. Fine. Whatever. Whatever. My older sister is also also knows Chinese, the Chinese language. My older sister also knows the Chinese language. Or my older sister also knows a Chinese language. Anyways. Good talk, guys. Good talk. Do you guys do any like language practice publicly? I'm always curious. How do you feel when people have anyone ever approached you and said like, what are the Chinese languages? All the dialects of Mandarin. So Chinese used to stand for all the dialects, but now I guess some people synonymously use it with Mandarin, and Mandarin is often used as a designator for all the collective dialects of Mandarin. So now it's more like a Chinese language as opposed to the Mandarin. What are their names? I don't know what the other names are, but usually they take on the name of their region. So, but sort of. So for example, I tell people that I speak Fujonese. However, Fujonese is not to be confused with Fujinese. Fujinese can be referring to Hokkien. And then there's like Shanghainese. And like it typically the easiest way to categorize it is the region they're coming from. So for Fujonese, Fujo. So I think most people now use this as the designator. So Fujo is the capital or the major city, and then they just add "nese" as a English modifier. And then Fujin is the province. Are they mutually intelligible? They're not mutually intelligible. Some of it possibly can. Some of it possibly can. It will be very, very difficult for a person who speaks the national Mandarin to understand what's going on in Fujianese. Now, here's the difference, though. Here's the difference. You still read the same thing. So, like in literature, I think it's still the same. Yeah. So Fujin is what some people might call the language, but Fujin is comprised of Fujianese and something I am not familiar with called something like this, Hokkien. I have no idea. But this is often referring to Fujin, or not Fujin, sorry, Fujin. So then when some people say Fujianese, they might be referring to Hokkien, which Hokkien is, I'm not sure if these two are intelligible to each other. I think there's some limit, some extent of intelligibility. So for example, I can give you some fun examples of these things. So for example, rice. Fun is what most people would say. Mandarin, fun. It's more like born in Fujianese. Born is fun. So born, fun. So to eat rice or to eat lunch or to eat something, to eat a meal is he fun, like to eat rice is the translation, the interpretation of eating a meal. So you eat meal. So what is Mandarin? Mandarin is, right now, I think most people use Mandarin as the collective of all the dialects. So what I mean by that is anything that originates from Mandarin is considered Mandarin. So Fujianese and Fujin and Hokkien is a dialect of Mandarin, And in general, when you're referring to Mandarin, it's synonymous with Chinese at the moment. to simplify things for people. So when people think of Chinese, they're thinking about Mandarin. And Mandarin itself is the collective of all the dialects that are unintelligible to each other to some extent. And hence the word now, the dialect means something that is sorta intelligible. Yes, they all share Mandarin. So in the writing system is the same, which boggles my mind a little bit. Even though I'm illiterate, by the way. I'm illiterate in Fujianese and in Mandarin. So I can't tell you if you can still write Mandarin to convey Fujianese. I have no idea. I've asked my parents a couple times before, like, is this the same as that? And Fujianese is a dialect that only taught orally with very, very minor, small groups that are teaching it in a classroom. So there's no way of really knowing if you can say that this is a unique language per se. Like, what I mean is, I don't know if it's... So it's closer to, since you both know Japanese, it's closer to the idea of Kanto and Kansai. So Kanto and Kansai of Japanese, where words can be legitimately unintelligible to each other, right? There will be words that are used that are like, what? And I think a linguist once said a language is a dialect with an army and navy or something like that. Yes, exactly. Yes. So the reason why I say that is that's perfect. I love that. So a dialect is something that I would say, if you're talking about intelligible, I think it's partial. However, it's more of a population thing, right? There's a big enough group to create a segregation of it. It's to be different. The reason why you need both of these, partial and population, like an army and a navy, is that accent has population, but it doesn't necessarily struggle with intelligibility a lot of times. So I don't want to give people the impression that if I speak Fujianese, it means I speak Mandarin. I don't really speak Mandarin that well. I mean, I do to some extent, but I actually know it takes me time to produce responses in Mandarin, while Fujianese is my base. I speak it every day with my parents. I have to speak it every day with my parents. I have no other form of communication other than broken English to them. So a dialect is that, which is like, if you listen to Kansai and Kanto, imagine these two, but exaggerated, maybe like by 5x. So maybe like 50% of the words. Imagine if you were, because Kansai and Kanto, I would say more like 10%. There's a 10% separation. So things like all the casual conversation stuff have changed in Fujianese. I don't even know how to say it in Mandarin most of the time, or the national Mandarin language. I can't say anything in Mandarin on command. It's so weird. I'm trying to say I don't know if this is Cantonese either, so excuse me, but maybe a phrase I can say in both. mo. Here's one. Oh, this is Cantonese. I'm pretty sure this is Cantonese. Ho loi mogina. Ho loi mogina. Mogina. I'm trying to say a long time no see, which is where that stereotype, by the way. Where's that stereotype comes from? The whole like English stereotype. Long time no see, right? No time no see. Ho loi mogin. Ho loi mogin. Yaong mogin. Yaong mo choi though. Or to try to say this exact phrase, it's not even close. So like for example, long time is ho long mogin mogin yaong mo giming like it's not close. It's not even remotely in the neighborhood of being close. So it's completely unintelligible. Even if I can break out words and stuff, right? They do share some words together, like which Japanese does too, like ramen. Ramen is a good one. Ramen. I'm sure Kansai and Kanto have words that are together, right? And then we have mien, right? Mien and mien. It's the same, but mien and mien. If you say mien in Mandarin, it's not going to mean the same thing anymore. It's gonna be something way out of left field. At least I think. So when I go up to a Mandarin person and say, "Oh, I'd like to order some noodles," and I say "mian," why shouldn't deep noodles or like something like that? It's gonna be not the same thing anymore. It'll be unintelligible. So it's kind of weird. Even the synonyms will no longer be the same. And usually the dialects, right? Like your Norway, every small town has its own dialect with new words, and sometimes I struggle to understand some dialects. I see. Like for example, I think the counting system is very rudimentary, right? Like the counting system. I use this quite a lot. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is a good opportunity to practice my Japanese, I suppose. Right? Ichi, right? Ichi, ni, san, yon, go, roku, nana, achi, ku, q, and ju, right? So, I don't even, let's just use this. Whoops. It's fine. Oops. Don't mess with my stroke order. My stroke order is everywhere. Don't judge. No judging. I'm hearing I'm hearing you guys judging. You gotta stop judging now. Hold up. Okay. So like here, right? We have this. So this is the same in Mandarin, right? We agree this is the same in Mandarin. Even if you don't know any Mandarin, these are the Mandarin characters as well. It's one of the nice simplifications between Japanese and Mandarin. So, or not really nice simply. It's by design. So, ya, right? Ya, i, san, se, su. Ya, i, san. I don't even know how to say 4. Ya, i, san, se. Instance Japanese system borrowed from Chinese. Yeah, this is borrowed from Chinese. Yeah. Yeah. This one is borrowed from Chinese. Or, yeah, in Mandarin. Wait, why can't I say it? 1、2、3、4、5、5、2. Oh no, I'm skipping 6. Hold up. I need to hold up. I don't know what the Mandarin. I'm getting Mandarin and Cantonese all mixed up. Send help. Oh no. Yeah, I am getting them mixed up. Hold up. It's 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。Oh no, I don't know what 9 is. 9、9、9。Okay, so 1、2、3. That sounds more like I've heard before, man. 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、sorry. 10. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Okay, all right. So, at least I can remember the first 3. 1、2、3. Right? I'm gonna tell you the Fujonese one. So there is commonality, right? 8、2、3、1、2、3、8、2、3. So 3, technically you could say, is intelligible because 3 is the same. So 8、2、3、1、2、3. And then it gets wilder, right? So I don't have to think about Fujonese. Now I learned 3. And I don't need to think about Fujonese. 8、2、3、4、5、6。That's it. Like Fujonese is I'm technically, I would consider myself illiterately, I guess, fluent to some extent. It's 8、2、3、4、5、6。So 8、2、3、4、5、6。As opposed to 1、2、3. Keep forgetting what 4 is. 5、6、7、8、9。Or say, I don't know what 10 is. I give up. But it's not even close. So in Norwegian, 3 is tre in some dialects, but try in others. Yeah, see, even that makes it almost unintelligible, right? So I don't know what it constitutes as unintelligible. Yeah, I talk about this a lot. And also, by the way, every time I learn Japanese, I'm more and more motivated to learn about Fujonese. So whenever someone says like sensei, right?
Sensei.
Which I think is the thing I'm looking for, actually. Sensei. Let me see how now I'm learning Mandarin next, by the way. Sweat. If you guys are interested, in another 3 or 4 months, I'm learning Mandarin. That's kind of my order that I'm trying to do it in. And then Spanish is my 3rd language that I'm gonna learn. But expand from here, right? Not using Duolingo only, but expanding from here. So like, if I hear Mandarin or teacher, I know what it is, and I will be able to tell you that they said teacher, but I can't recall it. Right? So let me see. 老师
老师
老师 oh, I'm thinking of a different example. Yeah, 老师 right? 老师 TBH, I use Genki then Duolingo. The teaching structure is weird in Duolingo. Yeah. I think the weirdness in Duolingo's teaching structure is what's making me really enjoy Duolingo. It's something that I'm not used to, right? So anyways, 老师 is, are you ready for it? Are you ready for the Fujonese for 老师? 新郎 So no, it's incredibly unintelligible. Or like for example, I don't even know what the 老师 is, but what is
医生
医生? So 医生 for doctor. 医生, you can kind of hear the similarity in this one. 医生 is eating. But how are you going to tell in a Mandarin language, in a Chinese language, which is affected by tonality, moda, pitch, like all of that, and you're gonna try to intelligibly try to discern between 医生, and like I can't even do it.
医生
医生, right? 医生 and eating. It's crazy. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to explain that other than Chinese is weird. But I imagine that other places as well. I think Spanish is a good one. Someone managed Spanish. I think Spain has a great example of the regional things. Because in Spain, when I was learning Spanish and I heard like Catalan, right? It's almost unintelligible to me. What do you mean I'm still as funny as ever? How am I funny? Are you laughing at me? Who gave you permission to laugh? I'm just saying. I'm kidding, by the way. Are you not entertained? So wait, what are you learning? What language are you learning, D? And hello, D. It's been a long while. What language were you learning? So can you in Norwegian sweat. I said sweet. Sweat. In Norwegian, can you hold a conversation across the dialects? Because in when I'm saying Fujonese, I cannot hold a conversation through the dialects. It will be utterly and insanely impossible. As in, if you find the random YouTube videos that you can find from a Fujonese person and they would explain the words in an instructional material, Mandarin people who like speak Mandarin or like be able to understand full competence of Mandarin would not be able to discern what the heck is the first grade like casual conversation is trying to say. So that's kind of the whole dialect thing, is what I'm saying about I don't know how to explain it because I'm not sure. I'm too ignorant. I'm too uncultured to actually know if this happens in other countries where it's just completely unintelligible, in my opinion. It's almost so unintelligible that you cannot exchange casual conversations without losing meaning. I think your Norwegian teacher told me in school that there are over 1,000 dialects in Norway. Dang, that's a lot. I don't know how many dialects are in China even. And I'm not sure if I would say they're dialects in the sense of someone speaks it versus they're big enough to constitute an entire group of people. So being Fujin or being Fujonese, much like the language, is large enough to constitute a population, a subpopulation of itself. Unfortunately, or fortunately or unfortunately, the nationalized language is Mandarin, the national Mandarin language, so there isn't any like preservation for Fujianese. At least I don't know. Nando naru. Nanto kararu? Anaru? You don't know. Not much. You don't know much. Nanto kanaru? Yeah, but you don't know much. Yeah, I'm not sure what's that expressing. It means everything will work out. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. That sounds more like an idiom. It means everything will work out. Nando means everything. Interesting. We're quite exposed to each other's dialects, so we also tend to like to converge into some hybrid dialects. Could be because of how many people in China. Yeah, it would make sense why there is that much difference in their language. To some extent, yeah, I agree that that's part of the factor. The other factor is possibly also trying to carve identities, right? Like, I don't know if that's frowned upon or not in the Chinese government, but oftentimes when you have one can still kind of enforce nationalized language if, say, the governing body is in control enough. However, I don't know. There are a lot of factors. It's a long history, and I don't know enough about the history. I know some history about the Fujianese people because I needed to understand my heritage back in my youth. So I had to do some deep dives into what constitutes as Fujian people from Fujian. Anyways, there you go. Fun times, right? From time to time, just so you know, if you're curious, I don't stray away from this stuff, much like I don't stray away from English. So when I see sensei, sometimes I think ireng instead of teacher. I guess it depends on the mood. One thing a lot of people cite when it comes to feeling native or like feeling native or being native is when I start talking about Fujianese, when I start talking or speaking in Fujianese, I will have my fillers will convert to Fujianese. And those fillers are not the same fillers that I use in English. Although I did groom out all the fillers of English as well. So now I use fillers as flavor. You will learn kanji later, so it's easier to differentiate. I already learned kanji. You just happen to be looking at prompts that don't have kanji in it. They introduce it slowly, but yes, of course you will learn kanji later. These prompts just happen to not have kanji. And I actually write kanji, so all 41 characters that were introduced so far, I've written kanji. It's been 44 days, so not necessarily. Back in the day when someone said that at day 7, I would probably agree that I wasn't expecting anything yet. But now we're over 160 hours into Duolingo with other things on the side. On things other side. So I can probably tell you that I am more around where a college student would spend 1 year, I guess, 1 year learning Japanese right now. And Duolingo uses the formal education approach, so it's apt to kind of draw parallelisms with a classroom. It's not how I learned Fujianese. It's also not how I understand how to listen to Mandarin and Cantonese from programming. I don't speak enough to be competent enough to construct sentences, though. However, I do like watching shows in Mandarin and Cantonese. I don't need subtitles to understand them. It's weird, but that's what happens when you have immersion. Immersion without structure at a young age can limit the utility of the language. So like I understand Fujianese, I speak Fujianese very well, but I'm illiterate. And then I can comprehend Mandarin really well audibly, but I can't speak it, nor can I read it. I wouldn't consider myself as someone who can speak Mandarin, the nationalized Mandarin, or read Mandarin. That's one of the lack of structure when you're using total immersion, which a lot of people talk about. Yeah, that's the best way to learn a language is total immersion. It's like, yeah, I understand. All of the above. So all of the above is what I would say. A little mix of a little from column A, a little from column B, a little from column C. That's my life. I have 4 different languages, and they all have selectively different competences due to the learning method. And now I do all of it. I do all of the methods whenever I feel like it. You get better in Japanese when you start exclusively listening and watch Japanese. That's total immersion. That's the total immersion approach. Like reading novels, listening to Japanese without subtitles, or you can listen to Dogen every day. Yeah, that's the immersion. That is the immersion approach. And to tell other people I am not using the immersion approach on stream, but I have already told people what I do off and on outside. So outside of the stream. But Duolingo does it differently. It's a different approach. It's not which is better. My usual answer is all of the above. Leaving tools on the table is like closing doors arbitrarily. Anyways, moving right along.
はい、姉は中国語の先生です。
はい、姉は中国語。Oh, and they're gonna do Kangokugo. Kankokugo. Kankokugo. They're gonna do Korean. I know it. Man. Okay. 姉は中国語の先生です。Sure. Yes. My older sister is a Chinese teacher.
妹さんも中国語の先生ですか？
妹さんも中国語の先生ですか？いえ、妹は医者です。Fair enough.
妹は中国語ができます。
Mind you, I read slowly. I mean really slow. Ikigai Murakami. I have no idea what either of those things are. 妹は中国語ができます。妹は中国語が中国語ができます。中国語ができます。妹は中国語ができます。I'm just gonna have to pause there. at this point. Like
がで
pause
きます。ができます。
ga dekimasu at the moment. It's like skides. Skides happens too when there's like repeated syllables. Which, by the way, this is an Americanism. By the way, in my opinion, and I kind of sort of like and dislike this trend to some extent. The trend is when you have a phrase or even a word itself, if it has a lot of rolling repeats, like repetitious syllables, you tend to drop the repetitious syllables. I talked about this a couple of times. Like the word probably, and I can't even say it properly because I don't really do it. Like probably. You'll probably hear probably, right? You'll probably hear probably. And this is the same thing. The gokugo. So, chu gokugo ga dekimasu. Chu gokugo ga dekimasu. Blah 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 blah. Sorry. So my younger sister knows Chinese, the Chinese language. My younger sister knows the Chinese language.
妹は台湾が好きです。
Taiwan? I can get behind Taiwan. I can definitely get behind Taiwan. It's not like Betonamu. Holy moly. It took me like 4 days to get used to Betonamu. But Taiwan, I can get behind Taiwan. Imoto wa Taiwan ga suki desu. Suki desu. Imoto wa Taiwan ga suki desu. This is the other phrase that I keep pausing on, but I no longer pause on.
台湾
Taiwan. Solid. My younger sister likes Taiwan. I can't unhear it now. I can't say Taiwan instead of Taiwan. Yeah, it's Taiwan. No, Taiwan, or it might be Taiwan. Yeah, Taiwan is going up. Yeah, and staying up. Taiwan ga instead of Taiwan. uh
妹の友達は台湾出身です。
Taiwan has a Wi-Fi feeling. When you're saying Wi-Fi instead of Wi-Fi. Okay.
妹の友達は台湾出身です。妹は
I heard oh, it's interesting that it's in hiragana. Huh.
台湾出身です。妹の友達は台湾出身です。
Oh.
友達
Friend. Younger sister's friend. Imoto no tomodachi. Imoto no tomodachi wa Taiwan shushin desu. Sushin desu.
妹の友達は台湾出身です。
妹は台湾に住んでいます。
妹は台湾に住んでいます。Okay. My younger sister lives in Taiwan.
お
Hooray!
姉さんは台湾に住んでいますか？
お姉さん。お姉さんはお姉さんは台湾 に住んでいますかに住んでいますかはい、姉、はい、姉は父と台湾に住んでいます。Okay. So, yes, sure. すみません。I like reading the other prompts though. すみません。すみません。カレー、定食を、2つください。I guess ordering two curry sets is a good response. Because it's not written in Taiwan, it's not written in kanji yet. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. That's why I said Duolingo structure is weird. It's not weird to me, but I can understand why it's weird to you. You want to skip over the kana step. Fair enough. Its structure is foundational building. So what it does is it does this. It starts here and it builds up. So as you go up, you're going up in compression. There are pros and cons to this. I've actually met a couple people who openly talked about something that I don't struggle with because of the way Duolingo structures this. And do I like this? I kind of like this. I kind of like building bottom up as opposed to top down. I like to learn language from top to bottom, yeah. But I can see the value, yeah, exactly. So it is weird for people who build top to bottom. What is a great top down approach? Immersion. Immersion is a great top down approach. You expose yourself exclusively into something and then you deconstruct from there. So you start piling into the dictionaries, whatever interests you, you break it down from top down. So Duolingo does the school method for kids. So adolescence, the classical adolescence approach, which is building bottom up. The school approach, where you you build foundations off patterns, and patterns are like a lot. There's like huge pool of patterns, and what you do is you unify them and you compress them by adding more rules. Rules will compress the pool because you only need to remember certain patterns or certain explainers, like what unifies the patterns. So when we become adults, we have experience. So we tend to prefer top down because we have a lot of experience, and like we want to learn grammar, like sentimentalism. It's not about the raw or the word that someone used before this. It's not about this method. Because now you're an adult, so you have a lot of basis to accelerate. If you use top down, you can accelerate the process by relying on your experience. You're going to play Assassin's Creed Unity. All right. Good luck. Good luck, D. All right. Good luck. Take care. Anyways. Yeah. I do both. Sweat. I do both. Top down is when I get off stream. So for the time being, I'm doing both. I use Duo for bottom up. I use bottom up for Duo. So I'm embracing Duo's bottom up. And then when I'm off stream, I do top down. by deconstructing things. Take something complicated, break it down, and try to understand it. So I just pick on whatever thing is out of my element and I learn about that. Whatever confuses me, I learn about that instead. Very, very excellent point. Excellent point. The idea for me is I focus on the learning methods approach on things, not necessarily what I hope to achieve with those methods, I suppose. Anyways, good topic. Maybe a topic for a little bit later. But Taiwan is most definitely not in Kana. So is Osaka.
Osaka.
Does this trigger you
Osaka.
guys? I don't know if this triggers you
Osaka.
guys. Osaka,
Osaka.
not in kanji. I imagine Osaka. Oh, someone already showed me. So technically,
Osaka.
technically, I have the kanji for Osaka. It's the same kanji for Ooki. Or someone told me it's the same kanji for Ooki. So technically, they could convert Osaka with the kanji already. But even with Osaka, they
Osaka.
Duo will even go to the length of saying when. Now they do. Yesterday they changed a patch, like they patched the structure, and now seeing only hiragana is triggering kanji makes it much more readable. Yes, yeah, I know kanji makes it more readable. I understand. Me too. I agree. When I input it in keyboard, I typically use as much kanji as I can when I'm like inputting in keyboard, like here. So technically, if you want to get rid of it, right? Say you don't want to see something. If you're doing English, like these English prompts, you can put in all the kanji and they'll accept the kanji. I don't know the kanji for any of these, except for maybe Osaka. But I do this because it's kind of fun triggering people. I'm just kidding. It is kind of fun though. One thing that they want to do in the kanji section is that whenever something is new, even if it's the same kanji, they want to make the point that kanji can be used again in other things, but they can have different meaning, they can have a different kana, and they can be spelled entirely different. Or what I mean is they're meaning, kana, just meaning and kana. I guess kana includes the sound too, so both writing and sounding. So in the end, the reason why I'm okay with not seeing Osaka with the same kanji in Oki is the thing Duo is trying to emphasize is that it might be not the greatest idea to assume that if you know a kanji and you know the kana for the kanji, you can substitute it. That's the building block method, right? The building block. The other method is just learn all the kanji and then worry about the kana later by being able to write the kana by knowing what the kanji sounds like. That's fair. At the moment, I practice kana all the time, so I'm kind of indifferent at the moment, whether it's kana or not. It is hard to read though. I do admit the sentences are getting a little bit redunculous.
Osaka.
But yes. If I wanted to sound like a gamer, I'd say skill issue. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm saying that to myself too, you know. I look forward to getting the kanji. So in this way, I'm constantly excited to getting new kanji because, I mean, you get to get unshackled from the kana. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah.
妹は
I truly wonder how patient people are.
は
Sometimes. How long have you been learning Japanese? Sweat. Or are you Japanese? Or have some familial ties to being Japanese? I don't know. Like, obviously I can't make that assumption from what you said. I mean, it sounds like you're Norwegian. Hard to assume that, but... And how long have you been learning Japanese? Imoto wa Taiwan
台湾
ni
住んでいます
Okay. 4 to 5 years on and off, and you're 100% Norwegian. Got it. So this begs me to ask, how often do you watch other people learn Japanese? And I have a more alternative question that is more like probably for myself. How many people are learning Norwegian? Whatever that means. I know it's pretty much the same as asking me if I'm going to learn Chinese. It's probably kind of a similar feeling. But have you ever encountered anyone learning Norwegian? I actually know 2 people who said they were interested in the Norwegian language, and I've met recently a Finnish person, or a Finnish. A Finn. I have no idea how English conjugates different nationalities into people. It's so weird. It took me a couple years of my life to get used to saying Fujonese. So I usually substitute the word people. So I've met one person recently from Finland. A person from Finland. Interestingly enough. Is your younger sister also a Chinese teacher? Okay. So yes, you have helped some immigrants here in Norway. Aww. One time to learn some Norwegian, but other than that, I haven't seen anyone learning Norwegian. As for seeing others learn Japanese, I've met some people learning Japanese IRL. Ooh. Wait, are you an influencer? It's definitely worth asking, because perhaps I could listen in on you. How a 4 to 5 year Japanese person, or like Japanese learner, sound like. Just you? Oh, okay. So far I haven't necessarily met. There is one person that I've met, but because of our time difference in our schedules, I'm usually asleep when that happens. I lurk now in people, especially in Japanese people who's learning English. I am very invested now in spying silently and observing other people learning English. Obviously that's far more common because of the statistics and the exposure and all that other stuff, but specifically Japanese people at the moment, since I'm learning Japanese in the reverse direction, or I'm learning language in the reverse direction. It's kind of funny, actually. I don't know if you watch Japanese people learn English, since maybe Norwegian is, I don't know what the statistics are for Norwegian as a secondary language acquisition. Japanese is not as high as you might think. Yeah, definitely not as high as you might think. Kind of seems like it online because of the internet pre-selection, but it's pretty small. It doesn't rival Spanish and Spanish and French And then it's double that in English. You're quite new to Twitch, so you haven't? Oh, you're quite new to Twitch. Is this like a... What is the Twitch scene like in Norway? That's a better question. Or like social media in general. I'm not too familiar. My exposure to Norway is that Icelandic guy who I talked about this with a person who was from Finland, is the Icelandic guy who now apparently resides in Norway, and he does YouTube shorts. I don't know if he has long format. He does YouTube shorts about the juxtaposition of the language between like Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, and the Faroe Islands. And that's my only exposure at the moment. It's absolutely wholesome. So sometimes I have no idea what he's talking about without he speaks English. So outside that, but the word trade in it is pretty funny. Very digestible. Is your younger sister around? Oh, okay, let me get this.
Imoto-san.
Imoto-san. No, nothing changed, right? Imoto-san. Imoto-san mo. Oh, do I have to say this again? Chugokugo.
中国語
Chugokugo. Why did you say it so fast? Chugokugo. Chugokugo no,
の
sensei
で
desu
す
ka.
か
Also, if I haven't already said it before, these conversations that we had recently is fantastic. Learning Japanese properly or efficiently is so secondary to the memories made while learning, in my opinion. At least that's what I value most. English. Keigo. Oh,
Eigo?
Ego? Oh, it's ego. Oh, I thought there was a K in it. What's K? Oh, no. Ego. Sorry. Keigo is polite speak. Now, why is that a thing? Sorry. Keigo is polite speak. Ego. Now, why is that a thing? Heckin. Sorry. Ego.
姉は英語の先生です。
Ego and Keigo has been thrown around a couple of times in chat when people were trying to explain things to me. So it's fine. Natural confusion until I see it. All right. So ego. These are phrases I can actually say, I suppose. Actually, ane wa ego no sensei desu. I don't have an older sister though. My older sister is an English teacher. There are different levels of Keigo. Have fun? Yeah, I know. That also has been explained to me. I call this the spoiling a 1,000-year-old language category. I stuffed all those people in coin lockers, so don't worry about them. They'll come out when it's appropriate. For now, they're all in coin lockers, having their own universes of life. But yes, there are multi-levels of Keigo. I don't know if I'm gonna really bother with that, to be fair. Ani wa Keigo, Ani wa Eigo. Ani wa Eigo no sensei desu.
Sensei.
What were the others? Osaka. Fuji-san. Does this bother you too, that this isn't in kanji? Fuji-san? Fuji-san and Jianki. Oh, does this bother you too? Jihanki? Jihanki? What are my goals, by the way? Are you planning on taking the JPLT in the future or just having fun? My goals are, my specific goals are that I can learn Japanese by using Japanese. I don't know what that looks like though. Although the JLPT thing is a very common question, and what I can tell you right now is when it comes to that, I took a mock exam for N5 half a week ago or something, because I need to be able to express that for people who are wondering, right? It's not my intent to do JLPT, so I did a mock exam. And I scored about between 70 to 80% on N5 mock exam. Although I couldn't read any of the instructions. This goes into a bunch of story about I couldn't read any of the instructions, so I inferred and used my test-taking methods that I know from English because I've been in the classroom for a really long time. And I got 70 to 80%, which I guess is a passing grade. But it didn't feel that great because I didn't understand in totality the content. Nevertheless, I didn't plan on doing it. It was just something that comes up a lot. So if you want to know where I am right now, I suppose.
私も英語ができます。
私も英語ができます。Someone else yesterday recommended some grade readers, and I'm like doing that now in the evening. I'm kind of enamored by grade readers. That's kind of like related to JLPT to some extent. The grade readers. I noticed that the way they grade or rank potential grades for the books, or like the freely available books, are kind of in the same type of classification and tier system that JLPT uses. I'm a level 0. Well, I'm basically starting from the beginning, as opposed to leaping ahead. I'm not much of a leap aheader. Again, bottom up instead of top down. I also like English. Nice. Oh, I also know English. Whoops.
弟が2人います。
I projected my feelings there. I'm sorry, guys. I do like English. So much that I was willing to... Wait, why is this highlighted again? Oh, interesting.
2人
It's a different context. Now it's being used as... Yeah, it's being used as a... It's being used in front of the predicate. That's where it goes? Interesting. Huh. Okay, so it's being used as the object of the predicate this time. Oh, well, not really. It's being used as an being used as a modifier. Huh. It's wedged between the ga particle and the predicate. I'll have to remember that. That's like a novel pattern that maybe I'll go look at it in the evening. Yeah.
はい、姉が2人います。
And futari. Oh, wait. It's not exactly the same. It's not exactly the same. It's a modifier. What I'm saying, there's a parallelism with futatsu. Futatsu, when you're ordering food, and then futari. The reason why I already know it's 2 is because of futatsu, when you're ordering something. So in this case, it's futari. And it's being used between the predicate and what I would like to say is probably a topic marker. Either ga or wa, probably. Okay.
はい、姉が2人います。はい。姉が2人
Huh.
います。はい、姉が2人います。
Oh, okay. Still the same structure.
兄弟はいますか？
Kyodai wa imasu ka? Okay. Hi. Ani ga. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Ani ga. Oh. Ani ga futari. Futari. Ani ga futari imasu. Ooh, futari imasu. I feel like just kind of feel like there's. I want to insert a sound here. Ani ga futari imasu. Okay. Futari imasu. Okay. We'll read the others. in the
兄が
future.
2人います。
We gotta at least complete this block. The reason it is not futatsu is because it is the counter for people now, but you probably knew that. No, I didn't. Nice. So futatsu, it's su. It's su, the counter for whatever that situation was, like the number of order items. So tsu was an order counter, and ri is another one. I didn't know that. Nice. So ri, I feel like someone has mentioned it. That ri is a person counter, but that explains a lot. Thank you. I didn't actually know that, but that makes so much sense. If we look at the kanji, okay, equals futari, right? And futatu, the general counter. Oh, okay. Okay. I see. I see. Ah, okay. Fair enough. I see. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't associate this with the counter. Now it makes sense. It makes sense to me. Well, I guess. Yeah, I guess I should have known it's a counter because Duo already introduced. I'm guessing I can do something like. Since I know 4, right? I know up to 4. You could say, hitori, mitari, or miri, or is that a different? Now you need to insert something else. You have to modify mi because it sounds really weird. Miri sounds weird, and yori is okay. Or do they use a different middle kana now because it sounds weird with ri? Oh, it goes with san. Oh, they go into san instead. Ah, okay. But mitari. Oh, okay. So you still contain the ta? Nice. Okay. This stuff, Duo has not gone through the whole thing yet. So one thing that Duo has avoided so far is they introduce a bunch of counters, right? G. You could even say hun, right? Hun. I'm not gonna write down the kanji at the moment, but we have the kanji as well for ji and hun. And kan, like in jikan. However, they only picked very specific numbers to illustrate a point for the time being. They didn't introduce all of it. So things like introducing nana, right? But then it's chichiji. Oh, they introduced something in this unit too. Gatsu. Oh my god. Maybe I should just write the kanji. I'm practicing Romaji now. Gatsu. Gatsu. And this is also using the to illustrate. And then there's sen, right? There's sen. There's sen, right? And then they're using it to contrast between these. And they didn't even introduce nana in terms of hun. Sounds have a lot of which is not obvious by just looking at the common reading of the kanji. Yeah, I understand. Actually, most of these are memorization. So I already know all the versions of hun and pun, right? Hun, pun. However, Duolingo hasn't covered this yet. They only have done Jupun. Sorry. Jupun. Right. Jupun. Jupun and Gohun. Only Jupun and Gohun. And then for Gatsu is Chichigatsu and Kugatsu. And Ku is special too because they also introduce Q, right? Q for Q, but then you have Kuji, and then they reintroduce that for Kugatsu, sticking to very specific repetition until maybe they'll break it out at some point where here are all the rest of them. Congrats. Much like how I only know how to say Saturday Saturday and Sunday. Doyobi and Nichiyobi, and have their respective kanjis. It is weird. I mean, I have to admit, it is kind of weird. You either trust the process or you drop it, like a bad habit. I kind of do all of the above. I filled in the gaps already to some extent. If my journey doesn't bring to filling in the gaps and they stay gaps, I don't know how to say Monday through Thursday. Through Friday. Monday through Friday. I don't know how to say that. So I'm just going to assume I'm only going to talk about my weekends for the time being. And then obviously the person that feels very rigorously like to state the obvious without emotional intelligence is the idea that all of these phrases from section 1 to section 2, and I've been told maybe half or a third of section 3 is in the mas form, right? And then even for negation, and it's only non-passed so far, so no pass yet, which I know. I even know the past forms of these, right? And then no plain form until apparently somewhere in section 3. So plain form. And it's one of those things that you get comments all the time where, oh yeah, first year people cannot go beyond this. And I'm like, well, yeah, I've only been doing this for less than 2 months. Where do you expect me to be in 2 months? Many people might be saying, oh, but you could do all of this in like a month. And I'm like, I don't believe you. That's fine. And then you have the people who have done it for a very long time, and you get a mixed bag. You get individuals who forget how long it took them, or you have individuals who constantly state things as though it's going to happen overnight. So all their criticisms assume that Duolingo is fast. I mean, I don't think anything is fast, really. Like, learning language fast is such a new age concept. And they make, you make bold claims like, I have forgotten how the beginning was, how it was to not understand a single word, like every single word, yeah. Or how it was not feel to understand a single word, yeah. I read an entire book where I could read the whole thing. Like right now, the grade readers, right? I think my favorite thing that will demonstrate what it was like for the first 2 weeks, how do I recommend it, is if you give me a book and you wrote it all out in kana, I would be able to speak through it, right? Just speak through it. I have no idea what any of the words mean. But one of the essence of the beginning of Duolingo is the encouragement, just read all your kana. That's not something appreciated by anyone who's in their 3 or 4 years in, or have had the command of that language, probably have long ascended or move past the idea like, oh yeah, it felt great when you could even pronounce this if you don't even know what it is. And what I mean by pronouncing, I mean roughly pronouncing it. And you can put words together, you can pick the particles out, you can at least know where the conjugation is. You don't have to know what the conjugation is, right? Like, I can't necessarily tell you what the plain form is right off the bat, but what I can tell you is this right here is the predicate. And then this right here is a counter with a number and counter. And this is the ga particle. And here is arguably a topic. Agreed. I absolutely agree with you. And that's usually where, if you're greater than 4 to 5 years, or you have some semblance of methodology, I would say 80% of language learners would love the use of the word efficiency. And that's the advice I get most of the time. They never, the idea is there rarely a time when someone asks me, am I interested in efficiency? Because I am someone that has understood what efficiency is. Okay, I'm going to leverage something that I tell myself I try not to do anymore. But let's just say when you get a PhD, there are things that go beyond efficiency. And I look for value, not efficiency. But efficiency is part of value, for sure. If you value your time and efficiency is the biggest driver for your value, then fair enough. I have no qualms with that. But generally speaking, when people say, I still believe some methods are more efficient than others, I agree with you. What is your point? when you speak to someone, you know, when you're trying to advise someone who doesn't just look at efficiency. Efficiency is an oversimplification that those who specialize, in my opinion, someone who specializes things, a lot of times simplify things to make it understandable. So if someone's learning Japanese, you could simplify it and focus on efficiency as a way to help someone. As a specialist, I guess, in some things, I try to avoid, this is kind of my take on things. I try to avoid simplifying things and take time to make it understandable. That also means finding out if Duolingo is useful to you. Versus Duolingo is not efficient, so therefore you must use more efficient tools. Hey Sub-Zero, what's up? Hello, how are you? Welcome back. Welcome back. What did you do today? It's very late. What the heck? You guys really are late sleepers. Or maybe not, maybe early risers, I don't know. 兄が二人います。I have two brothers, or two older brothers, rather.
アンドリューさん、お姉さんはいますか?
Been out seeing some friends I haven't seen in 4 years. Nice. How do you approach a conversation with someone you haven't talked to for 4 years? I imagine these are close friends. There's a subtext to this, but I'll reveal it once I hear what your response is. Oh no, what is this? Anderu. Yeah. Andaryu. Ando, yeah. Andoryu. Andoryu-san. 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 One-san. One-san wa ikimasu ka? Okay. So, does Andrew, do you have an older sister? はい。姉が、二人います。Okay. Two. Not just one, two. Can't lie, it felt a bit awkward the first 5 minutes, but it picked up real quick. I see. How's studying going? Oh, today, less studying, but more a lot of discussions. I found out, I think my favorite part of today so far is I found out that my A's are weird, and it's kind of cool. I might leverage that. So my A's in the end of words and my A's in the beginning of words are kind of different, and in the middle of words too. And it's very dependent on the very specific word. Hey, welcome back, Turnus. Yeah, I missed you last time. What are you up to, Turnus? So, started with grass. Kusa. Kusa sounds like kusa. So instead of kusa, I'm saying kusa, which I can hear for sure, but It goes back and forth. You've been playing games? I see.
お兄さんは何歳ですか？
You discovered how much fun Japanese visual novels are. What kind of visual novel games are you into right now? Like, what are you playing? I would highly recommend, if you're into Japanese visual novel, you gotta at least, you know, hit up the classic tropes, right? The classic tropes as well, like Steins Gate and Clannad. You'll be right back? Fair enough. Sub-Zero. Ane? Oh, Ani. Ani. Oh, okay.
お兄さん
Oni. Oh, sorry. Oni. Right. So, Oni. And then we got Ane. And then we already went over Imoto. No change in Imoto. And Ototo. Ototo didn't change either. So, and these are anime terms, I suppose, have been used a bunch. Oni-san wa nansai. Oh yeah, right. Nansai desu ka? Starting the same pattern. How old is your older brother? Holy. Okay. Oni-san wa sensei.
先生
2 plus 2 again. Heckin 2 plus 2.
お兄さんは優しいですか？
Oni-san wa yasashii desu ka?
兄はマレーシアが好きです。
It seems to be 私のレオはジュジツイスギエル by super fulfilling real life. Interesting. I think I might have seen the cover for it. Hang on. I think I might have seen the cover for it. Wait. Oh no, never mind. I'm thinking of something else. Just kidding. It's a different visual novel game. Well, games aren't listed in English. So, I was typing up the Japanese one. Unless maybe I can get rid of that word and use... No. Doesn't have it. Doesn't have it. Not the game I'm thinking of. Something else. You think that actually works on Steam? Let's see. I mean, I was typing the kana. All right. Let's copy pasta instead. Oh, yeah, no, I did see it. Wait. Unless this is not the game. No, this is in the game though. This is probably not the game you're talking about. It's not on. I can't find it on. Wait. Oh, okay. Okay. It might be something that I've seen. I'm not sure. Interesting. So, are you playing in Japanese or are you playing in English? Nice. Nice. Wait, are you Japanese? Ernest, we haven't ever talked about language. Oh, there's no English support? That makes sense. I mean, I can't make that the assumption, but yeah. You're American? Okay. How long have you been using Japanese? I imagine the reason why I ask these questions is because I'm using Duolingo right now. There is Chinese support though? Oh. It's a shame I can't read Chinese. You started back in July 2022. Oh, okay. Nice. I haven't decided if I was going to play a visual novel game on stream yet. That's going to be like after 6 months. Maybe 6 months to a year. The next thing is reading. Like reading probably like free books and stuff. And newspaper articles after 3 months. 3 months or 4 months. Oh, the month you read Steins Gate was... Okay, I see. And decide this language is really cool. You should learn it after reading Steins Gate? Oh, okay. Alright. Fair enough. Malaysia. Malaysia?
Malaysia.
Oh my gosh, Malaysia. Malaysia. Okay, alright. Fair enough. You got me. You got me. Katakana. You got me. Malaysia. Malaysia. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. Ani wa Malaysia. 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 Shia. Malaysia. Yeah, Malaysia. 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 Ga ski desu. Okay. Huh. Ani wa Malay. Oh my gosh. Ani wa Malaysia ga ski desu. Okay. My older brother likes Malaysia. All right, cool. And the voice actors were so easy to understand. I could really feel what they were saying in Japanese even though I didn't know anything. Ah, yeah. No other game has made you cry outside of Steins Gate? Really? Out of Steins Gate, huh? Have you played Steins Gate 0? And yet? There is the Steins Gate. Oh yeah, you played Steins Gate 0 as well? Nice. What about Clannad? Oh, and My Darling's Embrace, yeah. What about Clannad?
兄の彼氏はマレーシア出身です。
Okay. I heard someone's boyfriend.
兄の彼氏はマレーシア出身です。兄は彼氏のはマレーシア
マレーシアマレーシア
です。
あ
です。出身です。兄の彼氏はマレーシア出身です。
えYou listen to a couple of drama CDs too? Someday you'll play Steins Gate Elite. I didn't even know there was another Steins Gate. Dang. If you're listening to Steins Gate, that's incredibly impressive. 兄の彼氏は Malaysia, Malaysia, sushin desu. Sushin desu.
兄は来週マレーシアに行きます。
兄は来週マレーシアに行きます。Okay. My older brother is going to Malaysia next week.
兄はよくマレーシアの映画を見ます。
There's still a lot of words I don't know still, so sometimes it's hard to understand things. Understandable. Very understandable. I don't understand anything. 兄はよくマレーシアの映画を見ます。Okay. My older brother watches Malaysian movies. Often. Hard to get back. Had to get some ice cream. It's so hot in here. Dang, what's the temp like over where you are? Ice cream, right? Ice cream. Or I guess you could express it with desato. Desato. Yeah, I see it. Oh, can you actually say ice? You can simplify that and just say ice for ice cream. Oh, thank goodness. It's kind of like basket. Instead of saying basketball, basketball, you can say basket instead. They do technically. Yes. It's really cold outside, but whatever reason, it's super hot in your room. Are you low-key telling me you're hot? I see. Nice. Well played.
お兄さんも日本語ができますか?
You're that hot, huh? Steamy, even. Oni-san mo Nihongo ga dekimasu ka? Dekimasu ka? My older brother also know Japanese. Sorry, that's a question. Does your older brother also know Japanese? Didn't want to reveal it, but you read right through it. Ice cream. Sometimes I wish Chinese had. Are you making a John Cena joke again? Don't Bing chilling me, okay? Don't heckin' go there. We've already had that a couple times. There's already a Bing chilling several times. We've digressed and derailed Bing chilling a couple times already, okay? You guys need to calm down with your ice cream. Heckin' edgelords.
私も英語ができます。
How do I screw this up? Oh, I screwed up nose instead of likes. I also know English. Fantastic. You son of a duo! Oh my gosh. I wasn't paying attention. I got robbed. Hang on, we gotta get our hearts back. Wait, you don't know the meme Sub-Zero? You don't know the meme Bing chilling? It's ice cream. Well, it's Mandarin ice cream, I guess. Like it's Mandarin ice cream. It's Mandarin for ice cream. Bing chilling. By the way, can do in English? Yeah, it says both. It says both. Turnus. Duo has can do as well. At least I think. There were 3 meanings that they have on the pull down list. I know the meme, but didn't know it meant. Oh yeah, it's actually ice cream. It's actually ice cream. Yeah. Although, there are other phrases to say ice cream, but Bing chilling kind of works. It does work. Yeah. So ice creamu, doesn't it sound like Bing chilling? Isn't it funny? The reason why I said that was because someone said if only Chinese had such a translation, and to me Bing chilling is like the equivalent of katakana, because Bing means ice, and I guess chilling means something, but personally, I would have used, in order to use that type of logic, I would also have to say like, bingo, like ice sauce, ice paste, bingo, instead. So ice, like ice sauce, or cream, ice cream, like go is cream, so bingo is fine too, ice cream. One of my Japanese friends use reika to hide the fact that they're talking about ice cream in front of their reika. Well, I don't even know what reika means. It's a relatively rare term that means frozen dessert. Okay, fair enough. I had no idea. I would assume it would be something with nian. Oh, yeah. Yeah, cold. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Chinese uses... Wow, that actually look like... honestly, that kind of just looks like a cup of ice cream. It looks like a container with the ice cream, and then like the little stroke it's a spoon. It's a spoon that's in the ice cream.
じゃあね。花さん、こんばんは。
Yeah, I don't actually know. What is the ice cream? Hold up. Ice cream. Hold up. Ice cream in Mandarin. Don't dare you give me Bing chilling. Ah, freak. Bing chilling. What's our alternatives? What is this?
雪糕.
Oh, 雪糕. Yeah, 雪糕 is probably what I would say. 雪糕, snow cream. 雪糕, like snow.
冰糕.
Pingo. Oh, that's like water, like water ice thing. So 雪糕 is probably what I would hear.
雪糕.
Yeah, 雪糕 in Mandarin, as opposed to Bing chilling, and that's more like katakana. Bing chilling is more like katakana, where they're trying to adapt English. Yeah, 雪糕is probably what I would say. And that's 雪糕 is 不知你 雪糕. Oh, that is what my parents say. Yeah, like snow Snow cream. Snow cream. I mean ice. Ice, snow. Same difference, I suppose. Not really, but... Here go. Huh. Nice. Language. Language. Oh yeah, I need to get my heart back. I got robbed of a heart. I'm getting it back. Don't at me, guys. I'm getting my heart back.
花です。
Oh, I could do keyboard entry. Let's practice keyboard. Right. Let's practice Romaji. Wait. What's happening? What do I know? Ow. Okay.
花です。
That's a heart. That a heart was robbed.
花です。
Okay. Hana desu.
ナオミです。どうぞよろしく。
花さん、じゃあね。
花です。
Which,
こん
by
に
the
ちは。
way, yeah, that Hana, sure, that Hana. There are multiple Hanas, but that Hana, I suppose. This is the Hana's name, so yeah, probably. Yeah. Someone already showed me both the Hanas. And I don't have either. And the only Hana I have, doesn't that mean the same thing? No, it doesn't. Right? The only Hana that I have is Hanashimasu. So like the Hana in the conjugated Hanashimasu. So, and that is neither of those two as well. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. I don't know Hana flower or Hana nose. No kanji for Hana flower and Hana nose. Just saying. From Duo. Not yet. So don't at me, okay? Calm down. I mean, they're stealing my hearts. I gotta get them back. What can I do?
Dozo yoroshiku.
Naomi です。
こんばんは、ケンです。
花さん、こんにちは。
The blank thing on the top of stuff usually means is related to grass. I see. So if you know, I don't, but that's fine. We can infer the meaning of this. I see. Sounds good. That kanji means medicine. I see. I know the kana for medicine. So there's that. Do you know the kana for medicine? I suppose you do. Since you typed it. Yeah, kusuri. Yep. I learned that was in the last unit. So kusuri was first introduced in the last one for emergencies. Under emergencies. I don't have the kanji yet for kusuri. Do you practice your handwriting as well or just through? I practice my handwriting outside of Duo now. You'll see some of my handwriting only when I'm reviewing. So if you want to see my handwriting, what it looks like, video 26 will show you what my handwriting looks like after 25 days. The next time you'll probably see my handwriting when it comes to kana, and kanji would be on day 51. However, you can kind of see my kanji and kana every once in a while at the beginning of each day when I review and decide if I want to write kana, English, or even the kanji. The downside about writing it when I'm doing Duolingo is that this tool that I have is not reliable in capturing like small movements. So I usually have like pretty gross approximations of what my handwriting is. You can only tell when I'm doing the review stuff. So medicine is fun grass. Oh. Huh. You personally dropped Chinese handwriting because it takes so much longer? I see. I like drawing things, so I also like writing things. And writing things help me remember things. So yeah, I do write, but not outside of... The only writing that I do on stream is when Duo has the kanji section at the end of each lesson. However, Duo just recently updated with lots of new kanji things in the kanji section, and I haven't had the opportunity to see how frequently the old lessons where you write stuff over and over again shows up. You're not able to handwrite anything except for maybe 5 kanji, if you can even call each ni. Yeah, I can write at least all the kanji that's introduced so far. There are 41 kanji that's introduced so far. And I can write all of them. And every 3 or 4 days, I write all of the kana. It takes about 2 minutes. And it still takes about 2 minutes. So I write it in the exact form that's in the charts. Because using that chart, there's patterns that I can use for other things. Like grammar. So there are a lot of shortcuts that I relate to the exact chart. So both A's, like both I, U, E, O, right, going across, and both of them going down. Stroke order and everything. It helps me remember things. You think you can try maybe half of the kana? I mean, your reading comprehension's off the mark. So, hopefully your speech is coming along too. Yeah, you get used to it. You really fill out the strokes. Like, eventually, in my opinion, I know this is also speaking to simplification. Like, we're simplifying now because I've been writing for really long. I've been writing for quite some time now. You really, I would say for me, after day 30 plus, the strokes, there are wrong feeling strokes. Strokes become... oh no, this is lewd. Sorry, kids. But yeah, some strokes feel awful when I do it. The moment I do it, I'm like, oh no, that stroke is not good. There are bad strokes and good strokes now. It's very difficult to picture a kana in your mind. That's perfectly all right. I think that's understandable. Yeah. You do what you practice, right? You put in the time. In October, here's a little teaser. In October, it's gonna be kind of hard, but I juggle 2 things. In October, I draw something. I do Inktober every October, right? And I draw something every single day. I draw a prompt every single day. So in October, I will be picking a kanji for the prompt, and I'm going to be drawing something with the kanji. That's probably what I'm going to do, to combine the 2 things that I'm doing. Before, it used to be like a theme of random things, that I would make everything into a red panda related thing. But now, I actually have something. Yeah, so I'm probably going to take kanji and draw a picture to that kanji. That is also the prompt of the Inktober thing. hopefully by October, I will have enough vocabulary base to encompass all the prompts. I'm pretty sure I will. October is really far away. It is very, very far away. Right now, my vocabulary, not kanji, right? My vocabulary is at around 700 words. Give or take a few tens. Is that 700 words? Only 41 kanji, unfortunately, or fortunately. Taking it slow. So 700 is not too bad. My grammar conception, it's enough. It's enough to clear N5, I suppose. That's all I can say about it. Are you asking others? Oh, Turtis, for sure. I watch interviews. I watch multilingual interviews right now. That's what I do most of the time. Gotta love those Japanese subtitles. Interesting. Crunchyroll. Solid. What are we doing here? Hello, Hana. Is that all that says? Yeah.
ケンです。こんにちは。
This is one of the earliest lessons. Okay. I'm practicing keyboard input here because I don't actually practice keyboard input anywhere else. So, just to elaborate on the keyboard thing, this is the only place that I get to practice romaji. Like, technically, this is the only place that I get to practice romaji. And I only do it during the practice exercises because I don't want to do it in I can lead to typos and stuff. So I actually haven't ever typed anywhere else with romaji input. And you might be thinking, well, you don't need romaji and stuff. So I get it. I heard this a lot of times, but I want to remember the romaji. It's a different perspective. So just thought I'd let people in and understand that why I'm doing this. Whoops. Oh, Hana des. Whoops. Does it matter what? No. Okay. I don't watch any anime. I do watch anime. Yes. I do watch anime. I usually watch them with friends unless there's a suggestion or an inspiration. So currently, after 30 days of doing Duolingo, right? Indy voluntarily shared what he was watching, and he was watching A Sign of Affection. I watched the first 2 episodes of A Sign of Affection, and my the other 2 guys that I hang out with who aren't Japanese learners, however, We typically hang out on Wednesdays because of so we have half days. Well, I have half days, and we started watching Fjorden or Frieden, however people want to pronounce it. I think it's more closer to Fjorden, but yeah. So we watched 4 episodes of Fjorden. There you go. So just to dispel, this is to dispel any suspicions that I might only be using Duolingo. That's a conversation that's occurred quite a lot. I typically already listen to lots of Japanese even before I started learning Japanese. A lot of Japanese. Oh. So when people tell me that I hear, like, if I pronounce things a certain way and whatnot, it's not because I don't know what it should sound like. Oftentimes, I feel like the things that I pay attention to is a little different from what other people pay attention to. So today, when we were talking about my ahs, like in kusa, I don't particularly think is alien to my ears, but I do have a lot of listening. Yeah, don't talk to ChatGPT and Romaji, it'll hallucinate a ton. Fair enough. It's interesting that you use those terminology. How much do you know about machine learning and AI? That sounds like a very I don't want to say this too much, but that sounds like a very superficial understanding of how that works. A fair bit? Okay, fair enough. Do you have a background in machine learning? Because I want to know why you would use that specific word in that specific phrase. Because I kind of sort of don't agree. But that's for way down the line anyways. About ChatGPT. At least ChatGPT 5, I suppose. Oh, you learned Shua from that Sign of Affection anime? Oh, so you've seen it already. Cute. Nice. Not your field of expertise, but you've trained your own neural network and done a fair bit of stuff with machine learning? That sounds amazing. Yeah, I can imagine they hallucinate. For sure. I can imagine that there's a chance they would hallucinate. I haven't done it myself practically, so I haven't used something like that to practically test how common they would do to hallucinate. I'm not entirely sure if that's an undesirable use or not. I actually think that might be an interesting application of using ChatGPT to trigger hallucination. You haven't had an opportunity to get deep into the deep learning stuff yet? I see. I asked it what uekomi meant. Uekomi meant, and it said it means pushing up, and it's used in fields like sports and cooking. Oh, that's interesting. Which have nothing to do with the shrubbery. Well, here's the thing, right? If you do the hallucination, you have to validate it, right? So that would make an interesting exercise to understanding if you knew what the right response is. What doesn't work well is also a fun exercise in testing oneself, right? I'm not saying you should do it. If your goal is to learn using ChatGPT, then yeah, that would be very counterproductive, I suppose, towards your goal. However, it would be really funny, and I have considered the idea, maybe like way down the line, to see how well the popular machine learning platforms are working out for Japanese. It almost behave as it has very little training data for this. Yeah, I can imagine that would be the case. Yeah. By the time I get there, I'm sure it's going to be on 5 or 6 revisions, like another 1 or 2 revisions by the time I ever consider something like that. However, it has been on the back of my mind. I haven't tested it myself though, so it would be funny. You regenerate the response and now it's talking about Uekomi. So what do you mean? You tried it again and does it work? You mostly only use ChatGPT to validate what I'm thinking about it, what you're thinking about a topic. I see. I was going to use a ChatGPT as a way to demonstrate linguistic differences, or not linguistic differences, communication differences between someone who may or may not be reading off a script, right? How I was going to see if I could discern or illustrate the different articulation and behavioral patterns that you would get from someone who is writing and talking and communicating their own perspective, or something that's generated from machine learning. So a lot of times the growing concern is that the content you are talking about is hyper indicative, and when they're hyper indicative, you can get AI to supplement that, right? Generative AI it's very advantageous in terms of how efficient it is when you're concerned with indicatively indicating facts and statements. However, even through the erroneous thing, there's obviously error rates in retrieving data and whatnot. However, my fun thing that I was going to do was to demonstrate how a human speaker who specializes perhaps or is well practiced in communication would be unmatched by the current models of ChatGPT. I'm not saying the future might not close the gap, but for the present moment, it is very clear that when people submit reviews and writing to a person who is skilled at their language of choice in writing and communication, it's very obvious when someone is using a generative AI to write their prompts versus actually writing something by themselves. So that was what I was going to use it for way back. It says it means an attitude of receiving or an attitude of acceptance. I use ChatGPT a ton for language learning. Mostly, please write this sentence down and I was thinking of doing that. I was actually gonna try to do synthetic models of conversation. So prompt it to create hypothetical situations in which it would contextualize a bunch of Japanese words. And then I would scrutinize it using the limited skills I have so that it would encourage me to break down what is intelligible and what is unintelligible, if not all of it is intelligible in Japanese in the future. So like 6 months down the line, I was going to use ChatGPT to provide an endless permutation of sources to like write a paragraph about a dog in Japanese. And I would use as much diligence and scrutiny as I can to either correct it, modify it, or read through it. So that was kind of my attempt to apply something like that. That's much farther down the line for language learning purposes. I just asked ChatGPT to explain the usage of na, and it gave me wait, I don't even know what that means. I just think it's funny seeing that. Is that all it gave you? Like, is it really? That's all they gave you? It gave you that response. That string of... All I see is... maybe that's a na adjective, right? That's a na adjective. and then a kanji, and then that might look like a predicate. It gave me a ton of wrong example sense of the usage. Yeah, so I would say your prompt is not specific. Oh, it's inu. Oh yeah, that's right. It's inu. That's true. That's right. Here's what I would say. If you limit, so you have to also challenge your ability to use English, right? This is where you have to use your challenge your English as well. Like my prompt, try a prompt like this. This is way out of the scope of what I'm doing now, but the idea is like use na in a sentence about a dog in in the Japanese language, and explain how na functions in the grammatical structure of the sentence. Like the prompt specificity can actually help limit like the weirdness. But that's another thing that comes with the whole thing. So like use na in a simple sentence or a simple clause or an independent clause about a dog or something. That might help. Searched a giant's corpse of native text. Has no occurrence. Oof. Yikes. But anyways, good luck guys. Problem I see with language learning through ChatGPT though is that you can't really confirm that what you're given is correct because it's a different language, and even if you double check by Googling, when it defeats the purpose of using ChatGPT in the first place. That is not true. But let me give you, I don't want to go into this, but let me go into it briefly. So you're confusing the end result, in my opinion. Here's my counterpoint, Sub-Zero. And we talked, I don't know if you were here for yesterday's conversation. However, you're talking about from an endpoints perspective. You're not talking about a process perspective. So the process task is practicing how to know it's incorrect, what sources do you have available? So you have to do source finds. So what other alternative converging sources that you can have? That's another skill that you practice. And you are already doing this when you're doing immersion. However, in this case, you're trying to correct something that you see. So now, if you view it from an endpoint, then most certainly the endpoint is that ChatGPT is supposed to teach you. So when you're teaching yourself, yes, that defeats the purpose of the endpoint of ChatGPT. However, in a process-oriented way, you are practicing several different skills in a process task oriented way. So much like the idea of someone who goes on the internet and Googles something. They do not, oh shoot, I just heckin' triggered all my phones. I said the G word. When you go and Google, when you search something and you get an answer, rarely do anyone ever practice these skills. So you are actually doing this skill in language learning all the time. This process of checking, double checking, finding ways, breaking it down from immersion is part of language learning. So I would typically, what I would do in ChatGPT is that use it as a way to challenge my understanding of how to find if this is correct or not. If it doesn't work in the first place. If it does work, then sure, the endpoint is successful. If it doesn't, you can use it for a different purpose, which is to practice task-oriented critical thinking. So critical thinking and problem solving. Oftentimes, when people think about college education, they often summarize their performance by their end grades and largely discard any attempt to learn from any of the process and problem solving that they have. And this, in my opinion, this separates what is considered a graduate level of understanding versus a high school level of understanding. Just to give an idea. So for me, Duolingo is not necessarily, and you don't need this, just so you know, like internists or whoever, like Sub-Zero and stuff, you don't necessarily need these critical thinking and problem solving techniques if you are happy and you can solve most of your problems using the techniques you already have. However, you can choose to solve problems, and there are value to it, is what I'm trying to encourage. Oftentimes, if you don't see the value, you are focusing on the endpoints. So if you're focused on getting to your goal, you can end up being less value oriented with your time. So when someone, it's kind of the idea of someone who speed runs Japanese versus me, who is process oriented. So when someone asks me, what's my end goal? Well, my current goal is somewhere that is close to my current position. So it's one of those things. Are you focused on the present? Are you focused on the present, or are you looking at the end? And for someone who is interested in computer programming, if any one of you are interested in computer language, oftentimes it's often a process-oriented thinking as opposed to a endpoint perspective. There are lots to be gained in the process versus the endpoint. So you can modularly learn from different steps. So it's not all defeatist. So it's kind of like the people who make mistakes and they feel like they shouldn't have made those mistakes. Those mistakes mean nothing because they only waste time. That's a endpoint perspective versus a process-oriented perspective. You made those mistakes in order to correct them. You made those mistakes in order to know how to prevent the mistakes. And you made those mistakes to build on top of those mistakes versus trying to erase your mistakes because those are a waste of time. So as one grows older, the reason why I'm saying this is I don't want people to grow older and sit there and think of all the time they wasted by making the mistakes that they did. When you're focused on endpoint stuff, you no longer find motivation to make meaning out of all the events that happen in your life. And it can very devalue someone as you grow older. So the reason why I focus on this is I don't for me, when someone feels like they're wasting their time, you have to encourage them to try to make value out of it. So if ChatGPT is hallucinating like a butthead, you can probably find another clever way to use it. So ChatGPT could provide you with an endless of crazy prompts in Japanese. The question is, are you smart enough to tell what's wrong with it? Because if you are, that's another way to provide a source of ways to challenge yourself on how much you understand the Japanese language. It might not teach you the Japanese language directly. However, indirectly, you can probably practice a lot of skills that you don't normally have because you're constantly learning the right way of doing things. But what if someone was wrong? How would you approach solving that problem? Right. And oftentimes, very, very specialized, skilled people are so used to being right that the moment they come to teach someone or advise someone, they are inadequate. And what I mean by inadequate is respectfully so, they are very good at what they do, but they are very terrible at teaching or educating. And that's a duality of the human condition. When your competence goes up and you spend most of your time at a high competence level, in order to sacrifice, you have to sacrifice delta T to elevate your teaching skills. Otherwise, if you spend your time up here, your teaching skills decline. So when you offer advice, it becomes less and less relevant to the person that you're teaching. And the further the gap becomes, the less critical thinking and problem solving you have. So oftentimes you get to that gap where, oh, I can't explain it to you. It's too complicated. Like, well, yes, it's too complicated because you haven't been practicing how to do that. So in science, oftentimes you have to struggle. You have to sacrifice some of this time in order to make time to understand how to explain things and teach things. And that's where I come in. This is where I am. I'm not really a master of many things because I like to sacrifice that time and efficiency to spend time talking to people, conversing, taking in experience that's necessary to communicate and bridge complications in emotions, communication. The reason why I don't use filler words in English is oftentimes these discussions, I have rehearsed it and practiced it quite a lot. So I can talk about very complicated topics involving explaining and motivating someone to seek better mental health and proactive lifestyles without necessarily having to stop and pause about what to say next to the person. Right? So, okay, double check. It should be, oh, I see. I have no idea why, but oh, it's a no instead of a nah. Okay, I see. So they gave you an example of a nah, but it's a no part. I see. That's just my own thought from thinking about it in my head though. I've never used it for ChatGPT. Fair enough. Will people stop gifting me subs? I'm up to my... You're a popular girl. Okay. Popular girl. You're a popular guy. I can confirm GitHub Copilot gave me better results for the nah question. Oh, that's good. That's interesting. That's very interesting. 1 point for Microsoft, I suppose. I just had to tell it I am making a Japanese grammar app, and then it would answer my question. Interesting. Huh. I don't want to grow old either, forever young. I don't know what to tell you, Turnus. You can always try to stay young at heart. Yeah, GPT had been very helpful in the last 6 to 9 months for you. Interesting. I would love to know more about how you're learning with ChatGPT, Turnus. I just had to verify what it says when it says conflict with what I believe. Exactly. So you're doing all of the above. That's what it's like, in my opinion. That's the truest sense of a graduate education. You have a boss, you have a mentor, you have someone who is your seniority who can answer a lot of questions, but they also can't answer a lot of questions. Sometimes you can get ChatGPT or someone to ask the correct questions. And that's something that I'm not entirely sure if I can do in ChatGPT. Like I would... maybe you can like prompt ChatGPT. Can you ask me a Japanese grammar question? Right? Because oftentimes learning also involves having a mentor or an environment that encourages you to be inquisitive. So in an academic environment, a highly educated environment, you not only have critics, you also have mentors who ask the right questions if they don't know the right questions. And if they could offer information that might require clarification or something. So you're both actively correcting and learning at the same time. That's a engagement of a lot of different types of learning tools, not simply being dictated. Dictation, even in an immersion sense, is very effective. It's not the most complete picture you can have. Problem solving greatly enhances as well. It can contribute to it. So if you're asking, what are my problem solving skills by streaming Duolingo? Well, every week I have at least 3 or 4 people who challenges my understanding of what Duolingo is offering me and what it is not offering me, and what I did to pursue it, and develop other ways to compensate or make up for, or however you want to phrase it, on Duolingo. Because of that challenge, I am far more competent in in Japanese ahead of where I should be. So it's capitalizing on problem solving and critical thinking integrated with what is offered that's dictated to you by a tool, while at the same time encouraging the inquisitive nature that I have to motivate myself to answer or rebuttal or counterpoint other people's perspective. So talking about Duolingo also aids me in understanding how Duolingo teaches Japanese, of which then, if I understand how well the Japanese is taught or what it can't teach, I can compensate for it and learn and find other sources appropriate to complement the things that they lack. When people give advice, they don't problem solve. They have already solved the problem that they had. So if the problem, the task, is to learn Japanese, offering advice fails to use skills that I'm talking about now, which is to understand what the problem is first, why you think it's a problem, how does your advice address the problem. These are life skills that I say go beyond language learning. Learning is a life skill. Language is not. Learning language is still life skill adjacent. Problem solving and critical thinking is also a life skill that's context independent. So if you want to invest in something, I know I'm learning Japanese. It's great to invest in learning another language, but investing in critical thinking and problem solving while learning another language is goated, in my opinion. You are also practicing how to rebuttal, counterpoints, right? Like make counterpoints, do the research, find alternative ways of source management and all of that. So troubleshooting is very valuable in general. It's unwanted a lot of times because you're focused on the goals that you want. However, if you're focused on the process of doing those goals, oftentimes you can maximize value of your time as opposed to maximize efficiency towards a goal and forgetting the rest, rejecting whatever it is that's not goal relevant. This is provided you have the privilege, the time, and the resource to do so. Not saying it's for everyone, but it is a very, very hypothetical, wonderful way to encourage other people to not look at their mistakes like a waste of time. It's largely my 2 cents. I'm not saying it's bad teaching source for sure, but I do think it's better if you knew for certain it was 100% accurate every time. I disagree. So for all the other things I've said, you know if it's 99.9% accurate. Whether or not that tool is, it's neither better nor worse. It's how you extract the value. So I understand how you would feel that way, for sure. I get the whole 100% accurate thing. Similar to how you can't say you learn more by having a bad teacher that's giving you info that you might not trust over a teacher that's giving you info. I disagree again, but that is also, humans cannot be that. So it's still focused on endpoint perspective, where you hope that something always have all the answers, which is not the reality. And normalizing that reality makes one in my opinion, a terrible problem solver or communicator, especially in a world that even the things that you think are 100% sure are not. They are gone through a filter, right? So if I cannot reasonably agree with you that having a perspective that something is 100% accurate is the baseline for something being valuable or anything or being better, that is a reality I do not live in. However, it would be great if that reality does exist. Oh, that's what Turner said. I don't think there'll ever be a 100% accurate source of information for any topic. Yeah. Yes. And I got this Discord bot I wrote that uses GPT-4 model. I frequently used it to check sentences, define, break down sentences. Nice. And since it's a Discord bot, there's a diary aspect to it that, a log. Yeah, a log. It's particularly good at Japanese to English translation, although sometimes the reverse isn't as great. Mistakes are never a waste of time. I learn far more than I do. Yeah. It's making the same mistake 10 times in a row over a month. That's a waste of time. That's you got me. Ernest, I have no way of reversing that. No, that is a very, very extenuating circumstance because it takes a lot of effort to unlearn some. Yeah, it takes it leads to my number 3 life skill. The number 3 life skill, understanding how to habit formation, how to change and alter and form habit formations. So habit formation and habit tailoring. That's like my spiel. The last one of the other life skills is how to condition yourself. So if you think you've done it 10 times in a row and you say you developed a bad habit, there are ways around breaking habits. However, it's a life skill that you develop about yourself. Sometimes you could take inspiration from other people. Like I maybe could suggest 10 or 15 things if I had your history of the habit and all that stuff. However, it's a life skill, so you develop it over time. Generally speaking, you find a place to start, much like language learning, right? Or learning, I'm going to say much like learning. It's usually readily apparent when doing flashcard reviews. Interesting. And have you used any of that information to differently in order to prevent it or mitigate it or turn it into something? Usually, if I would say something that occurs 10 times in a row over a whole month, I would use it associated with a positive reinforcement in order to make it so that there's an extra step that follows after. So when you make the error, you then associate it with something else that causes the error to be rectified. So while it is slow at first, eventually you skip that step. So like it's kind of like what people say about if you have English and you're going to Noma, right? Noma, and then you're going to Kana, and you're going to Kanji, right? The different levels of compression. If you are able, if one, you strongly suggest whatever the routine is, if you can associate something downstream, eventually, whenever this occurs, say it happens 10 times, but you can associate a positive motivator downstream, oftentimes, eventually you can make the leap, right? So when it comes to positive formation or getting like conditioning out of a bad habit, a lot of the first things people start with like as a place to start on developing this is when there's a bad stimuli, you associate it with a good stimuli or it's something that you kind of want to happen. And whenever this triggers, this will trigger too. And eventually you can leap over this. That's kind of the idea. And flashcards, unfortunately, is not as flashcards, you have to get pretty creative. I haven't used flashcards in a while, but yeah, you can probably apply the same thing. That's where I would say. I do agree if you already if you're already intermediate on the topic, but beginner won't recognize patterns, so he either gonna trust the source blindly or look up another source. I would find it very time consuming at that level and not as rewarding learning wise when it's at. That's fine. That sounds reasonable. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. What you're indicating is you're suggesting that it is not better or worse. It depends. So I agree with you. So instead of using words like it is better, that something is absolutely 100% or 0, that's a perspective that's unrealistic. I'm not talking about your opinions on the efficacies on how you use the tool. Just the language, I'm referring to the language you're using. As in, if you really are talking about the heavy-handedness of what a tool is and you're treating other people like that, then that's fair. That is your perspective. My perspective is, even given a beginner, having the interaction is more than having no interaction at all. So if you don't get a person to start, then you don't get anything at all. Right? So, I actually think ChatGPT doesn't work for everyone. Much like no tool can ever have 100% compliance. Right? Things are made by the human condition, and the human condition itself is posed to be erroneous. So, much like I don't believe that there's a tool that can be 100% that's designed by humans, there are also not 100% that ChatGPT is a great source of learning for anyone. So when you say it has to be intermediate, I agree with you. That's a condition. So like you're assuming conditions that allows it to be reliable. Well, I'm presenting that it is exactly as you say. It is very dependent on the situation. You like Bun Pros and Bun Pros grammar flashcards. Each review time for a grammar point uses a different sentence. Interesting. So it's pretty fresh unless you make a mistake. Then you get to see that sentence again multiple times over the next few days. Coincidentally, Duo also uses that approach. Yeah, that's reasonable. So early on in Japanese learning, ChatGPT was not helpful because I didn't know if you could be trusted. Yeah, you had no basics or personal experiences to draw from. I would use it, confirm whether it's telling me BS or not. Now, here's the thing. You could layer the tools. So much like Duolingo and Anki and Bushu or Menrise, Rosetta, if you have the resources, which there's no shortage of generative AI tools, you can cross-reference all of them. So much like what Sweat just did, Sweat challenged Copilot and ChatGPT. At least I think that's the impression I was given. So when you layer on things, layer tools, you know, create redundancies in your learning practices. That's what I'm doing. I'm creating redundancies in my learning pattern. So when people see me using Duo, I'm not using Duo like most people are, I would say. I would claim that I'm not. Is anyone talking about ChatGPT and the reliance of machine learning as a probable tool for language learning to supplement Duolingo? When you're using Duolingo, one thing I can say is I'm not a beginner learner. So let's just, let's step back and say, well, I'm a beginner Japanese learner for sure. Like, I'm a beginner Japanese person, like the language, but I'm not a beginner learner because of most of the things that I've already cited about focusing on problem solving and critical thinking first. That is the life skill that is independent of its context. So when you learn to address mistakes or refine mistakes, do self-improvement, motivate yourself, critical problem solving, like all that, which you typically get from education if you want to. If you don't, then you don't get those skills, and you go into adulthood hoping that your tools and everything is accurate enough to compensate for your undesirable need, like your lack of enthusiasm for improving problem solving skills and critical thinking skills. That's perfectly optional. With great enough tools and reliability, a human being can have the conveniences of something that supplements and complements their lack of desire to solve problems and invest time in that, because it's a waste of time if you don't think it's worth it. For me, it's not a waste of time. So why am I using Duolingo when there are more efficient methods out there? It's an exercise in problem solving and critical thinking. How do I make Duo work for me while participating in Duo's intended design? And what can I do to get it to where I want it? Well, I do a lot of other things. And over time, I discover, hey, Duo doesn't do this very often, right? So, we're doing one level an hour. So here, this is my thing I'm selling, okay? So if I'm selling something, if someone asks me, why do I stream? Or why is it important that I'm using Duolingo? It's not because I want to learn Japanese. I want to give the people the impression that you guys, and this sounds so sappy, it's even sappier than assuming there's a tool out there that will answer all your questions, no matter what you have, right? My thing that I want people to be happy about is that you guys can make anything worth your time. Sub-Zero, Turnus, Sweat, whatever you do, if with the proper life skills and motivation, you can make yourself consistently happy about drawing value from anything you've done. I like to believe that. And again, not 100%, but let's aim for 80% here. So 80%. So oftentimes we do look at what things can't do. How about also when you say, oh, this can't do this better than this. And then when you hear yourself say that, ask yourself, what can it do? And then what can I make it do for me? As opposed to what it has to offer you, right? A lot of times nowadays, we have so many good tools. I totally get it. I absolutely love that there are so many tools that make life so convenient. And oftentimes, it gets to the point where, why doesn't this tool do exactly what I need so that I can become the thing I want? So why doesn't Duolingo have everything I need so I don't have to do anything else to learn Japanese and become fluent in Japanese? I do not see Duolingo like that. And also, Duolingo is made by a group of human beings. They all have their psychological preferences, their goals, their priorities. You will feel bad and you will be angry most of your life if you're trying to project your desires from a tool developed by humans with selectively different goals. So the idea is, if Duolingo doesn't do it, how do you use Duolingo, milk it for all it has, and use other tools to maximize the growth of the value of the time? For me, I use Duolingo as a way to draw in people who still focuses on this perspective. So a lot of times when people come and offer advice on Duolingo, they're talking about how this tool does not have everything they want to help them make fluent. And I agree with you. It doesn't at all. Duolingo falls short of the stick by a long shot. What Duolingo also offers me, when most people say, oh, you're just making it up because you're compensating, Duolingo also challenges me to how to fill in all those gaps. That's the challenge I see. So I take all that Duolingo offers me, right? And just like everyone else who sees all the gaps and all the things, I fill in those gaps. So if you're one of those people, which I believe all of you are, because clearly, right, Sub-Zero, Turnus, and Sweat, you achieved what you wanted with or without Duolingo, right? So you are able to, at least I would say, able to critical solve and problem think. Or thinking critical think and problem solve. That's kind of the idea. So instead of blaming what the tool can't offer you and everyone agrees what the tool lacks, what are you going to do about it? And that's kind of my favorite exercise. When someone asks me, oh, this tool sucks, this game sucks. Well, what did you learn from it? Well, you don't like games this way. Okay, let's go find a better game. You know, like what I mean is, if you hate something, find out why you hate it. Learn, deconstruct why you hate it. Use that knowledge and find something you hate less. Or you can do like me. You can do like me if you want a personal challenge. When I stream, I always do something I'm incompetent at. So I have no expectations. I have everyone yelling at me that I'm doing it wrong. And I have most people yelling at me for doing something and developing bad habits. I run towards that because to me, I don't learn things and be better by doing all the things I already know how to do. I don't get stuck in bad habit formation. I don't usually get stuck in addiction, which, by the way, the difference between addiction and a bad habit is often an addiction is to something that positively reinforce. Bad habit is something that negatively reinforce. And if it's not an addiction or bad habit, then it's a lifestyle is what they would call it. Those are the euphemisms used. When you have a lifestyle, it's formed of habits that are sustainable or doesn't trigger a negative feedback. So, yeah. Can we complain about the color of the owl? Maybe it looks better if it was red? Red? Alright, now you're just crazy talk. Alright, someone kick Turnus out. Turnus, you're going into the storage closet. A red owl? Are you kidding me? No, I'm just kidding. It might look good as a red owl. I don't know. I think that helps people get more addicted to language learning if they changed it to red. Personally, I had already a lot of experience learning German, exploring different methods. Then I moved on to Japanese and using the experience that I brought with me. Yeah, exactly. That's amazing. I brought all the experience I had from my life because I don't want to lose that experience. Like, what I mean is the cumulative, the culmination of all my experiences continue to be relevant to this day. Just oftentimes people say, well, what does learning biology have anything to do with learning Japanese? Well, there was a process of learning. That's the life skill that is context independent. So it doesn't even have to be like a related thing. Learning Japanese, I use most of the strategies I have learning virology to learning Japanese. So much like a lot of people who want to compartmentalize all their experiences, they aren't looking to even utilize or tap into people's experiences. We just talked about this earlier about how, oh, in order to learn a language, you have to prevent yourself from learning, thinking about English. Like, well, sort of. Yes. I actually use all the parts that I learned and how I learned about English to use it as a experience and learning in approach to Japanese. My profound interest in grammar and structure propelled me into associating it with Japanese grammar, and that comparison and contrast allows me to learn something that is not what most people would do, in my opinion. Compartmentalizing is not my jam, but hey, you guys can totally go for that if you want. Computer language are like that. Learning my third, fourth, fifth language were a lot easier than the first. Fair enough. For sure, I think the biggest thing uni gives you in learning how to learn is that's why I always say relax to people who feel like they don't remember much from their degree. Yeah, because I'm confident that they'll be able to pick up a lot faster with new tech. Yeah, I can also see, again, it's about moderation, right? Sweat. I understand too much of anything. It's the human condition. Too much of anything is anything. So 100% is not ideal. 0% is not ideal. In fact, I would channel the 80-20 rule in this case. But oftentimes, being dynamic, in my humble opinion, is the real life lesson here. Being dynamic. Generalizing, specializing, it's back and forth. If you spend too much time specializing, you're gone. If you spend too much time generalizing, you're gone. It's not sustainable. Like, it's not sustainable at all. So that's just my 2 cents. Perhaps I'm a little strong. That was a little bit hyperbolic. I'll reel it back a little bit more because let's just go 80-20 here. Stay dynamic, not complacent. Want to stare at something other than Hana? Nice to meet you. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Let's do this. How did I mess this up? Oh. I did the same thing again. There you go. We get pretty deep right now all the time. Deep as it goes. Sorry, kids. We go deep here. Okay? We go deep. I don't stream for surface level understanding. You guys gotta go deep. Reach. Reach! I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No pressure. No pressure. No pressure. This is... If I had to say anything, I do this all the time with myself. I self-talk a lot. This type of ranting or moderate discussion stuff helps people feel at ease a lot of times. And then I reverse the role. And I hope that one day people that I talk to can do that too. And self-talk helps quite a lot. Like most of this stuff is self-talk. So even if there wasn't anyone here at all, I would also say the same thing, probably. If your goal is to lose, do you really lose or do you win? Indeed. Indeed. Being a great loser can make you an excellent winner. Here's a fun thing to try to challenge yourself. How can you lose but still win? There are so many times in my old life, like in my younger self, that winning is, you can seize so many opportunities if you play the longer game. So learning how to lose gracefully and well is a skill that if your competition does not have that skill, how do you stand out? I'm just saying, it's a food for thought. No, it's purely rhetoric. If you know how to lose in style versus everyone gunning for the win, how do you stick out in the long game? You lose a battle to win the war. So think about it for a moment. I do it all the time. It helps me relieve my pressure, and sometimes I win. Sometimes I win. Like literally win by coincidence. It's fine. So you can try your best to win, but at the same time, you are equipped to lose. If you're equipped to lose in a situation, it can actually work to your advantage as well. So then you get more of a win more or win less situation as opposed to win or lose. Or indifference, I suppose. Oh man, I'm gonna have to stare at it again. It's fine. It's fine. We have to finish this. At least one more lesson, because we're way over time. I am so way over time. So this was a great day. I love talking about this stuff. It's all good. I need to get to 5 of 6. So it was more like a half day. Oh, heckin' basketball. And of course it's Korean. Of course it's Kangokugo. Kangokugo. Of course.
韓国語
Kangokugo. Can it point me to... Good luck with that. Good luck, guys.
私も韓国語ができます。
Sweat, I believe, is the vet here, right? How are you, Sub-Zero, with... I want to get the relative competency. It's not a competition, guys, but I'm kind of curious. What kind of questions can I feel like I can ask Sweat anything at this point. I'm not sure about Sub-Zero. How are you with all of this? This Japanese talk. Watashi mo Kangokugo. No. Kankoku. Watashi mo Kankoku. Kokugo. Oh my gosh. Kokugo ga dekimasu. I knew this was coming. After the Chugokugo ga again. Kankokugo ga dekimasu.
姉が一人います。
As far as Japanese go, I don't know anything. Only learning Chinese yourself. In general, you can ask me anything though. Oh. Oh. So you so you're learning Chinese. Is it? So I'm going to start learning Mandarin in like the next 2 months, right? Within the next 2 months, like after 2 months, sorry, at the earliest. Are you in a situation where, like, I don't know how to speak. I don't know how to pronounce certain Mandarin words. Are you able to not use pinyin, but use English or like a Romaji kind of setup to remind me of what Mandarin words are like? I don't know if that makes sense. I've been relying on Google Translate for the most part. It would be really awesome to have like a Chinese person. There is another person here. Blue, I think. Blue Jelly is also a Mandarin speaker. And I guess Hideyoshi technically is also learning Chinese. Although I feel like I could be asking something very straightforward and I would get something that might not particularly resonate. Like with the pronunciation, I haven't learned so much formal grammar. I just fill it out usually. Kind of like what is the we can bank off each other here, right? For example, if I don't, what is the Mandarin word for hospital? And then all I need, for me, I need something enough to remind me what hospital sounds like. And then I can make out the rest. It's kind of like talking to someone who's completely illiterate. I need someone who wants to practice Mandarin. However, basically the only Mandarin practice is kind of like, oh yeah, I don't remember the word for book. How do I say book in Mandarin? Shu? Is it shu? I don't know what that is, Sub-Zero. Now you gotta break it down for me. Yeah, you gotta break it down for me. What does that mean? Like No, not Japanese, Turnus. not byoin, not byoin. We have byoin. I can try my best, but I'm still pretty new. Oh, okay. No, that's perfectly all right. What I'm trying to look at is oh. Pronounce home. I knew you guys were going there. Just so you know, the only reason I asked for the Mandarin book is because I want to know if the Mandarin book is pronounced similarly to the book in Japanese. So yeah, that's also what I'm getting at. And also Sub-Zero, it's not, it was I don't mean to, I was thinking maybe we can help each other out. Like if I said something, then you would say something in Mandarin, right? And it would give like this funny like interaction where basically you're practicing Mandarin while I'm practicing Japanese, and we're like collectively going back and forth. Like, oh yeah, hey, you know what? That's how you say it in that Japanese phrase. That's how you say it in Chinese. That's kind of what I do already when you watch other people learn. Like when I'm watching someone learn something, I'm pretending like I'm learning with them, right? And then I'm saying, oh yeah, can I learn this? It's like, what was this kind of thing? But you can also do it with your Mandarin. I'm curious because I feel like if you're at 300, you're probably pretty close to where I am in Japanese. So it would be interesting to see how many words overlap and what. But hospital, yeah, byoin, I got it. Second Turnus. And sweat does make a good point though. Is the Chinese word for book hon? I don't know. Wait, let me go look. Hold up. Wait. Hold that thought. I'll go look. Book in Mandarin. Oh, shu. Oh no, it's shu. Shu. Yeah, shu. No, never mind. Shu. That's not the one. Wait. Maybe this one.
Boo.
Boo. No.
著作
Zhuzhou. Oh no, that's book. That's like no, that's not it. So shu is the one that I'm used to. I can't write Chinese characters yet. And in case you're wondering, it would be shu, right? Shu. However, in Fujonese is how do I do that? How do I make that noise? No, that doesn't work. It's G is book. So fun exercise, guys. How would you say G in a phonetics of your choice? You can choose Romaji since Turnus and Sweat can do it in Romaji, or you can use katakana. Feel free to use katakana. So how do you do G in that? And that's what I mean by pretty sweet way of learning stuff. We get engaged. We're creating. It's just G? G is G? We got any closer ones? Yeah, G. G? I don't know. It's G, and when I see G, I'm saying G now. So, is there anything closer? G. You don't have to get it right or anything. It's an example of how to make things interesting, I suppose. I don't know. Sounded like you've been saying G the whole time? Really? Oh. Huh. G. G. Oh, man. G. Oh, no. A G. How do I say G? What does G sound like in English? G. G. I don't know. What? Wait. Hold up. How do? Wait. Hold up. Put your knees. There aren't any references. Wait. Wait. I think I agree with you guys. So it's G, and then like ooh, like G. Oh man. No, see, well, this is G, but it's more like G. So there's a G, G, G. I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe like this. Yeah, G, U. So Ju. Oh, that's closer. Ju. So like instead G, U, and carry the U. Ju. Oh, yes. You're right. Oh yeah. No, yeah. This. And then carry, or like you, and carry it. Oh, that means freedom. Oh, right. It's kind of like Jew, as in Jew, or even the word, not the word, Jew, as in Jew. But it's very close to it. G, but it's close to Jew, like as in 10. It's close. It's super close. Oh, that's so weird. I don't know how I would represent it in any other way. Jew. It's it's not close enough. Thanks guys. Thanks for entertaining my day. Simply Jew. It's kind of, it has a nasally quality to it. Like so you can hear me say it, right? So here's Jew, G. You hear what I mean? It's a slight difference. So Jew, G. the moment it's still G. Okay. Okay. Let me try the G thing. So this is G Ju 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 G G and G G. All right, I'm done. I'm sorry to blow your guys' ears out. Do you? When we get to Mandarin, it's gonna be absurd. I'm gonna tell you now. I don't know anything about Japanese pronunciation, right? Like, I hear a lot. I take everyone's criticism for Japanese, for sure. However, when we get to Mandarin, it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be very weird. Because I don't know if I'm hearing the same thing everyone else is hearing. And then Spanish is gonna be something else too. Because in Spanish, I formally learned Spanish that is rusty. So like over 10 years ago, I spent over 2 or 3 years in Spanish. And then guess what? I'm surrounded by Spanish people. So I've been, like, what I mean is Latinas. Like I've heard it around in actual conversation. So that's going to be weird too. Because I'm going to be like, oh wait, that doesn't sound right. Like, I've heard this a lot. Like, it's not the same as Japanese. Japanese is like the farthest removed from all of this. So I can trust, I would rather trust anyone else who's learning Japanese than myself. So, yeah, Mandarin. Can't wait. Oh, Sub-Zero, why aren't you, how are you not interested in Japanese, by the way? I'm curious. What are your thoughts on Japanese at a distance from the outside? How do you feel about Japanese right now?
Hitori.
Oh, hitori. Sorry. Thanks for entertaining me today. I really appreciate your guys's in staying here and doing so, humoring me. I have one older sister. I knows. Why did I?
Hana-san, 弟さんもいますか?
We're not gonna talk about it. I need to focus. Hush, everyone. I hear you thinking. Shush. Shush. I hear you
お姉
thinking.
さんは韓国語ができますか?
Don't do it. One-san wa. Oh no, not again. One-san wa Kankoku go ga dekimasu ka? Oh my god. One-san wa Kangoku go. One-san wa Kangoku go ga dekimasu ka? Kangoku ga. Oh my. Kangoku go ga. Kangoku go ga dekimasu ka? Kangoku go. Kangoku go ga dekimasu ka? Kangoku go. Kangoku ka. Kangoku go ga dekimasu ka? Take my time. Yeah, I know. Take my time. 姉さんは韓国語ができますか？Oh, okay. So, wait, hold up. You are actually, any language that doesn't use a Latin alphabet is really interesting to learn. I just went with Mandarin because of how many speakers there are. Oh, fair enough. That is fair enough. Ironically, I probably watch more Japanese and Korean media though, just can't seem to find as much Chinese. Yeah. Have you watched a Chinese person learn English? Korean has best alphabet? Ooh. Now I'm curious. I'm very curious. I can't be off track. I can't even say Kangoku. I keep saying Goku. Go because I'm thinking of Chugoku. Kankoku. Kankoku go. Kankoku go. Kankoku go ga. Kankoku go ga. Kankoku go ga dekimasu ka? 姉さんは韓国語ができますか? I do have to pause after that though. 韓国語ができます。I'm done with this. Yeah, for now. 姉さんは韓国語ができますか? Out of any language? Nope, I haven't. Just because it didn't map that well onto Romaji. Got 30 minutes into it and was like, the description you've given me for the sound makes sounds these symbols make. Is it accurate? I give up. Yeah, I've heard the Korean alphabet is pretty easy to pick up. The grammar I've heard is really hard. But recently some YouTube shorts of what if English was spoken like Korean. You may realize the grammar is extremely similar, not them. Oh, by the way, I watched those videos. Turnus, the video that you're referring to, I mentioned that earlier. The guy who speaks English with Korean grammar. If you're talking about that one. Yeah, it's actually really mind-blowing. And you know what? If you hear it a couple of times, you kind of start to actually understand what he's saying. In English, I mean. Like, what I mean is, like, it kind of breaks the wall. That wall, like, wait, what if English was arranged in Korean? Can you understand it? And I'm like, if you listen to it for a couple minutes or so, you start understanding what he's saying, but the English is completely jumbled. He speaks English like my mind interprets Japanese. Exactly. That is the deep cut there. Exactly. The moment he spoke English with Korean grammar, I was like, wait a minute. That's exactly what it sounds like in English when you're interpreting Japanese phrases. Yeah, for sure. The only problem with Korean writing system is that it is only used in Korea. The Latin alphabet, on the other hand. I should probably get some sleep. Oh yeah, go to bed. I'm sorry. Yeah. Take care. Sub-Zero. Good luck with everything. I'll catch you on the flip side. Maybe when you perhaps when you master Mandarin and educate me in being Mandarin. That was weird. In speaking Mandarin. The Latin alphabet is so amazing until it's put into English. That's hilarious. Sorry, I'm only I think it's funny because I speak English, so it's only funny because I speak English. Something about that statement is very revealing, and why it's humorous. Does your older sister know Korean? Okay. 아내산 와 한국어가 오네산와 oh gosh, 오네산와 한국어가 dekimasu ka? I lost it after ga dekimasu ka? Okay, fine, it's fine, whatever. I hate you all.
ソウルに住んでいます。
Learning Japanese has made me appreciate how Latin letters only have 1 or 2 strokes max. That is fair. Oh, what is this? Soura. Soda?
Soul.
Oh, Souru. Oh, sorry. Souru.
Soul.
I don't know why I said wait. Yeah, that's Uru. Souru. You're gonna make me say Hankoku some more, aren't you? So, okay. Souru ni sundeimasu. Okay.
私は来週家族とソウルに行きます。
Okay. I'm fine with Souru. It's fine.
私はソウル。私は来週家族とソウルに行きます。来週。ソウル。ソウル。私は来週家族とソウルに行きます。家族とソウルに行きます。私は来週家族とソウルに行きます。
Okay. 私は来週家族とソウルに行きます。
姉は今ソウルに住んでいます。
Don't say please do not say Kankoku again. Okay. 姉は今Oh, as in ima. Okay. Ima non-dis. Okay. 姉は今ソウルに住んでいます。Okay. Fair enough. Kanji is just worse.
子供が2人います。
子供 kids. The children, a child. Kodomo. Okay. I don't remember any of the vocab I've learned from today. It's unfortunate. 子供が2人います。2人います。
子供が2人います。
二人います。そう、子供
が2人います。
OK。子供が、子供が二人います。二人います。子供が二人います。はい。子供が一人います。
います。
So I gotta get used to that. 一人います。子供が一人います。What is this? 飲みます。Drink. Name us. Okay. Sleep. 浴びます。浴びます。
私の子供は韓国語ができます。
Okay. 私の子供は韓国語ができます。Chinese writing system should be illegal in such a postmodern world. Well, I mean, there is simplified Chinese, right? 私の子供は韓国ができます。私の子供は韓国語ができます。韓国語。Okay. I'll do it a couple times and that's pretty much. You hope that resting will help at some point. My kids know Korean language. My kids know the Korean language.
お子さんは何歳ですか？お子さん。
Interesting. お子さん。
お子さん。
So what was the other one? お子さんは何歳ですか？ Okay. Is your kid?
お子さん。
Implied? Sure. Okay. Okol-san? Yeah. Haven't heard that before. Okol-san? I haven't either. I haven't heard a lot of things. Okol-san wa... Hey. I've recognize that kanji though. Oko-san wa Gakusei. Let me click on this, please.
学生
Gakusei desu ka?
妹の彼女はソウル出身です。
妹のかの
妹の彼女はソウル出身です。
ジョーは
彼女。
彼女。Oh, 彼女。彼女、yeah. 彼女はソウル、right? ソウル出身です。出身です。So, 妹の彼女はソウル出身です。出身です。妹の彼女はソウル出身です。Oh, hey, Blue. Blue's the other guy. Oh, you missed Sub-Zero. Blue is the... I feel, Blue, your competence in Mandarin is the standard, isn't it? Yes, ne? Right? Sorry. I wish I would... we didn't spend 9 hours doing lessons, though. You know? 妹の彼女の姉お姉さんのお子さん Oh, you're just adding all the... Okay, you're just adding a no string. I guess you can condense that too. You can make no apply to the whole thing. And then get rid of all the no's. Totemo, tomodachi, right? Tomodachi wa anime. Fair enough. Oh, no. America shushin desu? Oh, America shushin desu. I thought you were going to say something about anime. Like, I watch anime with all of these people. That'd probably be okay too. My sister's girlfriend, sister's child friend is from America. Yeah. Yeah, the no string. Fair enough. Hello there, Blue. How are you? My younger sister's girlfriend is also from Seoul. Wait. No, my...
妹。
Wait. Imoto no anojo wa Oh, no, no also. What am I doing? That's part of... no, no, no also. No also. It's fine.
お子さんは日本語ができますか？
Yeah, I know the null string for sure. I do know the null string outside of Duolingo. However, you can also simplify the null string. You can unify all the nulls. That's also a thing. Not that I know how to do it, but yeah.
お子さんは日本語ができますか？
I don't know. I don't know how to really do it. You can apply null to the whole thing. Maybe Sweat might know. Someone raised it. Someone raised that point. I don't know how to do it, but I know someone has raised that point a couple times already about applying null to a list. Oh yeah, I know that too. Yeah, that one I'm certain about. They haven't ever done more than 2 nulls so far, but yeah, it's technically 3 nulls and dropping the last, but or 2 nulls or 1 null dropping the last one. Yeah.
お子さんは日本語ができますか？
Oh, I'm gonna have such a difficult time remembering what the vocabulary was from this section. The second half tomorrow. But we'll see how well that ends up.
お子さん
Ogo-san.
お子さんは日本語ができますか？
Okay.
は日本語お子さんは日本語ができますか？できますか？
Wait.
お子さんは日本語ができますか？お子さんは日本語ができますか？日本語はお子さんは日本語ができますか？が
Alright. Oko-san wa Nihongo ga. Oh my gosh, thank goodness. Nihongo ga. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you. Chigoku ga. Chigoku go. Chugoku go ga. And Kangoku go ga. Oh my gosh. And then just Nihongo ga. Yeah. Kangoku go. Kangoku go. Kangoku. Kankoku. Kankoku go. Kankoku go ga. Kankoku go. Kankoku go ga. Wait, what happened?
お子さんは日本語ができますか？
私の子供は毎週サッカーをします。
Watashi no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, this is fine. Watashi no. Kotomo. Kotomo. Watashi no kotomo wa. Maishu. Maishu Saka o shimasu. Okay. Watashi no kotomo wa maishu Saka o shimasu. My kids play soccer every week.
お子さんも柔道をしますか？
お子さんも柔道をしますか? A little better. Do your kids do judo? Also, do judo.
姉が一人います。
Did I screw this up? Oh. I have one older sister. Okay. Okay, guys. I don't even know if I'm gonna mark anything for a separate video. We just talked about a huge number of things. I don't know. Yeah, this day was really great. But I don't think, yeah. I'm tired. I'm gonna see how much I remember next. I'm gonna see how much I remember tomorrow. What do we have? Okay, so let me think about the things we have. We have, at least in English, kids. That was the most recent one. Adding go to pretty much imply language to the three, Nihongo, Hankokugo, Kokugo, Chugokugo, right? Using san, which modifies actually one and oni. It doesn't affect ane or ani. And then we had the for the kids is oh call something mo. Call something mo. What was it? Oh no, it's yeah, it's Oko-san and Okomo. Yeah. Right. I know it's a title, but it means something. No, Turnus. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No. It's also acting as a third person. It's also acting in a third person. Because you can express my as well. That's why they're using it. No. In this case, it is also a title. It's both. But what they're showing here is they're showing how to describe family in the third person. So like they used one-san in like one-san, or is it ane? No, one-san to contrast it with ane, and oni-san with ani, if you know what I mean. So up to this point, it wasn't a way for you to talk about someone else's or some other brothers or some other sisters, because ani and ane is my brother and my sister. I think the last unit also did something like kazoku, instead of kazoku being often a plain, there's your family as well, instead of saying watashi no kazoku as well. So you have like your family, which is ga go gu no go kazoku go kazoku. It's gu. Oh no. It doesn't matter. The thing they're talking about now is you get to describe other people, because we have the phrase ane or the word ane and ani, but now we have oni. Actually, that's just brother. Oh, and we also have I really need to review this stuff today. Oh, what is it? Kyodai. Kyodai. Or Chio? No. Kyodai? Wait. Yeah, Kyodai. Kyodai? Kyodai. No. Siblings. Alright, let me look at this gakko. Is there anything helpful here? Yeah. Kyodai. 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 How did Ani? Yeah, Ani just still works like Ani. And Imoto. Oh no, Imoto is still used the same way. Ane is still the same way. And then they introduced Oni-san, Oni-san, and One-san, which are your typical things. I honestly didn't, I guess I didn't get too much today. Oh, I can that 3 hours of Australia. Oh. Osto. Australia. Australia.
姉はオーストラリアに住んでいます。
Yeah. Australia. Kyodai? Yeah, Kyodai. Just a kanji for big and little brother put together? Oh, really? Oh, that's cute. I'll have to remember that for the future. Kyodai is big and little brother put together. Really? Huh. I also read a book where the sister kanjis were read as Kyodai by the voice actors. Interesting. Bothers me a bit because JM Diction said the reading was Yamai. I see. Alright. That's good enough for today. Oh, I'm way over. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. I think today was a good way to relax and chill off the pace I was going. I was actually gonna go. I was expecting to have 12 lessons. So I was supposed to complete this, but that's fine. Alright, folks. Thanks for chilling. This was definitely a potpourri of revelations. We had much digressions. Today was an interesting day. I'm exhausted. Or my voice is exhausted. And I gotta eat. I haven't eaten yet for the day. They put a big warning sign on not doing that. Okay, fair enough. The Kyodai thing? Yeah, okay. Alright, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Had a lot of great discussions. I think the biggest take-home message for today is I'm going to listen to a bunch of people who pronounce ah at the end of their words, both English and Japanese. I haven't ever noticed that my ahs at the end of a word sound different than my ahs in the beginning and in the middle of the word, like anywhere else. It seems like it becomes more like instead of ah. And that's cool. I spent like 30 minutes doing that. And then lots of discussions about language and learning. Lots of interesting discussions about language and learning. My jam. And I learned a little bit of vocabulary. We'll double down tomorrow. It's fine. Thanks for chilling. Always feel free to comment. I really like the idea of exchanging and layering languages on top of each other. Whatever language you're learning, it would be really fun to see, chat, and see what are other ways to represent the phrases and meaning that I'm trying to understand in Japanese, right? That'd be a fun activity to do as a language learning kind of thing. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, enjoy life, please. Please try to enjoy life. You know, turn those habits into wonderful habits. I'll catch you guys on the next time, right? Next time. As always, mata ashita. Ja ne.